It was his first day at the Magic Academy. Professor Troll asked the students to maintain their magic for as long as they could. One by one, each student ended up exhausted. Using magic was very difficult, even for the prestigious Blue Dragon group, but the protagonist endured so much that he got bored and asked if he should stop. The teacher asked him to touch her hand, and immediately she found herself in a vast sea of mana. Something impossible. He had the rarest talent she had ever seen. There was a downside. First, we see that he was determined not to attend the Magic Academy, the best in the Empire, Henrogart. In his past life, he hated school and wanted to live freely on his own terms. However, the three kings had other plans, and upon graduating, he was sent to another world. Reincarnated as a prodigy, he remembered everything. Now, in a noble family, he thought life would be simple. Since he was little, he practiced fencing, but his dream was to be a magician and have a quiet, stable life. The elder of the house was excited about the child's intelligence, especially being so young. In that world, magicians were highly sought after in all fields of society. Ironically, to have an easy life, he now had to go to Henrogart. As the enormous doors opened, everyone was amazed by the overwhelming magic emanating from the place. As the protagonist walked through the hallways, he wondered why the nobles were so kind. Lixie appeared, asked a question, and the fourth princess answered well, earning 10 points. A skeleton mocked the students, calling them idiots. Then the doors opened to reveal a grand banquet, but before enjoying it, Director Lychee destroyed it and announced that in this academy, every uniform, food, and even their rooms had to be obtained through magic. That's how things worked there. They couldn't leave or ask older students for help. While the prince was scared, the protagonist looked amused. Everything was easy for him. The academy accepted anyone with talent, regardless of their status. But those of dragon blood lived in the Blue Dragon Tower. The Eternal Phoenix Tower was for devotees of the flame, and the White Tiger Tower housed descendants of knights. The Black Turtle Tower was for commoners and lower-ranking nobles who entered through their ability. They were often ignored and bullied by the highborn, although there were exceptions. For Lee Han, our protagonist, those people were ideal partners. When some nobles tried to humiliate poorer students, Lee Han intervened to defend them. He said everyone should leave their sense of status at the academy, leaving many speechless. Motivated, he decided to make friends, but curiously, everyone seemed to fear him. After all, he was from the Patriarch's Dragon House. When he asked Joner if he was scary, she said no. He simply had the dignity of a noble, which was intimidating. Soon he found himself in front of a tower. The nobles complained that even their servants' rooms were larger. Upon entering, everyone vanished. Suddenly, a mysterious voice asked where he wanted to go. Soon he realized that there would probably be more options in the future. The voice praised his insight and welcomed him to the academy. For him, the room was perfect, even though most of the nobles were crushed. Feeling humiliated, his friend wanted to learn alchemy, while Lee Han said he'd like to try different things, maybe even work for the government someday. The next day, after their first classes, everyone was exhausted. No one could get used to the hard beds and they barely got any sleep. But Lee Han remembered that his office job in his past life had been much worse. Later, they went to their next class, where everyone was shocked to see that the professor was a troll. She introduced herself as Garcia and assured them she didn't eat people, unless she was very hungry. Please let me know when that day comes so I can be right in front of you. In that class, she explained the dangers of magic and how the path of a mage was a demanding one. The fourth princess wittily replied, saying that magic was about altering the world with mana. Only those who could feel and wield mana could attend the academy. Later, they got to try using magic for themselves. The professor demonstrated a blinding flash of light that left many students stunned. Lee Han learned that to cast a spell, you first gather magical energy, shape it with your will, and then perform the incantation. Most of the students struggled. Even the Prince of the Empire couldn't stabilize his mana. One by one, the students failed and grew exhausted. Lee Han asked if he should continue. The surprised professor called him over and asked for his name. She took his hand and froze. In an instant, she found herself in a vast ocean. Lee Han then gently roused her, asking if something was wrong. She announced they would continue the class, as the others watched in confusion. Even the fourth princess, the academy's greatest prodigy, couldn't maintain her mana afterwards. Garcia called him to her office. She mentioned that the headmaster had already asked her to keep an eye on him, as he had noticed some extraordinary talents this year. The headmaster had said that even though Lee Han seemed like a fool, even a fool could become a genius. She then explained the real reason she had summoned him. He had too much magical energy, so much that she couldn't determine its limits. Something didn't add up. Lee Han was thrilled, thinking this meant he was on the path to becoming an overpowered main character with incredible talent, but her expression shifted. "It's a pity," she said. "Huh? Why is that bad?" he asked in confusion. She sighed and explained that having so much mana was a problem. The more energy you have, the harder it is to control. His mana was a sea so vast it was practically unusable. This revelation left Lee Han completely devastated. Lee Han is shocked by his professor's words. The most essential skill for a mage is going to be his greatest challenge. The thought of struggling to control his mana drives him to despair. Garcia gives him a strange bracelet, explaining that it will absorb his excess mana to help him, which gets him excited all over again. But his joy is short-lived when she tells him it won't be that easy. She tells him he must constantly practice using mana to avoid problems, then dismisses him to practice on his own. Later, with his two friends, he's still lamenting the difficulties he'll face. He asks them both if they've decided on their majors yet. Yoner is set on taking alchemy, and even asks if the others want to join her. Gainando scoffs at her choice, saying it's a path for servants. This, of course, irritates Yoner, who lunges at the prince. Seeing her fury, the protagonist decides to watch. She calls out to Ganando, who carelessly turns around and gets hit. She sends him flying, telling him not to look for potions to heal himself. Meanwhile, Lee Han observes Joner's technique, thinking it was a well-deserved blow. Later, as they walk, the main character asks Joner if she went too far with that punch, but seeing Joner's reaction, he realizes it's normal for her to hit him. Changing the subject, they both observe the students from a nearby tower. The students from the Black Turtle Tower can't stop staring at Lee Han. In this tower, commoners usually react with fear or disgust when they encounter a noble. However, the students in front of him show hostility upon seeing Lee Han. He decided it was best not to mess with those students. Everyone arrives at the academy's lawn for their class. An unknown voice asks if everyone is present. Lee Han thinks a professor of another race will be teaching the class, but he's disappointed to see it's just a dwarf. His name is Uragulan Jundar. Uragulan begins by saying that he knows everyone is wondering why they are outside the academy buildings with no tables or chairs to sit on. Ardnard offers to answer. He says they are there to feel the natural mana. Again, Ardnard is embarrassed by his incorrect answer. Joner asks Lee Han if he knows why they are there. Indifferently, he says it's just a place to gather materials. Surprisingly, his answer is correct. Professor Uragulan smiles at Lee Han's response. Ardnard, on the other hand, looks at our overpowered main character with envy. This worries Lee Han about the possibility of having a rival in this manhwa recap. Uragulan gets everyone's attention and begins to explain the essentials for alchemy. It is well known that alchemy requires talent and good mana control. The professor clarifies that this is not the reality. The essential thing is knowing how to acquire materials. Joner, excited for the lesson, sees her expectations shattered. Ardnard claims it's an exaggeration to see that as a key skill for alchemy, when you can just grow or buy materials. Some students also doubt if this is really crucial for alchemy in this action manhwa. Hearing this, Uragulan becomes furious. He goes as far as to call everyone blockheads for not knowing the basics. Uragulan explains that only 10% of materials can be personally cultivated. Purchased materials like medicinal herbs are often useless due to the poor collection methods of adventurers. It's outrageous that products as sensitive as these herbs are treated so roughly when collected. He soon calms down and concludes that it's vital for an alchemist to know how to collect materials. Tired of explaining, Professor Uragulan makes papers appear in his students' hands. On this paper is a drawing of the material to be collected. Let's begin with a practical alchemy lesson. Lee Han and Joner talk about the herb they need to collect. Lee Han is uncomfortable that they have to collect herbs in such a dangerous forest. Considering the risk of venturing out in pairs, Joner suggests finding someone else to join their search. And since they wanted someone from their own tower, the protagonist suggests inviting Princess Ardnard. Joner doubts she will want to join, but Lee Han believes that since everyone is looking for the same thing, they could team up. Unfortunately, it's already too late for that. All the nobles form teams without them noticing. Even the students from the Black Tortoise Tower, who were avoiding the main character, teamed up with her. This even makes Lee Han a little envious. But unlike him, Princess Arnar is known for her intelligence and talent, making her a celebrity outside the academy. On the other hand, Lee Han, with no fame as a prince, finds there are no nobles left to team up with, so he's only left with the students from the Black Tortoise Tower. Even though he knows they don't like him, our overpowered main character has no choice but to approach one of them. Then, someone catches his eye. This person is wearing a strange symbol on their waist, dark skin and pointed ears. This girl is a dark elf. Her name is Nilia, and she came from the north of the empire. She was part of a group of hunters and scouts. Nilia observes the image of the herb. Then she says it won't be difficult for her. She sees it as a great opportunity to stand out among the talented students. But someone approaches, catching her attention. It's Jonder and Lee Han who introduce themselves to her. Recognizing only Jonder, Nilia asks what they want from her. They directly ask Nilia if she wants to join them. This confuses her even more. After all, to her, all nobles are the same. They are arrogant, and no matter how well you treat them, they are never satisfied. But Lee Han says that it's more dangerous to be alone if a monster appears. Nilia says she doesn't need help, which makes Lee Han ask why. Lee Han deduces that she thinks they want to use her as bait. Nilia tries to say again that she will go alone, but the protagonist interrupts her. He says that she is unaware of the dangers of the forest, and that even if she finds the herb, she won't be able to carry it alone. He finishes by saying that it would be foolish to do that, leaving her even more embarrassed. He keeps teasing her, making her give in. Jonder, seeing the manipulation, wonders what the Wardener family teaches its children, and so, they venture into the forest in search of the required herb. Nilia goes ahead, jumping from branch to branch while they watch from behind. Jonder is impressed by her hunting skills, and Lee Han notices that her muscles are well developed and her hands look like someone who uses a bow and arrow a lot. Nilia, upon hearing this, feels uncomfortable. Then she looks at the main character with a strange look in her eyes. Lee Han has a strange aura, as if he could know what others are thinking, but her thoughts are interrupted when he says that he only knows she's a hunter because she has the symbol of the Shadow Patrol on her waist. They both notice she was listening, so they ask her to wait so they can go together. Nilia acts difficult and pretends she doesn't know them. Lee Han says that only Jonder can recognize that herb because he already has experience with it. More annoyed with Lee Han, Nilia asks what his role in the group would be, since she is the guide and Jonder will identify the herb. Knowing that Nilia wouldn't like to hear that he just wants to tag along, Lee Han makes up that he's there to protect them. Nilia, seeing his physique, deduces that Lee Han is from a family of knights and then asks why he is in the Blue Tower if he's from a family of knights. Lee Han replies that he is from the Wardener family like the others. Nilia is astonished to hear this, even screams Wardnaz in surprise. Her reaction is like someone who heard the name of a terrifying monster, which even makes Lee Han worry about what rumors exist about his family. Then, Jonder mentions that among the noble families, the wardens have the rarest rumors. This makes Lee Han want to know what those rumors are. There are many rumors. Some say that the patriarch is a dragon who, during the Undead Fury incident, burned all the undead with his flames. Others say that the family has contracts with ancestral spirits, which gives them great talent for magic, but at the cost of losing their emotions. There are even those who say that the family is cruel because a warden mage destroyed a city during a rebellion. After hearing all this, Lee Han understands why they see him as a monster. Still, Lee Han wonders why only his family has those rumors. Although there are many mages from other families involved in significant incidents, Nilia, who had been watching him the whole time, changes her impression of him. She finally sees him as a normal person and not as a cruel monster. She then tells him to stop crying over those rumors and to go back to looking for the herb. The search continues with Jonder and Lee Han on the ground, while Milia moves through the treetops. Swinging from branch to branch like Tarzan, Milia notices something that catches her attention. She approaches the other two to inform them. Then she asks them to see what she found. They were shallow tracks of something large. She feels curious about what it could be, but Jonder, although he tries to be polite, doesn't seem interested. Milia, with a calm reaction, feels strange being the only one who likes these things. However, Leon also seems interested in knowing what it is. This surprises Nilia, making her quite happy. She then asks Lee Han if he really finds it interesting, and he quickly responds by asking why it wouldn't be interesting to him. For her, it's rare for someone from a noble family to be interested in wildlife. Feeling more embarrassed, Nilia closes the conversation by telling them to always be careful when encountering something like that. In that forest, it's complicated to know what lives there. There are rumors that various types of monsters and habitats can be found in those woods, and the mire is full of mana, so there are always monsters. There are even artificially created monsters. They decide to change their route and follow the tracks to reduce the risk of an ambush. Lee Han asks Nilia to teach him how to move through the forest. Nilia doubts that Lee Han can learn, but he insists, saying that he will do his best. Seeing his persistence, Nilia turns to speak with a smile. She challenges him to see how far he can go. So they resume the search for herbs. The three walk through the forest until they find the herb. However, there are only 2 herbs there. Jonder suggests looking for more elsewhere, but the other 2 remain silent, looking behind her. When Laura decides to look too, she jumps back. A creature is approaching. It's a giant boar coming towards them. The boar watches them fiercely. Lee Han warns that it's not an ordinary boar. The boar prepares to attack unarmed. Lee Han pulls out his magic wand to use it as a weapon. In this world, a wand can change size according to the user's desire, so Leon transforms it into a spear. Nilia is impressed and remembers her family. Warden is from the lakes, who probably learned magic before school. Confident, Lee Han prepares to face the creature, but Nilia warns him that if it doesn't work out, he should run away, as she will distract the creature so the other 2 can escape. Jonder and Lee Han are moved by Nilia's selflessness, but she, somewhat embarrassed, says that she is the only one who can do it. Lee Han thanks her, and the boar charges furiously at Nilia. It seems that Lee Han is about to use magic to defeat the boar. With his wand spear in hand, he gets ready. Then we remember when Lee Han was 10 years old and was taught the importance of using different types of weapons to handle various situations. Only then can a person go through the process of enlightenment and become capable of infusing mana into their weapon, creating an aura. However, only a few managed to reach that level. Lee Han, who was receiving all this training about the aura, saw no point in learning to use it. As the only one to be a mage, he told Arlong that there was no reason to train his body. But Arlang misunderstood Lee Han's words. This misunderstanding further motivated him to train Lee Han to become an aura user. Now we see Lee Han advancing with his wand spear. He thrusts it into the boar's mouth. The other two are surprised by his action. The boar writhes in pain and then falls dead. Both were more surprised by what they saw. They expected him to use magic to kill the boar, not to use his wand as a melee weapon. Although the wand is quite sturdy, it can be used in physical combat. However, it shouldn't have been possible to kill a monstrous boar with just that. The reason the protagonist killed the boar was that he instinctively used mana in the attack for survival. Liam employed something akin to an aura. Then they check to confirm that the boar is dead. Confirming its demise, Nelia pulls the wand from the boar's mouth and hands it to Lee Han. The owner remains on the ground recovering from the shock while wondering if it's normal for a class to be so dangerous. The three hear distant screams. They assume that other students are facing the same situation. The three head towards the screams. Upon arrival, Milia initially assesses the situation. Below the cliff where they are, there are students facing the same challenge. Since there are several students together, the protagonists suggest observing the situation from below. One student decides to confront the creature. It is Ashen Dalkard. The owner is the first to recognize his identity. Dalkard is a famous aristocratic family, almost like the ministers of the empire. That's why Lee Han believes he could face the boar in front of the princess as her knight. He seems confident to confront the boar. Then he shouts that he will be able to anticipate all its movements. The boar charges at Ashen while he dodges. Seeing the opportunity, Ashen strikes the boar. The hit barely lands, further enraging the boar. It kicks hard, sending Ashen flying through the air. He then looks dazed at the other students, but someone steps forward to protect them. It is the princess who takes the initiative to defend them. Nelia is impressed by the princess's bravery. Meanwhile, Johnner asks if she will do something. Leonard is silent, observing. The boar slowly approaches the princess. Ardnard thinks about what to do. With his wand ready, he prepares to face the boar, but before he can act, the boar is attacked from behind. Confused, she watches the scene without understanding the boar, which then falls unconscious. Behind is Lahan, grateful not to have been seen before attacking. With Nelia by his side, she explains that this is the main reason to approach an enemy and the wind. Arnard watches him and recognizes him once again. She formally thanks him, and Lihan responds in kind. Nelia observes and asks Johnner, why are they so formal if they are students of the same year? Arnard promises to return the favor for his help, and Lihan asks for one immediately, requesting that he make his request. Arnard feels nervous about what he might ask for. Then, Lihan asks her which classes would help him get good results in school. Upon hearing this, Ardnard feels very disappointed with Lee Han. She can't believe that a guardian like him is looking for the easy way out. She thinks that Lee Han just wants to provoke her, but Lee Han, with an innocent smile, keeps asking if she knows the simplest method. But if someone shouts from the forest claiming to have the answers to their questions, this makes Lahan nervous, as if he already knows what is coming. It feels like he has been in a similar situation in his past life. An uncomfortable, yet very familiar feeling takes over him. Behind him, someone calls his last name. His teacher responds to Lee Han's question, saying that the alchemy class is where he will find the ease he seeks. He notices a great resemblance between the alchemy teacher and his past. Like the teachers, Leon is surprised, but soon calms down, saying that he already knows how to handle these situations. With a fake smile, he replies that something like that is only possible with passion and love. Uragalem says he expected this answer. Therefore, he will help him find his passion and love. The gathered students, and even Art are impressed that Lehan has managed to capture the attention of another teacher, while Uragam stands there observing everyone. After assessing the situation with his students, Regalin decides to conclude the lesson. However, he shows his displeasure, because only 2 groups found the boar. He tells the students that his intention was not just for them to look for herbs. His true objective was to give them experience with the situations they might encounter while gathering herbs. According to him, an alchemist must be ready for various types of situations. His explanation angers everyone. Then, Janger asks if he really needed the herb they were looking for. Since the 3 faced so many difficulties to find only 2, Gerdalim, who did not think they would actually find them, is impressed. Smiling, he praises them for their talents and tells them they passed his class. Finally, he tells Lehan that it is better for him to stay. This leaves Lehan feeling pessimistic, thinking he is in trouble. With no other option, Lehan lies. saying he has always wanted to learn alchemy. Upon hearing this, Euregulon thinks that Lee Han is more mature than expected. He then tells him that he will give him a special privilege for hunting the boar and finding the herbs. The privilege is that Lee Han and the other two can use his cabin in the forest whenever they wish. Immediately, Lee Han imagines his teacher wanting him to do chores at his cabin. Euregulon notices that Lee Han didn't quite understand and says he'll clarify. According to Euregulon, the biggest challenge for newcomers at the academy is the lack of food. Although Lee Han hasn't been bothered by it yet, he eventually will be. He starts thinking about the limited food auctions. This is a huge inconvenience for the nobles of the Blue Tower. Euregulon mentions that his cabin has ingredients and spices. Hearing this, Lee Han quickly deduces what his professor is suggesting. He thinks he's being invited to enjoy a buffet whenever he wants. This greatly motivates him to attend the alchemy class, pleasing Euregulon even more. But unlike our overpowered main character, the other students are not all happy with the professor's decision to release a boar to attack them. Meanwhile, Lee Han is no longer surprised by anything at this school. Now, only one thing matters to him. Time passes, and we see a cabin in the woods with a beautiful river next to it. We see the three of them carrying the boar to the cabin together. Upon arriving, Lee Han relaxes with relief. Now his task is to butcher the giant boar. Joner calls out to him, wanting to say something. Despite looking uncomfortable, she asks if she can help butcher the boar. What she wants is to get some of the meat in exchange for her help. Nelia doubts that nobles can even butcher a boar. Lee Han just calls her by her name. Then, with a serious expression, he asks her if she doesn't want to eat meat. She then reacts, becoming as serious as the other two. She closes her eyes, thinking about what to do. Finally, she decides to help in exchange for meat. Then we see Lee Han thinking about the two of them and how they should be able to help him dismember the boar. Shortly after, Euregulon arrives with the necessary equipment. With that, they begin to dismember it. Nelia watches Lee Han cut up the boar. Seeing him do it so well, she wonders if it's common for some nobles to know how to do this. Time passes, and they manage to cut and separate the main cuts. As for the intestines, they decide to make sausages. Lee Han chooses to smoke the meat to preserve it longer. Euregulon observes what Lee Han is doing and is impressed because, as far as he knows, even in the cold, meat spoils. Smoking it is the best way to preserve it. Euregulon is even more impressed with Lee Han's talents. His skills exceed expectations. Euregulon's thoughts are interrupted by the sound of his stomach. Hunger. Hearing his professor's stomach rumble, our protagonist asks him if he's hungry. Lee Han starts cooking the cut meat while Euregulon brings ingredients from his cabin. Then they set the table to eat. Finally, they serve all the food. Euregulon makes himself a sandwich with bread and 2 pieces of meat. Nelia and Joner combine meat with bread and jam brought from the cabin. Everyone is happy with the food, especially with the jam that added a sweet touch to the meat. Lee Han is grateful to be able to experience all this, and so they finish their meal very satisfied. Although they ate quite a lot, there was still a lot of boar meat left. Now Joner and Lee Han must think about what to do with the leftover meat. Not knowing what to do, both of them fall silent as they think. But Nelia suggests sharing the meat with other students. Hearing this, they instantly know what to do. They ignore Nelia's suggestion and talk about selling the meat to the students. They want to sell her to the nobles of the Blue Dragon Tower. Nelia is surprised by their greed upon hearing this. She still doesn't know, but both want to earn a lot for their future plans. Skeptical, she asks if they really plan to sell everything for money. You ask her if she wants to join, but she prefers to give her share to her friends. For them, it makes no sense to give away what they sold to earn. Euregulon laughs watching the three argue. They are talented, but problematic. Sitting under a tree, Euregulon smiles at the sky. The delight of today is that the days will be livelier from now on. Time passes, and we are back at the Blue Dragon Tower. There is a strange smell in the area. The passing students notice the aroma. It's roasted meat. There are people grilling meat near the noble's tower. It's Joner and Lee Han, smiling and asking if they are hungry. The nobles are surprised and confused by what is happening. Then they ask both of them what they are doing there. Lee Han doesn't respond, just invites them to sit and says he will serve them. This excites the nobles, and their mouths water. But hunger won't be free. It costs 2 silver coins per person. The nobles taste the food and get excited. Grateful to eat meat after such a long time, they cheer happily, shouting the last names of the protagonist and Joner. Joner and Lee Han are happy to sell so much food at a high price. They share a mischievous smile, satisfied with their profits from the nobles. Hearing noises outside, Ganando comes out of the tower, hungry, and sees a pile of meat in front of him. Lee Han notices him and greets him. Then he tells Ganando to enjoy and eat. The prince sits at the table, but before touching the meat, Lee Han stops him and asks for a silver coin. Dana doesn't ask if Lee Han is really charging him and says he has no money. While pulling something out of his pocket, the protagonist assures Ganando that it won't be a problem. From his pocket, he pulls out a loan contract for Ganando to sign and pay for his food. This makes Ganando tremble with nerves, as if he wants to say something to Lee Han. Then he signs the contract, shouting excitedly, believing that Lee Han is very kind. He even cries with joy, thinking he has made a good friend. Behind him, Jonder and Lee Han smile as they watch him eat. Thus, the day ends with everyone happy. The next day, Galens and students must go to their next class. Everyone heads to the classroom. The next class is about basic personality education for magic. But two nobles there doubt whether such a class is really necessary for nobles like them, even making Leon laugh at the level of arrogance they show. Then everyone goes to their desks, and a familiar voice greets them. The protagonist instantly recognizes that voice. It's the crazy lich from the first day. Now he is the new teacher. First, he observes the students. He notes that even though it took a month, everyone found food. Upon hearing this, a blue-haired noble asks if the director expected everyone to find food by themselves. Complaining further, the director silences him with his magic. Then the director, with a mocking smile, comments that he is pleased that everyone understood what to do. In his mind, he reflects on how the Blue Dragon Tower is progressing faster this year. Generally, the Black Turtle Tower is first, and the White Tiger Tower is second. The Blue Dragon Tower, composed only of nobles, it tends to be the slowest. Seeing the nobles excel brings joy to the director. However, he knows it's thanks to someone. Everything is going well because Lee Han is here. For the director, Lee Han is different from the others. He can hardly believe he comes from such a prestigious family. Since flexibility and creative freedom are important to being a good mage, a director often struggles with new noble students. The blue-haired noble asks the director the purpose of the lesson. The director praises his question, but before answering, he asks the student what he thinks it could be. The student says he doesn't know. The director explains that the lesson is crucial because the emperor held him responsible for the graduated mages who cause problems for the empire. The director's response leaves the students incredulous. He comments that the older students are the ones who cause the main problems outside the academy, and that's why he had to take responsibility for their mistakes. With a furious and threatening tone, the director asks if the students understand the importance of the lesson. He says that no mage is different and that everyone can cause problems in the future. He asks all the students to read the same page of the book together and makes them read aloud about not harming others. Still unsatisfied, he tells them to speak louder. Everyone then shouts together about not harming others. Their shouts can be heard again outside the school. The director concludes by saying that he hopes everyone will be kinder after this exercise. He now asks two students to help him with the next exercise, but the students avoid looking at each other. Seeing this, Lee Han thinks about volunteering. However, the director threatens that everyone will suffer more if no one steps forward. Lee Han takes the initiative, believing this could bring him benefits. The director reacts with a tone of surprise and a malicious smile. He seems happy that the protagonist has volunteered with a false smile. The protagonist says it's an honor to help his teacher, but the director notices his insincerity and says he hates lies. However, he praises him for being someone of action. Denando, by his side, asks him if he's crazy for wanting to help the director, because no one knows what could happen by getting involved with him. Another student approaches and tells Ganando that the protagonist is sacrificing himself for others. Without thinking, the prince believes blindly. Ganando thinks about accompanying his friend, but he is so scared that he can't get up. However, Ashendok takes the initiative and offers to help the director. The director immediately recognizes him and his family. Lee Han looks at Ishan and wonders if he had the same idea of gaining benefits from the director. Ashin adjusts his glasses, trying to look cool. Turning to Lee Han, he tells him that he will now return the favor for the help in alchemy. Lee Han says it's not necessary, but Ashton replies that for the Gal cards, every debt is paid. Suddenly the director interrupts, saying he needs their help. He then assigns the task using magic to make papers float towards them. They must copy all the safety rules for the next class. Time passes and it is already night. Someone keeps hearing Ashen repeatedly say that he won't forgive the director. He is very furious. His eyes burn with anger because the headmaster gave him a task that could have been done with magic. Beside him is Lee Han, who is worried about how angry Ashen is with him. The headmaster put them in this situation to motivate them to try using magic to handle the task. However, he doesn't understand how they could possibly do it, since they can't even use basic magic. So he gets up from his desk with the faint hope that the headmaster might have left a clue. Ashen sees our main character go to the headmaster's desk and asks what he's doing. Lee Han says he's going to check the headmaster's desk for any clues. Besides, no one said it was wrong, so it wouldn't be stealing. At first, Ashen is speechless. Then he concludes that sometimes stealing isn't wrong, so they both start searching through the headmaster's things. Lee Han is the first to find something unusual. There's a drawer emanating a strange green glow. He calls out to Ashen, saying he can feel mana coming from it. The two of them stare at the drawer, hesitating. However, Ashen decides to take the initiative and opens it. As it opens, a skull resembling the headmaster's pops out, startling them. Lee Han quickly identifies it as illusion magic. The illusion starts speaking to them as if it already knew their intentions. Before giving them any answers, it mocks them, saying it would be pathetic if they couldn't figure out what they needed to do. After the taunt, the illusion hands them the first basic control magic circle. Then it vanishes. Ashen's body trembles as he realizes the headmaster's intentions. More furious than ever, he screams in frustration at the headmaster's teaching methods. He even considers going with Lee Han to complain to the headmaster. But to his surprise, our overpowered main character Lee Han seems interested in figuring out what the headmaster wants them to do. Ashen calls him a traitor for doing what the headmaster wants. Lee Han argues that complaining to a crazy headmaster won't accomplish anything. This convinces Ashen, who agrees, admitting that the chances of success are very low. With that, the two begin to practice the magic. To use this magic, they must follow the enchantment and required movements with precision. They finally manage to perform the magic. After a lot of practice, Ashen exhausts his energy. Lee Han considers how difficult it is to execute the enchantment's movements from his perspective, aligning his movements with his mana. It's almost like trying to balance on a unicycle while juggling, but then he calms down and focuses on the magic. To motivate himself, he thinks about the difficult situations he faced in his past life, a key part of his reincarnation story. His mind becomes calm, and he begins to execute the movements for the spell. Finally, he shouts, "Move!" The magic flows into the quill. The quill starts to move. The quill begins to fly in front of him. This makes him happy with the result. Ashen, surprised again, now watches as he tries to move the quill to the right, but something goes wrong, and the quill flies rapidly towards the window, shattering it. Not understanding what happened, Lee Han is shocked. The quill flew so hard that it only stopped when it crashed into a tree. Time passes, and now Lee Han faces two problems with this magic. To master it, he must not only complete the enchantment, but also maintain the channel for the spell. Fortunately, the channeling spell isn't too difficult for him, so our protagonist in this action, Manhwa, tries again. He focuses and slowly manages to control the quill. Suddenly, the headmaster enters the room, saying he will complete the job with his magic. This distraction causes Lee Han to lose control of the quill again. The quill flies uncontrollably around the room and goes straight for the headmaster, hitting him on the head. Lee Han is horrified, realizing he just attacked the headmaster. On the other hand, Ashton thinks what Lee Han did is actually pretty cool. But when the perspective shifts to the headmaster, we see the quill crumpled upon touching him. The headmaster, seeing all this, praises Lee Han for once again exceeding his expectations, and neither he nor the headmaster were bothered by what happened. Seeing the headmaster in a good mood, Lee Han takes the opportunity to ask for advice on object control. Upon hearing this, the headmaster notes that although the protagonist completed the spell, he still has trouble with object control, a recurring theme in this manhwa review. He then says it's normal for all students to have this difficulty. Hearing this, the protagonist feels relieved, thinking it's not a problem caused by his mana. The headmaster immediately says that was all a lie, and that casting the spell is the complicated part. He adds that object control is only difficult for special people, and if Lee Han wants to fix it, he will have to figure it out on his own. Extremely irritated by the answer, Lee Han thanks him with a forced smile. But this attitude annoys the headmaster, making him feel uncomfortable for teasing the protagonist. He says that if it had been the other boy, he would have had more fun. He then envelops them both in his magic, and tells Han that his magical knowledge will grow by using it. He finishes by telling them to go eat, teleporting Lee Han to the cafeteria. Lee Han is surprised but recovers quickly, landing elegantly as he gets up. The protagonist complains that the headmaster never used this when they really needed it, but he did it now just to send them away. Only when he looks around does Lee Han realize he's the only one who was sent there. He looks around and is all alone. He then goes to the table to eat bread with rice again. However, he has some meat saved up. As he eats, a strange figure approaches. It's Princess Ardnar who greets him. This surprises Lee Han, as he didn't expect to see the princess there. He stands up and asks, "What brings the princess here?" She hands him a paper with the information Lee Han had requested earlier. This makes Lee Han feel grateful, and he thanks her politely. Upon opening the paper, something catches his eye. What she gave him were details of the popular courses, not the easy ones for getting good grades. To his surprise, even the alchemy course was among the popular ones in this action manhwa. He tells the princess he is looking for courses that make it easy to get good grades. This leaves her confused, not understanding what he means. He begins to explain that the popular courses are actually the hardest, because they're competitive, and that's not what he wants. After this explanation, she finally understands what he's looking for. To her surprise, a member of the Guardian family is looking for shortcuts in school. She realizes her impression of him was wrong. She suddenly reaches into her pocket. From it, she pulls out exactly what Lee Han wanted. Lee Han's expression completely changes to that of someone who has just received a great treasure. On the paper are 3 courses. The first is basic swordsmanship, which is rarely taught at a magic school. The second is basic magical combat, which doesn't attract students because most prefer magic for research, not for fighting. But none of this matters. The protagonist just wants to make his life easier. With a disappointed look, the princess walks away after thanking Lee Han. Another day passes, and as he walks, the protagonist laments that his friends refuse to join him in the unpopular classes. The first to refuse was Ganando, who saw no reason to take those classes. Then, Jonas declined with an excuse. Finally, Ashen was furious about the protagonist's decisions. Despite everything, he accepts their rejection, knowing that those classes are unpredictable. He knows that the teachers are strict and don't care what you do after class, often assigning tough homework. That's why he looks for a subject where he doesn't have to worry about lessons. He approaches the classroom and notices something. Curiously, the basic magical combat class is held in the basement of the academy. An unsettling feeling that something is not right there lingers over the protagonist. In the Empire, they say you should never enter the magic tower carelessly, as you might end up in childish encounters about kids trapped there for a week. When he was a child, the protagonist read these stories but thought they were exaggerated. Our law enforcement agents confirmed that the stories were indeed exaggerated and that one wouldn't survive in such a situation. This scared Lee Han. As a child, Henrogart is the most feared tower. That's why no student has explored the academy, even though they are curious. Although he is scared, the protagonist tries to convince himself to enter the room. Suddenly, the principal appears beside him and asks if he plans to enter the first level of the basement of the academy. The protagonist jumps at the principal's sudden appearance, but regains his composure. Seeing this as an opportunity, he greets the principal politely. Then he asks the principal if he can say something before entering the basement. The principal replies that he has nothing to say. He also adds that he will place a flower on Lee Han's grave if they ever find his body. Filled with rage, the protagonist curses the principal in his mind, but continues to maintain a false smile on his face. This is the attitude the academy expects from its graduates. He has no other choice. The protagonist decides to venture into the basement. As he walks through the basement, the protagonist notices that everything seems quite normal. However, the door to this classroom looks very intimidating. A person passes by him. It's a student who seems to be there for the class as well. The protagonist feels relieved to see that he is not alone in this class, but unfortunately, the students there just seem to be lost. Upon returning, the students wonder if anyone would be crazy enough to be there voluntarily. Feeling that it has been somewhat foolish, the protagonist decides to open the door. Upon entering, he sees 3 more students, and now is with a Sumin and a girl with an animal-like appearance. However, he hears the elf say that he thinks he is in the wrong class. As he goes to his desk, the protagonist notices an orb in each of them. From the back of the classroom, the teacher appears and asks everyone to take their seats. No one had noticed him until he spoke. He seems to be a vampire. His name is Bloody Greg, and he is their new professor. Bloody Greg calmly introduces himself as the teacher in charge of the class. In a calm tone, Professor Greg expresses his enthusiasm for teaching everyone. He then begins the lesson by explaining that the spheres on their desks are a mana-sensitive mineral called stellar spirit stones. These stones emit divine power and change when infused with someone's mana. Therefore, the professor asks his students to infuse their mana into the spheres. Lee Han gives it a try, but he isn't confident he'll succeed. Everyone infuses their mana into the sphere, making it float. Seeing how easy the exercise is, Lee Han wonders if the stone is special, like an artifact instead of a simple rock. He even notices markings on these stones, perhaps made by the professor. However, a student behind him is having trouble controlling the stone. The stone flies uncontrollably upwards until it suddenly stops. Professor Greg explains that the orbs are controlled by the user's will, but they are limited to prevent destruction in the classroom. The student sighs in relief upon hearing this. The sphere then flies towards him and hits him in the stomach. Afterwards, Greg says the spheres have no limits when it comes to causing harm. He warns them to be careful not to break them. Then he tells everyone to make the spheres float again. He asks them to move the spheres in a circle. Even Lee Han finds it difficult to move the sphere. One student manages to make a circle and excitedly tells the professor, but Greg shows no reaction and simply tells him to continue. Discouraged again, the student feels deflated by the response. He asks if the entire lesson will just be about moving a sphere. Lee Han asks briefly and directly if they will ever stop making circles. The professor replies that they will only stop when they perform the exercise correctly. Upon hearing this, 2 dissatisfied students ask if they can go to the bathroom, and the professor gives them permission. And so, they skip class by saying they're going to the bathroom. Another student sees them leave and says she wants to go too. However, her face doesn't look well. She then faints and collapses to the floor. To Lee Han, it seems like she's just acting to get out of class, and he even praises her performance. He approaches and calls out to her to see what's wrong. To his surprise, she wasn't acting at all. She was genuinely feeling sick from using magic. Noticing the problem, Lee Han informs the professor about what happened. Greg pays no attention and just tells Lee Han to tell her to get back to making circles when she recovers. Seeing the professor's coldness, our protagonist realizes he will probably be the only one left in this class. Time passes, and Lee Han continues trying to make circles with the orb. He then asks how the grading system works in this class. Greg replies that regardless of the number of students, he will award points based on ranking. This brief answer is enough for Lee Han. For him, it's a relief because this way he can get a good average and graduate with excellent grades. Now, he even enjoys these repetitive tasks. As Greg observes the protagonist's enthusiasm, he is surprised to see that a student is still in his class. Every year, new students arrive, but most of them always leave the class after the first day, like a previous year when no one was left. Still, Professor Greg doesn't care, as his contract only states that he must take care of the class, so he would stay in his room waiting for time to pass. That was until Lee Han joined his class. Now he will have to teach a peculiar noble, different from the common nobles that pass through his class. A noble who shows a maturity that Greg has never seen in another student. To him, Apoy was special, even though he knew little about him. Seeing Lee Han's potential makes Greg wish that the protagonist continues in his class. Now, for the first time, he will be able to follow his lessons without stopping, due to a lack of students. Then we move to the break room. There, the protagonist chats enthusiastically with his friends. He invites his friends to join his new class, but Johnner shows no interest in winning, and says he needs to know more to want to attend. Lee Han tells him that his homework is just to put mana into a crystal ball and move it in a circle, nothing more. Upon hearing this, Joner and Gain lose the interest they had. For them, a teacher is just a fraud, but Lee Han says it doesn't matter, as everyone will easily get good grades. The two are surprised by the protagonist's words. John Eyre sees the protagonist as someone who is just looking for the easy way out in life. Lee Han then accepts that they don't want to go and mentions that he now has to go to his next class. The two ask Lee Han about his next class. Lee Han says it will be basic fencing, surprising the two once again. Then, Lee Han heads to his next class. His class will be in the south courtyard of the main building. Upon arrival, he sees more people than he expected. There were students from the White Tiger Tower. Despite the crowd, the protagonist feels confident because he learned fencing as a child. Meanwhile, the other students comment on the presence of a noble from the tower. These students recognize him from the Wargniana family and criticize him for thinking he could be there just because he did some basic training in his family. Lee Han remembers hearing that students from the White Tiger Tower are arrogant about fencing, but he decides to ignore them, knowing that they are all teenagers. Suddenly, an orc calls him from behind. The orc asks if he is the boy from the Borgana family. Fearlessly, the protagonist responds curtly. The orc says that this class is not for nobles to play with fencing. Lee Han responds mockingly, further irritating the orc. Thus, the orc threatens Lee Han, saying that in this place, no one will hold back just because he is a noble. And then the protagonist tells the orc that he will hold back to avoid hurting him if they end up in a duel. At first, the orc doesn't understand what Lee Han just said, but soon after, he becomes even more irritated by the protagonist's audacity. Then someone interrupts them. This person announces that the class is about to begin. Lee Han turns to see who it is, a man with a scar on his face and a metal prosthetic leg. He then introduces himself as Professor Angulo, a fencing master. Angulo begins his class by talking about the purpose that his students should have in their lessons. For Lee Han, the classes only matter to earn points easily. But someone taps him on the shoulder. Yu turns around and sees an elf pulling at him. An elven boy greets him. The elf asks, "Why is a noble from a magical family attending a knight's fencing class?" Lee Han smiles and replies. He says that the class will have many people, making it easier to earn points. The elf falls silent, disappointed by such an answer. But for Lee Han, it's the best way to avoid trouble. The elf introduces himself as Giselle Maradi. Leanne raises her hand to greet him. Noticing Giselle's hands, rough from the handshake, the protagonist remembers the Maradi family. Maradi is a family with strict rules that protects the North in a hostile environment, using all kinds of methods to achieve their goals. However, Giselle doesn't seem to come from such a place. This makes the protagonist wonder if Giselle faces the same problem he does with the rumors about his family. Over time, the protagonist recalls his lessons with Arlong on the stone cliff blade technique. Due to the intensity of the training, no other noble practiced this technique. In Goldell, he notices that Lee Han handles the stone cliff blade technique and becomes interested in the protagonist's family. Lee Han says he is from the Warden family, surprising Engulel that someone from the mages knows the basics so well. His master asks why he learned fencing, and he replies that he believes it is necessary for a noble to know the fundamentals of fencing, but Inguldo is not satisfied. It wasn't what he wanted to hear. This worries Lahan, fearing that his grades will drop from then on. He then mentions that those will be his thoughts before learning and falling in love with the art of the sword, which he is eager to learn in that class. His words please his master so much that, without realizing it, he gives Lee Han a perfect score. Even he notices that he got carried away. Shortly after, Angoldo praises Lee Han for doing better than some from the White Tiger Tower. Suddenly, he unsheathes his sword while thanking Lee Han for teaching him something. With his sword drawn, the master challenges him to a duel. Lee Han reacts by standing in shock, not understanding what his master intends to do. Time passes, and the sound of clashing swords is heard. Then Lee Han is covered in dirt on the ground, falling very battered in front of him. His master says that his stone cliff blade technique is like a rock, one that never trembles. He then helps Lee Han get up from the ground. He turns around and asks who will be the next to face him. Meanwhile, Lee Han is exhausted, his body sore. The whole class was about taking hits without being able to defend himself. Now he decides to sit in the shade and rest while the class continues. He then observes the master and his strength. The students from the White Tiger Tower are easily defeated. After that, he makes a comparison saying that Arlen is like an unbreakable rock, while Angulel is like a flow of water. But there is something else that Lee Han notices about Angulo. The scene shifts to Engel advising his student on his fencing technique. Even the orc from before receives advice from Angulel. Engel offers guidance to everyone, even though each uses a different technique. However, something bothers the protagonist. Strangely, it seems he was the one who suffered the most at the hands of his master. Afternoon arrives, and it seems that in Goldel, something is being planned for that moment. He then calls Li Hang, and after that, he calls Daruhu Choi. The protagonist looks ahead and notices who is approaching. It was the orc who tried to intimidate him before class started. At that moment, the protagonist recognizes him. The two stare at each other face to face. Engold asks them to hurt each other. All the students hear this as they watch. For them, it will be an unfair fight. Darubu smiles with a satisfied expression. He accepts Engold's request. Darubu cannot hide his ill intentions towards the protagonist. Noticing Darugu's malice, the protagonist becomes serious and says he won't hold back. When he was young, they trained in fencing non-stop. Now, all his training will be put to the test. But besides the duel, Engulel had another intention. He wanted a confrontation between the two best in the class. For Engeldel, fencing is practiced daily, and combat brings real experience. An example is using the technique aimed at the opponent's neck. This technique is not performed solely with theory. It is necessary to practice through trial and error to completely master it. Only then can a swordsman unleash their power in their sword. These two were the most skilled, and the only ones who could infuse mana into their swords, making them the most talented in the class to become warriors. Thus, each takes their position. Angle directs his gaze at Lee Han, thinking once again about how a boy from a noble family possesses such a high level of sword skill. In Eng's mind, the protagonist must have faced many difficulties with his family. Thinking about this, Ing feels proud of the protagonist. The duel begins, both face each other, and he says he looks forward to seeing them fight. Lee Han thinks about the quick and precise technique of the Choi family, while he is stronger but slower. While Ing believes they can learn a lot as rivals, Daru takes the initiative, stomping and provoking Lee Han to come closer while the protagonist just watches him silently. Seeing that the protagonist doesn't fall for his provocations, Daru charges quickly at him. Darum, approaching and preparing to strike the protagonist, but Lee Han dodges his attack, then plants his foot on the ground, and then throws dirt into Darubi's face. The dirt hits Darubi's eyes, leaving him unable to see. The observing students cannot believe the protagonists are using such a simple tactic. One of them even asks the teacher if this is allowed. However, Engold is surprisingly pleased with what has happened. Seeing this, the student is shocked, unsure of how to react. In Engo's mind, in battle, you must use all possible means, because there you will always be between life and death. Lee Han seems to understand these thoughts very well. The other Guana students will still struggle to learn this. Most come from honorable knight families, and have never learned to use all methods to win. So the protagonist moves forward to attack Darugo while he still struggles with his vision. Despite having difficulty seeing, Daruk tries to react. He uses his sword to defend against the protagonist's attack. With difficulty, he manages to defend himself but regrets underestimating the protagonist. Lee Han sees that Darugo has not fully recovered and decides to take advantage of this. He launches a series of strikes with his sword, not giving Darugo time to recover. Recognizing that Darugo is very skilled, based on what he observed during practice with the master, the protagonist will not allow Darugo any time to act. He then steps on Darugo's foot and continues launching multiple attacks at him. Darugo finds himself in a very bad situation, but suddenly puts his hand on the ground and then rolls away from the protagonist. Lee Han is surprised to see Darugo retreat while Darugo tries to recover. This excites Angoldo even more about the fight. As he gets up, Daruba reflects on the humiliation he faces. This irritates him, making him charge furiously at the protagonist. Again, his sword goes toward Lee Han's head. The attack misses, but he prepares to launch another one immediately. Now Lee Han is on the defensive. Otorugo attacks Engulil. This battle is better than expected. These two show more talent than he thought. On one hand, Darugo has an incredible mastery of his Alpine Moonsword technique, but he is getting more and more tired using it. On the other hand, Lee Han remains calm while effectively defending against his opponent's attacks. He observes every movement of his rival. This leads him to conclude that Darugo is agile, keeping him on the defensive. But the worst part is that his energy seems endless. However, Leon stops thinking about this. He focuses only on winning. Then he thinks about how to increase his chances of victory. He notices that his opponent is not thinking clearly after the previous humiliation, making unnecessary movements and wasting energy. Even his mana infused in the sword is running out while he does not tire of using so much mana, turning the fight into a race against time. The fight continues, and now the protagonist begins to gain an advantage over Darugo. Darugo does not understand why he is losing the fight. Observing Lee's hand, he realizes that it shows no signs of fatigue. For Darugo, it feels like hitting a mountain. He feels it in the protagonist's palm. Darugo falls into despair. After this, Mayaman sees the opportunity to attack this blow that disarms Darugo, making his sword fly away. And finally, this final blow. Ani, the fight between them. Durubel, exhausted, looks fearfully at Lee Han's sword, while Lee Han, also tired, watches him. Angeldel appears beside them and ends the fight, but asks both to step away from each other. Angeldel looks at Darugo while expressing his regret because he had the perfect conditions to win. He hesitated because he is young and does not know how to handle pressure. Unlike the protagonist, who seems experienced and still radiates the aura of a great master, he begins to give a lesson on battle. He says that the winner must be humble, and the loser must recognize his mistakes and learn from them. He then asks both to respect each other while bowing. However, Lee Han doubts that Darugo can do that. To his surprise, Darugo extends his hand, thanks him for the fight, and apologizes for his actions at the beginning of the class. He finally says that the protagonist deserves to be in that class. This surprises Lee Han, making him realize that he was wrong to think that Darugo would attack him without warning. Then, Lee Han shakes his hand, saying that he understands why he said that. At the beginning of the class, the teacher claps. Seeing the two reconcile, Goldel even forces the rest of the students to clap along with him. Night falls, and some students gather. Darugo catches their attention by talking about his humiliation as a student of the White Tiger Tower. The elf from the Marathi family had approached the protagonist before. He tries to encourage Daru to take revenge on the protagonist. However, Daru responds that he lost because he was weaker. But the other students from the Tiger Tower are outraged, saying he lost because the protagonist was a coward, not because of his own failure. The elf says that this discussion doesn't matter. The real problem is that the pride of their tower was shattered by him. Then the elf threatens him, saying that his family must take responsibility for the humiliation suffered by the tower. In his corner, Daruhu wonders what to do. With a snap of his fingers, the elf offers a solution. Send 2 more members of the tower with him to face Lee Han. Upon hearing this, Daruhu asks if it doesn't embarrass him as a knight to make such a request. However, for the elf, those concerns are for losers. Some students around begin to question these actions. With a smile, the elf asks them to share their thoughts, but the boy doesn't dare to speak to him. However, Darugu says he isn't interested in revenge as he walks away, causing the elf to laugh and call him a coward, asking another to take his place for revenge. A nearby student offers to go in place of Daru. From a distance, Daru only watches those 3 students gather to fight against the protagonist. He thinks that perhaps Lee Han won't stand a chance in a 3-on-1 confrontation with 3 members of knight families. His anger grows, and he decides to confront this group that for Shoner is the pride of the knights. Thus, he will help the protagonist against those guys. That same day, later someone runs quickly through the forest. That someone is Darubu, running towards the sound and the fight in the forest. Upon arriving, he calls out to Alpha, the protagonist, but before he can speak, a stone flies quickly and hits the tree next to him. The stone flew so fast that upon hitting the tree, it smoked. In front of Darubu, a student lay unconscious with a head injury. Looking ahead, he sees that the other 2 are terrified of the protagonist. With his wand in hand, he calls out to them, saying that if they want to die, they should throw themselves at him. Lee Han's actions scare Daru, leaving him confused about what's happening. We return to the moment when the 3 students were chasing the protagonist. They surround him, saying they will hit him. Lee Han understands their intentions but chooses to only threaten them to back off. He then frowns and threatens them, saying they are messing with someone from a dangerous family. 2 students respond that they won't back down just because of a threat. Still, they are scared, leading Liam to think that someone is backing them up. The protagonist deduces that a leader from a large family is behind them and encourages them to act this way. That's why they dare to attack someone from the family district. The protagonist asks, who is backing them? The third student yells at Lee Han to shut up. Just after, he orders the other two to surround him. Not even the protagonist can handle 3 from the White Tiger Tower. It is then that Lee remembers Arlong telling him to always flee when surrounded by multiple enemies. However, he is surrounded with nowhere to run. Suddenly, an idea strikes him. He infuses mana into the nearby stones. He thought about using the same magic he used before with the feather, making the stones float all around him. The students were shocked to see that the protagonist already knew how to use advanced magic. Lee Han is happy with his success, but he decides to use this magic just to scare them. He then tells them all to get out of his way if they don't want to get hurt. He moves his wand to make the stones move, but one of them hits a student in the head, knocking him unconscious. Even Lee Han is surprised, but the unplanned strike leaves the other 2 students terrified. Then the protagonist starts to exude a terrifying aura. It wasn't what he wanted, but it was a good opportunity to take advantage of. He gets into character and starts threatening the 2 of them. After this threat, the 2 pick up the unconscious student and escape, swearing revenge. Darubu, who was just watching, is in disbelief at what he sees. Lee Han looks at him and asks if he's there to fight too, but he says no. Darubu then explains everything that happened, revealing who's behind it, but the protagonist doesn't recognize the name. In the White Tiger Tower, there's a different system than in the Noble Tower. There's a hierarchical system among the members there. So Giraru draws the person so Lee Han knows who manipulated the other students into attacking him. Lee Han finally realizes that the elf who tried to befriend him is actually a master manipulator, seeking to make Lee Han suffer. He even mentions that the elf's appearance doesn't seem natural. Durungu tries to correct him, saying that appearance doesn't define character, but Lee Han doesn't listen. Lee Han thinks there's a motive behind the elf's actions. Shortly after, he's by a campfire with Dirujuhu, asking why they attacked him. During a simple duel between the 2, they explain to the protagonist that one reason they want to defeat him is because he belongs to the Wardener family. Because if someone from another family defeats a member of a famous family, they will gain great influence in the academy. This makes the protagonist feel like they only see him as a trophy. Daru says that's the main concern. How will the protagonist stay strong and safe? The envy of the other students from the White Tiger Tower will continue to grow, allowing Giselle to take advantage of them, and so he ends by warning Lee Han to be careful. The conversation ends, and now Lee Han returns to his tower. He remembers Daru's last warnings, advising him not to attend other classes with students from the White Tiger Tower. As he opens the tower door, he's thankful for the warnings, but he's not going to follow them. Now Lee Han is angry with Geisel for dragging him into political matters and is seeking revenge. We move to the tower's common room, where the noble students hear someone shouting their name. It was Lee Han, injured, saying he was attacked by members of the White Tiger Tower. Faking tears, he says they attacked him because he's from the Blue Dragon Tower. The nobles hear this, and they all become furious with those from the White Tiger Tower. One of the nobles shouts that it would be different if it were him, but since it's a wardeness, they'll get off easy. Gandalf even hears this and asks why it would be different with him, but the most surprised person is Lee Han, who never expected them to be so fired up. They're talking about gathering everyone and getting weapons, but Lee Han asks them to calm down. They refuse, saying he's the hero of this story and they'll do anything for him. Everyone is grateful to him for bringing the food. Lee Han's conscience starts to weigh on him for having deceived them. They organize into an attack squad, vowing to destroy the White Tiger Tower. Our overpowered main character sees that a huge war between the 2 towers is about to start, especially since the 2 towers already hated each other. They get ready, grabbing things from their backpacks and wielding them as weapons. Someone shouts for everyone to calm down. It was a scion of the Det family. He asks everyone to listen before they go. He wants to warn them not to be reckless, reminding them they'll be facing the Sons of Knights. Lee Han nods and asks everyone to be calm, but then Ain suggests an ambush. This just fires everyone up even more, making our protagonist feel even more regretful. Tired of it all, he tells everyone not to seek revenge, because he is the one who must restore his own honor. A noble curses the students from the White Tiger Tower, saying they deserve to suffer. Lee Han sighs, preparing to speak, and says that as nobles, they must not stoop to the barbarism of their enemies. This calms the nobles down and makes them think. The protagonist continues his speech, saying they must unite to respond to their attacks, but without being reckless. Everyone supports his decision and agrees with him. Our main character feels relieved to have avoided a war between the towers. After the speech, everyone disperses. On the way out, some students comment that the next class will be with those from the White Tiger Tower. One of them suggests using the illumination magic they learned to mess with the White Tiger Tower students. Hearing this, our protagonist is shocked. This is bad news for him. He's the only one who still doesn't know how to use illumination magic. The next day, Yonair arrives looking sleepy. As she enters the room, Lee Han greets her first, looking completely exhausted. She asks why he looks so tired, and he tells her he was practicing magic all night. This reminds her that he can practice magic on his own. Lee Han says that everyone else has already learned illumination magic, and Yonair asks, why does that matter? Their conversation is cut short when Lee Han sees Gainando walk in. He greets Gainando, but Gainando is acting strangely. He suddenly reaches into his coat and pulls out a meat skewer. He then holds the skewer over the fire to cook the meat. His expression is one of pure starvation. Our protagonist approaches Gainando, startling him badly. Desperately, Gainando asks when they got there, but his attention snaps back to his skewer, which is about to burn. Lee Han looks around. There are several other students who look absolutely terrible. Everyone is starving. Yonair comments that they'd be in even worse shape if it weren't for the food the two of them sold to the nobles earlier. This makes Lee Han think about how they should prepare. It's impossible to get ingredients from the Ura Golem because it's so selfish. They even tried to steal some things from it, but the golem saw them and stopped them. The two of them try to think of a solution, but nothing comes to mind. We then cut to the basic magic class with Professor Garcia. Even Garcia noticed a big problem among her students. First, some were so hungry they looked like zombies in her class. And second, but no less important, there was a lot of tension between the towers. The greatest conflict was between the White Tiger Tower and the Blue Dragon Tower, which forced Garcia to stop them from fighting. Often, Isegan reminds the director that this friction could help them grow, but her opinion doesn't seem to align with the principals. Then she makes a scary face and orders everyone to sit down. Everyone goes to their places, and she starts the class by asking if anyone managed to cast the spell she taught in her last lesson. With a sleepy expression, the protagonist raises his hand. He thinks about how he managed to learn the spell despite the difficulty. Looking around, he notices he is the only one with his hand up. Surprised to be the only one, the others praise him again. Then he asks the student who claimed to know the spell last night, but the student replies that he only understood the idea and didn't really know the spell, although he remains optimistic that he will learn it soon because he is also noble. Seeing how nobles like to show off infuriates Lee Han. Meanwhile, Garcia is pleased with the results because 2 from the Blue Dragon Tower learned the spell. The protagonist notices that the princess also learned the spell and sees it as a chance to get closer. However, she shoots him a look of hatred. This makes Lee Han wonder if he did something wrong. Then, someone from the last row pushes him to get his attention. It was San warning him that the princess believes negative rumors about him. Lee Han asks about those rumors, but Ain says they are malicious and offensive. Then Ain explains that the rumors say the protagonist focuses more on getting good grades than on learning at the academy, leaving the protagonist puzzled as to why that would be a rumor since it is true. Since these rumors are false, he decides not to worry. Unlike Asan, who gets very irritated by them, Han even criticizes the princess for believing in that. But Lee Han says it's her decision whether she wants to believe it or not. These words impact Asan, leaving his hands trembling with emotion. To him, Lee Han is the holiest and purest person in the world, the only and perfect noble of all. Edom starts to think he was sent to the academy to meet people like Lee Han, while the protagonist doesn't know what Asan thinks. Then, the protagonist shows his illumination magic to the teacher. After that, the princess also casts the spell. With their magic, both create a great yellow and blue glow in the classroom. Darcia congratulates the 2 students for learning the spell in just 1 week. She also expresses her joy at having such amazing students like them. But the other students feel bad, so she comforts them. She tells them that illumination magic is a basic spell to sense mana, and that they shouldn't be discouraged because they will learn it soon. But she notices that no one is paying attention, as everyone is arguing among themselves. Darcia sees this and asks them to stop fighting. However, they continue to insult each other. Darcia looks at them like a mother, watching her mischievous children to encourage them, telling them that they will still learn elemental magic this semester. This excites everyone, even to learn. Then she says they must first learn light magic, before moving on to other spells, because elemental magic consists of the basic elements of nature. But there are also more complex attributes like dark and gravitational magic. However, elemental magic is the foundation for other forms of magic, like summoning spirits and enchanting artifacts. It's like in mathematics, where basic operations are used to create more complex ones. Since it's such an important type of magic, everyone values those who learn it. This makes the protagonist want to learn more. Garcia suggests that everyone take an elemental affinity test while the students discuss which elements they will learn. Garcia initiates VTS by striking his staff on the ground. A flame rises in the candle in front of Lee Han. The same happens with the other students. Then, Garcia comments that what they learned with illumination magic also applies to fire. However, the risk is greater when dealing with fire. Dane worries about what will happen if he makes a mistake. The idea of burning himself due to a small error terrifies him. Daria asks everyone to repeat what she is about to say while thinking about the incantation. Then she raises her staff and recites the spell. A whirlwind of fire appears in the room. The students are fascinated like children seeing something new, while the chicken reacts differently. For someone who doesn't know this world, magic is wonderful. Garcia asks everyone to do the same. Each one tries in their own way, but with little success. Before casting the spell, the protagonist reflects on how the incantation works and why the teacher gave him a candle. He deduces that the lit candle is there to create a fire image, helping the students produce it. When he is about to attempt the incantation, Professor Tarsia looks in his direction and then stops him from casting a spell, saying that he won't perform fire magic for now. Lee Han asks why he can't. Darcia tells him that it's too dangerous for him to attempt fire magic. This makes him think about how he was able to control the power of illumination magic before. And what would happen if he couldn't control fire magic? His mind imagines that he could blow up the school with uncontrolled magic. Garcia suggests trying water magic now and saving fire magic for when he improves his mana control. After all, a little water isn't dangerous. But for Lee Han, water magic doesn't impress him as much as fire magic. However, he reflects on the basic principles of each element, with fire and bleaching magic being the best for attacking, and earth and metal for defense. The use of water magic is more ambiguous. One advantage would be creating water whenever he wants to drink. He then agrees to take the water test. Hassan beside him says he is jealous that Lee Han is receiving special attention from the teacher, but his comment irritates the protagonist because he speaks without knowing what is really happening. However, the protagonist ignores him and goes to his water test. He first tries to move the water. He repeats the incantation several times until the water moves. This is where he puts his desires. He repeats the incantation again for the water to move. In the end, the water starts to move. He is impressed to see the water that the protagonist controls. The water moves in the air, forming a bubble, leaving Lee Han and San amazed by what happened. In 3 attempts, the protagonists managed to use water magic successfully. Even Garcia is impressed to see his affinity with water magic. It was so impressive for Garcia that she shares the protagonist's achievement with everyone in the room. However, some students are not happy with his success. This leads Garcia to encourage them, saying that everyone has their elemental affinity and could have affinities with other elements. She says that each person has an affinity based on the environment where they lived or were born. For example, those who grew up near the coast have a stronger affinity with water. People from places with strong winds have a greater affinity with the wind. It's key to know your element well to easily create through visualization. Lee Han doesn't believe he has an affinity with water. He only has experiences of almost drowning with his former teacher. Meanwhile, the princess watches him with discontent. Lee Han even notices her, but he can't understand her actions. Then she turns around when she sees that the protagonist looked at her. The princess's actions distract Lee Han, causing him to lose control of the water, and thus the water falls over his head. Darcia chuckles softly and warns him not to lose concentration while performing magic. She then takes out her magic wand and uses a spell to remove the water that fell on him. This makes Lee Han realize that his teacher is very kind. Then, the protagonist asks how long he should practice water control. Darcia says that normally it would be until he exhausts his mana, but since he has infinite mana, he should think of another approach. She then decides to ask him to practice until the end of the class. However, this decision does not sit well with Lee Han at all. He tries to talk to the teacher, but she ignores him. This causes him a lot of frustration and reminds him where he is. Like everyone else, she is also one of the crazy teachers at that academy. With few options, he returns to his desk to do the homework his teacher assigned him. Meanwhile, the teacher watches him from the other side and reflects on the difficulty of maintaining a spell for a long time. Still, it's the best option for Lee Han because he has much more talent than any other student and also had the highest mana capacity in history, making him an incredible diamond that needs to be refined. However, while Garcia thinks about what is best for him, the protagonist can only think about how terrible his teachers are. Time passes, and now we are in the academy's forest. Han asks if anyone can hear his complaints. He even laments how much he suffered in the basic magic classes. But Uragom, whom he was talking to, doesn't even listen to him. Still, he complains that the other students did various tests with different elements, while he only did the water one for the entire class. Uragom suggests that maybe Garcia did it because she likes him. A laugh escapes upon hearing Uragom. Then Lee Han asks if that's also the reason why he is there working in the garden on a Friday. Uragom notices how dissatisfied the protagonist is, but he replies that he volunteered himself. We flash back to the moment when Lee Han offered to help Uragan. His intention was to help and eat in return, but the protagonist shows that besides eating, he also wants to take some food with him. Harag refuses, realizing that if he lets his guard down, he will be robbed right in front of his nose. He then prepares his tea by putting herbs in the cup while reflecting on how the protagonist is different from the others. He doesn't even look like a guardian. The Ina family asks if something happened and if there was some conflict with the White Tiger Tower. Lee Han replies that things aren't going well between the towers of nobles and knights. Bagaregam says it's always like that every year, which relieves the protagonist to know he wasn't the one who caused a conflict between the two towers. Then, Leenam asks if they should ban fighting in the school, since the students are busy learning magic. Uragan laughs, saying it's intentional, and warns the protagonist that it's better to avoid fights. Lee Han remains silent for a moment, surprising Uragan by mentioning that he's already had some trouble with those from the White Tiger Tower. Reeve tells Uragan not to worry, since he himself isn't happy about it. Uragan says it's not common to have clashes between students in the first few weeks, but the protagonist replies that it happened because he attended the fencing classes. Upon hearing this, Uragan chokes on his drink. Yuriev asks why Lee Han attended those classes, which are the territory of the White Tiger Tower. Lee Han says he can go to any class he wants, and Irigam just accepts that there's no point in complaining now that it's already happened. Ivan warns that the students from the other tower are good fighters. Lee Han replies that he knows, since he already faced 3 of them at once. His words leave Uragan speechless. Janan stands up and tells the protagonist to stop overthinking it. He starts to consider being nicer to his student, fearing that Lee Han might get his revenge in the future when he becomes a great swordsman. After finishing their work, they both set the table to eat. The protagonist enjoys his bread, while Uragan is relieved to see his student happy. When they are about to wash the dishes, the protagonist thinks about Uragan's situation. He asks him if he manages the place by himself. Uragan replies that the others who used to be there disliked the work and wouldn't perform the fundamental tasks of an alchemist, leaving him with a lot to do all day. Uragan even asks if Lee Han agrees, but he doesn't dare to deny it. Although the protagonist notes that this school is no different from the one in his past life, he doesn't give up. He then asks the professor for permission to plant on his land. The professor agrees, but asks what kind of crops he wants. He replies that he's thinking of cabbages or carrots. Hearing this, Uragan deduces that the protagonist wants to grow them in his cell. Lee Han praises him and asks if the older students do it too. Uragan, annoyed, slaps his forehead while Lee Han smiles innocently, not understanding the professor's reaction. Uragan shouts that he's the first one to ever try that, but he doesn't want to argue, and tells the protagonist to do whatever he wants. Then he turns around and calls Lee Han. Curious, Lee Han starts to wonder what to do with the vegetables he has. Not knowing what to do, he asks Uragan if there's any recipe with those 2 vegetables. To his surprise, Uragan replies that he can make a stew with those 2 vegetables in the recipe. This makes the protagonist imagine a beautiful stew made with his ingredients. In the Empire, there is a wide variety of food depending on the location. For example, in the western region of the Empire, Western cuisine is common, with lots of bread and cheese. There is also the eastern region with cuisines similar to Korean dishes. Lee Han asks if Uedome likes the stew, but Uragomi frowns and says he prefers to avoid it. Do you know that he likes it? Because those foods are typical of the East, and he doesn't like the dwarves from there. Lee Han asks if something happened between him and the Eastern dwarves. Then, Uragom replies that the reason he doesn't like them is that his relatives are from there and always want him to visit, right? After venting about what his family always tells him, the protagonist thinks that the people from the East are stricter than he believed. Urgon changes the subject and asks the protagonist what he will do on the weekend. This scares Lee Han, thinking that his master wants him to work, since for him, it is normal for a teacher to want a student to work those days. Uragan smiles wickedly and tells the protagonist that he won't be there for long. Then he asks, "What do you think will happen to the students who are starving?" Lee Han replies that maybe they will burn down the school. Uragome says that's an exaggeration. He then mentions that the students will find a way to eat to survive, stating that the Black Turtle Tower will look for fruits, while the White Tiger Tower will hunt for their food. Lee Han asks, "What will the Blue Dragon Tower do?" Uragon answers that they are the slowest, but they are very talented and always find a way. After that, Uragam observes the protagonist while thinking about something. He thinks that maybe things will be different with the protagonist's presence. Lee Han notices that Uragan didn't mention the Phoenix Tower, so he asks. The answer is that unlike other towers, they don't worry about hunger. The students of the Phoenix Tower are very religious and are used to difficult situations. Even Lee Han is impressed by their faith. Then he thinks about going home with his friends on the weekend. This way, he will have more people with him when the White Tiger Tower attacks. While sweeping, Urig criticizes Lee Han's decision. He even mentions that the people from the other tower might decide differently. The protagonist asks what decision they could make. Uragan replies that they might want to flee. The protagonist remembers that the academy is an almost impenetrable fortress, surrounded by magic. Still, every year there are students who try to escape. This makes him wonder why these students want to flee. Many reasons cross his mind, making him see how useful it would be to escape from the academy. However, Jiriam notices him distracted and tells him to stop thinking nonsense. Irig says that the students from the White Tiger are the first to try because they are foolish. Lee Han asks if anyone managed to escape. Ragon reluctantly admits that some succeeded, but with Koguts, although he decides not to give further explanations and lets his student find out on his own. With a smile, the protagonist tells Uragolm that he doesn't plan to flee. However, Uragolm doesn't believe him, as he has a silly expression. The scene shifts to a dark and closed room. There is Daru with 3 hooded figures in front of him. One asks Daru to listen to what he is about to say. This person threatens Daru, telling him to cooperate if he doesn't want to suffer. Then Darubu replies that all of that isn't necessary, as he knew it was Lee Han under the hood. The protagonist takes off the hood, saying that his plan failed. Beside him, Juner and Gain complain to Lee Han about threatening someone who already knew the protagonist. Darubu says he wouldn't feel intimidated by someone like them who looks like squirrels. His words anger Allagan. Indignant, the protagonist asks him to calm down. He then pulls back the room's curtain, removing the gloomy atmosphere and turning it into a normal place to talk. John questions why Lee Han is doing all this. He then says he feared that the other students from the Tiger Tower would see them talking and cause more trouble for Darubu. Darubu is pleased by Lahan's concern and admits that he would indeed have problems if he were seen. He then thanks him. The protagonist approaches and tells him not to worry. Lee Han touches his shoulders and says it's the least he can do since Darubu will be his spy. However, Darubu doesn't like being called a spy. To him, that title is not suitable for a gentleman. Gain even comments that it suits him perfectly, but Daru looks at him angrily, causing Gain to retract his words. Then, Liam opts to give him another title, calling him an informant so he can fight for justice from the shadows. This new title delights Darubu, who accepts the protagonist's proposal to be his informant. Joner wonders if Mihan learned all this manipulation from his family. Then, Lee Han changes the subject and explains why he gathered everyone so early on a weekend. He wants to devise a plan to escape from the academy. Joner and Game celebrate, but Daruhu is the only one surprised. He asks the protagonist if he is really serious, making the protagonist think about the reasons he came up with to convince him. But before Lihan can say anything, he is interrupted by Darugu. Darungu expresses surprise that Lihan also wants to leave. And Pratyana is confused about who else wants to leave. He then remembers that those from the Tiger Tower are also from noble families. We rewind a bit when some students from the Tiger Tower decide to go hunt for food, motivated to prove they are better than the noble tower. But someone arrives on the scene and asks everyone to calm down. It is the elf Gisel with his trio of followers trying to convince them that it wouldn't be a good idea to go out. He argues that the Borley they killed was only there because the professor placed it there, and that to find another animal like that, they would have to venture deep into the forest. His words convince the others, and they ask the elf for a suggestion. The elf says he has a better idea. His idea is to leave the academy to avoid humiliation over food. The other students like the idea and ask how to do it. Chisel says he already has a plan, and suggests they join together to reveal it, but there's a catch. No one must disobey his orders or face consequences. Contact bids farewell to everyone, and we see that Daruju is listening and hiding. We return to the present with Daruk, who still hasn't explained to Lee Han the conversation he overheard from Giselle. Lee Han is interested in joining Giselle's group, but Jiru, anxious about his words, asks him if he has already forgotten what happened before. Lee Han says he doesn't care about the past, but he is the only one who thinks that way. Seeing how complicated things are, he reflects on how he still hasn't devised a plan to escape. On the other hand, Giselle said he already knew how to get out of the academy. According to Lee Han, Giselle is the opposite of Ganando, someone cold and calculating, always creating plans while manipulating the students of his tower. A silence fills the room. Everyone waits to hear from the protagonist. He makes his decision. He asks Daruhu to follow Giselle and uncover her plans. Daruhu shouts in outrage. He asks Lahan if he is serious about this. His biggest objection is that it is a dishonorable act. Lahan tries to convince him. He says they are in a conflict and quotes a war proverb. He places his hand on Daruhu's shoulder and says it's all about tactics. Daruhu questions him, wondering how he can be so persuasive. In the end, Daruhu accepts his friend's proposal. Then, Lee Han turns him around and pushes him towards the door, while praising him for his new role until Daruhu leaves. Then Lihan puts his hands on the door to close it. Before doing so, he smiles and says that Daruhu will do a great job. Daruhu turns to answer. Then Lihan says, "You'll do a great job." Lihan closes the door, but looking out of the corner of his eye, he notices that Joner and Ganando were watching the entire final chat with Daruhu. The two look at our overpowered main character with a doubtful expression, wondering if their friend knows how to use manipulation magic. In the afternoon, the same day, the protagonist is in a classroom. In the room, all his friends are watching him. Lee Han thanks everyone for attending his meeting to escape the academy. Melia didn't know about the plan and is surprised, not understanding anything. But Lee Han says he has a plan, which calms her down and makes her listen. Melia trusts Lee Han a lot, thinking he is special, so she asks him to explain his plan. Lee Han then takes out a drawing of the elf, then he shows the drawing and says they will follow that elf, as it's the only one who knows how to escape the academy. A key plot point in this manhwa review. Milia's expectations crumble upon hearing the plan. She even thinks about backing out, but Joner tries to convince her by telling her that she is essential for it to work. Observing Joner's tactic, Lee Han dramatically tries to convince Milia to join. He tells her that her hunting skills are key to the plan's success, which makes her feel a bit embarrassed by the compliment. But both of them keep exaggerating to persuade her until Milia finally agrees, convinced that without her, they would be lost. That same night, we see Giselle ready to execute her plan. Her other members of the Tiger Tower, all of them decide to follow her orders. She then announces that tonight they will escape from the school. All the students cheer with her, and so Giselle begins her plan. She believes that with the map in hand, she will be able to leave the academy. This action manhwa then cuts to a scene in a place full of books about the Henrogart Academy. There, two servants are talking with their mistress. Both are apologizing to someone. For some reason, the person they are apologizing to is Giselle Moradi from the past, before she entered the academy. There, she complains to her servants for not bringing useful information about the academy. The servants apologize and leave with books. Giselle notices something on the floor. She picks up a paper that caught her attention. Upon opening it, she notices something curious, a map detailing how to escape from Henrogart. At that moment, she thought it was all nonsense. However, to her misfortune, now she understands why that map exists. She is currently escaping from the academy. As this manhwa recap continues, while she and her followers flee, Lee Han and his friends follow her, hidden among the bushes. Lee Han deduces that the route will lead them to the nearby mountain. Donano asks why they are going to the mountains. According to him, it would be easier to escape through the door near the main entrance. Lee Han ignores the question and asks Duru to take care of Ganando, leaving Ganando confused about the protagonist's intentions. Then the protagonist explains that Nelia is incredible at hunting. He and Darubu have great stamina, while Yanra already knows the mountains, as he usually collects herbs there. Donando hopes his friend will mention something about him, but he doesn't. After a while, Diando complains while leaning on Darubu for support. Then, Lee Han tells Ganando that he is not used to this situation. Even the protagonist is struggling with the hike. According to him, without Nelia, he wouldn't have made it this far. He then pulls out a piece of paper from his coat and notes everything that has happened as he did in his university days. Suddenly, Nelia sees something ahead and asks everyone to stop. She reports that the students from the Tiger Tower have suddenly stopped. Ganando says that maybe they have reached their planned location, but Lijan doubts that this place is the right one. Suddenly, a strong wind blows, shaking the trees in the forest, causing the protagonist to feel a chill run down his spine. He looks up at the sky to see what is happening. A strange sensation invades his body. He asks if it is a monster, but Nelia insists that it is not. Soon something nearby, another idea arises in his mind. Something more terrifying than a monster. A green mist appears in the area, laughing louder as it materializes. All the students fear what is happening. They are all surrounded by the green mist. Suddenly, the mist transforms into someone. The figure that emerges is the director, laughing at the students for being deceived. Again, his presence terrifies the students. Then he mocks Giselle for trusting the fake map he spread. But Giselle doesn't believe him and says she had the map before arriving at the academy. Then her map begins to fade in her hand. The director tells them that this should serve as a lesson. Never trust unknown maps. Without knowing their origin, Giselle is left in shock, speechless, while the director laughs uncontrollably. Even Lee Han and his friends can't believe what they see. For him, this is just a game for that sadistic director. The director asks everyone to listen. He says that everyone has a mission to return to. They must find their way back while avoiding the punishment he has prepared. They are free to use any method. He warns that they will be guilty if they get caught. Before finishing, he sighs and prepares to speak. He concludes by saying that they must avoid being caught. The students begin to run frantically, while the skeletons summoned by the director watch them. Nelia, watching from afar, decides to run and tell the protagonist to do the same, but Lee Han grabs her to stop her. He then asks her to calm down. Nelia says it is impossible to be calm knowing that those skeletons could kill them. Lee Han tries to calm her down by saying that the skeletons haven't even noticed them and that they will probably send them to a punishment room instead of killing them. However, even going to a punishment room scares her. In her mind, the room is like a torture chamber. Jeaner tries to calm her down while the protagonist observes the situation with the skeletons, unsure of how it will end. Lee Han hears the voices of students who want to fight while observing the skeletons. Looking towards the sound, he sees some students ready to bravely face the skeletons to honor the Code of Knights. Hearing them, our protagonist wonders how they still have so much motivation in a situation like this. Suddenly, Daru approaches from behind and tells him they only have one option. The only choice for both groups is to team up and escape. Our protagonist seems to agree with Daru, but in reality, he plans to use the White Tiger members as a decoy in this action manhwa. Everyone agrees, except for Daru. They watch the other students, looking for an opportunity to escape unseen. However, there's no opening or chance to go unnoticed. That's when he looks up and sees the headmaster is still there. The headmaster is relentlessly summoning skeletons into the area. This makes our protagonist lose any hope that the headmaster was just trying to teach them a lesson. Seeing that the headmaster really wants everyone to suffer and be punished, Lee Han considers giving up, since some students have already been captured. But then he notices something strange. The skeletons don't seem to notice his presence or his friends. From this, he thinks the headmaster doesn't know they are there either. But he comes to another conclusion. Maybe it's not even the real headmaster. After all, he has seen something similar before in his reincarnation. He then concludes that it's just a clone of the headmaster and decides to run in the opposite direction of the White Tigers. He shares his plan to find a way to escape. Everyone gets excited by the news. Lee Han then says the solution is to keep climbing the mountains. So everyone follows the overpowered main character up the mountain. Half an hour passes and they reach a cave at the summit. Nelia tells them to stay calm, as she already checked the area for monsters. Meanwhile, the protagonist uses light magic to illuminate the cave. Everyone decides to sit and rest until the situation improves. Yana is still worried about the skeletons, but Nelia assures her that they were only interested in the White Tigers. Daru, on the other hand, is worried about how long the skeletons will keep roaming around. Not joining the White Tiger students still bothers him. Belian argues that there were just too many skeletons swarming the area. He then suggests that everyone eat something. Nelia, beside him, complains about not having any water, so he uses magic to conjure water for her. This impresses Nelia with his magic. To her, it's very useful for hunting, and it would have been great to know how to use it. Meanwhile, Jonas complains about the cold and asks if Wang can make a fire. Nelia uses fire magic, lighting a campfire for everyone. However, she admits to feeling envious of Lee Han for his water magic. This leaves our protagonist indignant with her for envying something like water magic. According to him, her magic is more amazing than his. Afterwards, the two of them go outside to observe the forest. The protagonist calls the headmaster a lunatic for making all the students go through this, and Nelia agrees, but says it's dangerous to insult him. Lee Han places his hand on Nilia's shoulder as he calls out to her. He tells her that she shouldn't suppress her emotions because magic comes from free thought. Nelia is surprised by how convincing Lee Han can be. Shortly after, she starts shouting insults at the director. Suddenly, something approaches her while she is still insulting the director. This scares her, and she jumps into the protagonist's arms, apologizing for her words. Lee Han seems to recognize who is approaching. The person comes closer, asking the protagonist what he is doing there. As the figure gets closer, it becomes clear who it is. It's Giselle with her group. Sometime later, Lee Han is at the entrance of the cave with his friends. He then invites them to his hideout. The guests are Giselle and her companions from the White Tiger. Gain is dissatisfied with the situation. Unlike Darubu, who reflects on Lee Han's noble behavior, he sees that Lee Han treats everyone well regardless of their differences. Daruba's respect for the protagonist grows even more. Heiyu is excited about the protagonist's otter. Meanwhile, Giselle wonders how they got there without thinking she was being followed. She thinks he might have a Mac to escape. Then she wonders what to do after so much help, but a memory arises, making her think about who she should be. They are memories of when her father taught her about her family's motto when she was still a child. Her father mentions a secret family motto. The motto states that debts are only paid if you remember them. A malicious smile appears on Giselle's face as she recalls this memory. She decides to accept the protagonist's favors for now and tries to talk to him. However, suddenly, a companion collapses beside her. Denando and Darubu jump and ask what happened. Another companion nearby responds that he wasn't tired enough to faint like that, but shortly after, he also faints along with the other companion who was with Giselle. Giselle is shocked to see her companions fall one by one. She then asks what is happening to them. It's when she looks at Liam that she finally understands what is going on. Next to her is Lee Han smiling as he watches everyone faint. He tells her that it is too late for her. Then she realizes that the protagonist had drugged her water. Before fainting, she swears to take revenge on the protagonist, and finally falls alongside her companions. Lee Han is relieved that everything went according to plan, as even though he takes things to the limit, he doesn't intend to be lenient with someone who hates him for no reason. Gandando and Daruhu worry about what Lee Han did, and if he did the same with their water, but Jonar and Nilia confirm that he didn't. Then Janando asked if he was the only one who didn't know. Since those actions were necessary for Lee Han, he requested help to take the White Tiger members to the skeletons. However, Daru doubts Lee Han's plans. Lee Han explains that it is the best decision to deal with Giselle. Taruhu agrees, but asks Wedegat for drugs to put Giselle and her companions to sleep. Johnner explains that while walking through the forest with Lee Han, he saw a sleeping herb nearby, and after explaining how the herb worked, the protagonist asked him to bring it. He didn't anticipate using it this way. Later, in the forest, Giselle and her group find themselves on the ground. Suddenly, the skeletons begin to approach. Then, the skeletons take them to punish them for trying to escape from the academy. Lee Han and his group are relieved, thinking the skeletons will disappear after capturing all the White Tiger students. The protagonist says there's still something to do. When Johnner asks what's missing, the protagonist replies that it would be good to explore the entire area. His plan is to learn about the academy's boundaries and see if there's any escape route. He then sets off, hoping to gather at least some new information beyond just winning. Everyone seems calm as they walk through the mountain. Suddenly, Ganando stumbles while walking. He gets scared, but nothing serious happens. Lee Han asks if he's okay, and he replies that he's very hungry. With this, Lee Han realizes that Darubu isn't in his best condition either. Amelia suggests they use some light to illuminate the path. Since much of their exhaustion comes from walking through the dark woods without light, the protagonist decides to act. He uses his magic to light up the surroundings. This illuminates everything, helping them see much better, but they attract the attention of something hidden in the woods. A strange voice asks them to turn off the light because it's disturbing its sleep. Lee Han turns around, asking who's speaking. His friends are also scared, wanting to know where the voice is coming from. However, the mysterious voice tells everyone to be quiet because it will be the one asking the questions from now on. It then says they must answer correctly if they don't want to be seen as intruders there. It warns them that the first question is coming. Its first question is about a dwarf who lit 5 candles at night, but 2 candles were blown out by the wind. He got irritated and closed all his windows. Then the voice asks how many candles are left. The protagonist realizes it's a trick question, as answering that 3 are left seems too obvious. While he thinks about the correct answer, Yenna gives the most obvious answer. Lee Han tries to stop her. The voice confirms her answer, leaving the protagonist in disbelief that the most obvious answer was correct. Lee Han asks if that's really the right answer, considering that all the candles would burn out by the end of the day. The voice replies that it's common for them to use magic candles that don't melt. It then says it will treat them as guests. But it doesn't want the game to end yet. It says it will ask another question, but with a prize. Everyone feels confident and agrees. The next question is about what changes size at different times of the day and disappears at night. The protagonist's friends try to find an answer, but Lee Han responds. He says it's the shadow. The voice confirms that he is correct. Lee Han remembers hearing this before. It's a well-known myth about Oedipus and the riddle of the Sphinx. The mysterious voice acknowledges the overpowered main character's intelligence and begins to lift its spell on the forest, transforming it into a beautiful and pleasant place. There are spirits nearby. Suddenly, a branch offers the protagonist a cup. It suggests he drink it to regain his energy. The juice looks unappealing to the protagonist, but upon tasting it, he realizes it's not as bad as he thought. As he drinks it, all his fatigue vanishes and gives him an incredible sensation of energy in his body. Johnner and Ganando hesitate, unsure if they should drink it. While Lee Han asks for another cup, he tries to take another cup, but the tree refuses. Before allowing him to drink, it asks him to introduce himself. Lee Han introduces himself by his first name, but the tree asks for his last name. When he mentions his family name, the tree reacts with utter shock. To our overpowered main character's surprise, even the trees fear his family's name. Shortly after, the tree extends a branch toward his head and praises him, saying he will become a great mage for not being arrogant about his family name. Then it asks why they are in that place so late at night. We return to our protagonist, who is being questioned by the spirit about why he and his friends are in the forest so late. With no other choice, he decides to answer the enigmatic tree with determination. He explains that they are just taking a walk, but the spirit is cunning and senses they are trying to escape the academy. The protagonist says he has his reasons for wanting to flee the school. He then asks the spirit to help him get out. The spirit admits there is a way to escape the academy, but it's impossible for beginners. Lee Han asks about the extent of the academy walls, but the spirit refuses to say. However, it warns that the walls are enchanted with magic that will harm anyone who touches them. At that moment, Lee Han realizes there is no way to escape. Seeing this, the spirit advises the protagonist not to be reckless in his attempt to leave the academy. It explains that the forest is quiet only because the monsters are sleeping, and in a few weeks, they will awaken. With no other option, the protagonist agrees and thanks the spirit for the information. His attitude surprises the spirit, who watches his expressions closely. The spirit feels that this boy will not give up on achieving what he desires. It decides to give him the promised gift. Near the protagonist, the ground begins to tremble. Suddenly, tree branches emerge in front of him. Lee Han, confused, watches the scene unfold. From those branches, an incredible mage's staff emerges. Artifacts in this world are like limbs for mages. and among them all, the staff is the most vital. However, no student has ever received a proper staff from the academy. Now, in this action, Manhwa, our protagonist has an incredible new one. Lee Han and his friends marvel as the spirit asks for his opinion. The protagonist replies that the staff feels warm and alive. His answer surprises the spirit again, as it realizes the boy in front of it is more special than he appears. After all, it should be easy to detect the mana within a staff possessed by a spirit. The spirit tells the protagonist that he will see the staff's true potential when he uses it. His behavior reminds the spirit of someone from its past, a crazy boy from the Warden family, from 100 years ago. Without them noticing, time flies, and morning arrives. The spirit then tells them it's time to go back. It uses spirit magic to expel everyone from the area. The spirit warns the protagonist not to use magic there, as his power could awaken the nearby trees. It then launches them back into the forest. They are thrown to the ground. Before it leaves, the spirit asks the protagonist to remember the riddle it gave him, stating it will be key to his future development. Upon returning to the forest, the skeletons are gone, so everyone heads down the mountain back to their towers. Then, the protagonist lies down to rest. Suddenly, someone comes running towards the protagonist's room, knocking on the door and shouting for him. Lee Han, still sleepy, goes to the door to see who is calling him. It's Zen, saying that something urgent is happening, explaining that the directors have ordered everyone to gather outside. This news alarms the protagonist, making him think if the director is trying to find the students who attempted to escape. With no other options, he decides to act normally to avoid raising suspicions. Outside, everything is decorated, as if an event or festival is about to occur. Lee Hae and his friends are confused, not understanding what is happening, until the protagonist notices that the place looks more like a festival than anything else. He thinks that perhaps the director is not looking to find the students trying to escape. Then the director arrives, smiling, asks for everyone's attention, and says that the priests of the empire will visit them over the weekend, asking them to welcome them with applause. Lee Han wonders if all of this is just to welcome the priests, while a priestess thanks the director for hosting them at the academy. The director says he is glad that the priestess appreciates their efforts. He then requests that she inform the emperor that the academy requires funds to decipher ancient magics. The priestess says that those matters go beyond her authority. Upon hearing this, the protagonist understands the director's true intentions and reflects on how similar it is to what happened in his previous life. The priestess changes the subject and thanks the students again for hosting them. She says they are just servants, responding to various requests in the empire. However, Lee Han notices that none are ordinary and that they have an incredible amount of mana around them. He also sees that they are different from mages, but his thoughts are interrupted by the director, who suddenly appears beside him. This makes him wonder how long the director has been there. The director talks about the peculiarity of a priest's mana, explaining that it is called divine power. The protagonist says that he now understands why the priests gave him a strange feeling, which leads the director to ask if he can detect mana. Afterwards, the protagonist gets nervous and avoids eye contact, but the director keeps looking at him. The director says that few students in the academy can detect mana and asks why he hides his talent. Lee Han responds that he still feels like he is missing something, but the director tries to convince him that he lacks nothing and needs to have confidence. Lee Han still doubts the director's intentions, then changes the subject, saying that it is his first time with a priest. The director says it is normal for a guardian-like family not to deal with priests. He adds that intelligent people like them do not need to know about destiny or believe in God. Lee Han remembers that his father did not like religion and thinks that there could be rumors suggesting that the Gardena family does not support the priests. Based on this, he decides to hide his last name from the priests. Meanwhile, the director mocks the priests for traveling so much, just to fulfill the requests of students excited about food. Meanwhile, Lee Han looks at the food on the tables. He then calls the director, and Jiron asks him what ideas he has about the requests he should make to the priests. Upon hearing this, the director scolds the protagonist for not paying attention, but then he reconsiders what Lee Han said. He asks if he plans to make several requests to the priests. Without saying anything, Lee Han simply smiles at the director. This makes the director think about how oppressive the boy in front of him is in his mind. The director thinks that Lee Han wants to join several groups and make the most of it. Again, the director is impressed by his skills. Admitting that he really likes the protagonist, he decides to answer Lee Han's question. His first recommendation is a group that values personal sacrifice, called the Precious Order. The second recommendation is the Order of Kala, focused on worshipping a god who loves chaos and change. Finally, the third recommendation is the Order of Capolio, which venerates the goddess of swords and swordsmen, perfect for eccentric people like the protagonists. According to the director, Lee Han notices that he is being watched closely and realizes that this could be bad for him. Then the director says he is leaving, and the protagonist thanks him for the recommendations. Before leaving, he mentions that he will meet with the students he left in the punishment room, When Jahan notices what the director said, it is already too late. The director casts a spell and disappears in front of him. This makes the protagonist wonder if the director was talking about the White Tiger students. He keeps thinking about this until someone calls him from behind. It is Johnner who is there, wanting to know what Lee Han is doing. Lee Han says he is interested in visiting the Precious Order. He also mentions that he is curious about visiting the Order of Capolio and the Order of Callus, but Enir does not react well to this. He then asks, what is in the basket that Enir is carrying? Enir pulls out a sandwich and hands it to the protagonist. When asked where he got it, he replies that he received it from the order that worships the god of alchemy, as they recognized him because his family had donated a lot of money to them before. Your words surprise the protagonist by revealing that one can be sponsored to gain benefits. Gina laments not having the luck of having a family that donates to religious orders. Just after saying goodbye to Gina, she laments not being able to obtain things as easily as she does. Then we see two priests talking alone until Leon arrives and distracts them. He then mentions that he is seeking the teachings of Lord Prasinga. This excites the priests. Even the nearby students did not understand why the protagonist was there. A priest asks the protagonist to follow him. He then calls a girl to assist him. But upon arriving, the protagonist notices that her appearance is different from usual. She has horns on her head, demonic eyes, and dark skin. The girl appears passive and shy in front of him. It is then that he realizes that she is a half-demon, a hybrid between demon and human who are often excluded and isolated because of their appearance, which is why they become passive and shy. Then the priest tells us that her name is Di Jinling and that she is a new student in the Phoenix Tower. He also mentions that he did not think there was another believer besides Di Jinling at the academy. Lee Han tries to persuade the priests that his faith in Lord Prasinga is strong to gain benefits within an order. But for that, it is necessary to do something for them to receive something in return. Although that place does not seem like much from the outside, inside, there are things better than one could imagine. Like several artifacts that the protagonist detects contain mana. He wonders if the order manufactures the artifacts, which is why there are so many there. But the priest brings someone to meet the protagonist. As they walk, the ground trembles with every step they take, leaving the protagonist confused about where all the tremors are coming from. There are even footprints left on the ground from their steps. Then she introduces herself as Madrid, and Leon greets her while wondering how she left footprints while walking. She notices the protagonist's confusion, and explains that it is the artifact she carries that causes the tremors. She mentions that the artifact is cursed, which increases the user's weight several times. This confuses Lee Han even more, who asks why she uses it. Medrid replies that she does it all for the love of her Lord Prasinga, leaving the protagonist even more confused. However, she explains that since her lady bears all the pains of the world, her followers must share that pain as well. Then the protagonist begins to lament his choice, but Madrid says she will understand if he doesn't want to continue. Lee Han thinks about leaving, but Madrid tells him that she planned to give him an artifact if he joined the order, and even mentions that it would be a special artifact to absorb the user's mana. Upon hearing this, the protagonist shows interest. His biggest problem now is his infinite amount of mana. He returns to the priest and asks about other effects of the artifact, as there must be some benefit besides the curse. Madrid is surprised by Lee Han's willingness, and explains the effect of the artifact. In an artifact, the level of the effect is equivalent to the level of the curse. An example is the artifact of the priestess that increases her weight, and as a benefit increases her divine power. Then she mentions that the effect of the artifact is an invisibility spell, but emphasizes that it does not compensate for such a troublesome curse. She even mentions that she understands if he doesn't want it, but the protagonist interrupts her. He then states that he is ready to make this sacrifice. Medrid is delighted with the young student's attitude in front of her. She even mentions that she feels bad for not having understood how strong faith and sincerity are in him. However, for the protagonist, it is different, as the invisibility spell will be useful to him. So the priest gladly agrees to give him the artifact. It is a belt that belonged to Lord Prasinga. Two priests approach the protagonist as he takes the artifact. The reason they approach is that they are worried about what might happen to Lee Han when using the artifact. However, Lee Han doesn't care. He puts the artifact on his body. After putting it on, he asks to activate the invisibility, but the priests beside him are surprised that nothing happened to the protagonist. This makes the protagonist ask if something was supposed to happen. However, the priestess says there is no problem and explains where the invisibility spell is in his mind. The priestess thinks that their god sent them someone as incredible as Lee Han, while the protagonist grabs the spell that was in an envelope inside the box. He then recites the spell to activate the invisibility magic of the artifact. Gina disappears in front of everyone. Even he was surprised that it worked. The spell not only made him invisible, but also made him completely disappear. Then, the protagonist uses the spell to return to normal, but he realizes that it is not just the curse affecting him. As a solution, he asks the priestess for more cursed artifacts, and once again she gets excited about Lee Han's actions. However, she asks Lee Han not to push himself too hard. He does not accept her advice and insists on continuing. Thus, the two get into a discussion that lasts longer than necessary. Time passes, and now the protagonist thinks about his artifact. He regrets not having obtained more cursed artifacts, but he is very happy to find a great way to escape from the academy. It shows that while the protagonist was daydreaming, the priestess was explaining the beginning of the order of the premises. The lesson ends, and Lee Han thanks her for the teachings. In summary, the lesson showed that everything is possible if one is willing to use a cursed object in exchange. When the protagonist is about to leave, the priestess stops him. Before he goes, she asks him to take a basket of food, saying it is a gift. This makes him happier to join that group. At the same time, someone taps him on the back. It was the half-demon girl, who also offered him a basket of food. But Lee Han asks why she is giving him her basket. She replies that she doesn't need it, as she is a great devotee of Lord Prasinga. Then she leaves without saying more, leaving the protagonist reflecting on the members of the Phoenix Tower and how they are very different from the other three towers. Suddenly, the priestess asks the protagonist for a favor. She wants Lee Han to take care of Daijing and help her be less hard on herself. When Lee Han says he doesn't know how to do that while being in another dormitory, the priestess gives him another basket, convincing him to help the girl. The two say goodbye. And now the protagonist walks alongside Digil, asking her how she would like to be called. Right after, he asks how things are inside the Phoenix Tower. Digiling replies that everyone prays all day, but many choose to pray in different places around the academy until dawn. Upon hearing this, Lee Han asks if they can stay outside the dormitories until dawn. Digilin replies that those from the Phoenix Tower have permission for that. Lee Han realizes that the students of the Phoenix Tower do not follow some rules and sees an opportunity to do more things in the academy without getting caught. With this, the protagonist asks Jilin for a priest's habit for himself. Jilin gives him a disdainful look. Then she says that the habits won't help overcome the curse of the artifact, but Lee Han assures her that he only wants them to get closer to Lord Prasinga, convincing the girl to bring him the garments. Afterward, he thanks her while celebrating having more ways to escape from the academy. Then he asks her if she has eaten well. She replies that she is satisfied with the amount of food, but Lee Han mentions that the priestess was worried about her behavior, asking for her health to take care of her. Lee Hae proposes that she eat with him sometimes, avoiding worries for the priestess. Digil agrees, although with some doubt. The protagonist is happy with her response, especially because she gave him gifts. However, Taming shows a reaction from someone who is planning something else. Later that night, the teachers are in the staff room. The alchemy teacher drinks his tea. He reflects on how the tea has improved since the protagonist arrived at the academy, but then he asks why they are gathered. Garcia says he believes it's for the basic writing training. He then asks the director if he has already chosen a teacher for those classes. Bagiragam says he already has a teacher for that class. Daria replies that the teacher disappeared after going to look for a unicorn, but the director assures them not to worry, as he arranged for a replacement. This news surprises some teachers, and they are impressed by how quickly the director found a substitute, so they praise him for his work. Grigor immediately asks who the teacher is and if they are competent to teach something so important. The director tells him not to worry, that the teacher will be someone named Zadre. Garcia celebrates and says it will be the teacher. Angadel agrees and comments on her, mentioning that she is an adventurer famous for her explorations in the Empire. However, Jigo hits the table. Ivan shouts, asking why she is the teacher. He is not happy that she has been chosen, as she is his aunt, and always bothers him with family matters. But the director responds that he only wants the best in his academy, and doesn't care who they are outside of it. He then concludes the teachers' meeting. The next morning, a mysterious person chats with a little bird. It is the new teacher who has just arrived. Shortly after, the students gather near the academy forest, excited for the basic writing classes. Even the protagonist notices that the nobles are excited, hoping the classes will be peaceful, but suddenly something huge flies over the clouds. Then a giant bird appears reaching the sky. The confused students look for the source of the sound. Looking up, they see a huge bird getting closer and closer. Ganando starts to panic upon seeing the creature, until suddenly it begins to chase him as if he were its prey. Then it catches him with its claws and flies away. Very scared, Ganando calls for help from his friends, but they just stand frozen, not knowing what to do. Then the protagonist tells them to stay still and not attract the bird's attention, so they quickly crouch down. For Lee Han, it is an ordinary day in Amward. The bird flies over the students looking for more prey. Meanwhile, the protagonist wonders where this creature came from. A student suddenly starts shouting, complaining about the lack of safety in the so-called best magic academy in the Empire, while his friend next to him begs him to be quiet and not attract the bird's attention. However, it was already too late, and the bird appears before them. Both panic, and the bird catches another student, but this time the captured one is the boy who had been quiet and hadn't done anything. Then the bird flies away with two captured students, but the protagonist wonders why it chose the other boy instead of the one who was shouting. Then he realizes something and discovers what was happening. There was a similarity between the two captured students. Both had shiny hair. Noticing this, the protagonist instructs everyone to cover their hair. Later, someone approaches from behind and congratulates him on his actions. Lee Han looks at the person but doesn't recognize them. He even asks who they are. But before he could say anything, he is interrupted. Two students from the Blue Dragon Tower shout insults at her for being from the Tiger Tower, claiming that only the protagonist belongs there. Then they shout to attack her, but she says she is with Giselle. At that moment, someone steps in. It's the princess saying not to attack her. The students are left uncertain. Lean asks if they know each other. The person introduces themselves as the Knight of Princess Rowena. Lee Han remembers that there shouldn't be servants at the academy and notes that there are gaps in the rules. If a servant entered as a student, the academy couldn't stop them. He then reflects on how pathetic Gando is for not being able to use the same method as his sister. Rowena asks the protagonist for help after noticing that the bird is slowing down while capturing two students. Then, he has an idea. The plan is for Lee Han to gather all the students to stop the bird. However, the protagonist is confused by the suggestion. He sees no reason to do that, but then the other students start saying they support the idea of the Great Guardian leading them. Meanwhile, the protagonist only thinks negatively about it, but unfortunately for Lee Han, everyone is already shouting, asking for his orders. Seeing that there aren't many options, and feeling uncomfortable with all of this, Lee Han finally decides to lead the group. Meanwhile, the knight watches him from behind. Days before this event, Rowena was upset because the class leader is a guardian and not a princess. For him, the princess is someone destined to lead from childhood, so he crumples the letter he received and decides to investigate the guardian he has heard so much about on his own. Back to the present, Rina is anxious to discover the protagonist's secret, but she doesn't know that all the students' trust in Lee Han comes from him selling them meat. At the beginning, everyone gathers around the protagonist listening to his plan. He then asks if anyone has something shiny. A student hands him a mirror. Thus, the protagonist puts his plan into action. He then attracts the bird's attention while pointing the mirror in its direction, shouting that he has what the bird wants. Successfully, he captures the bird's attention and it flies towards him. Lee Han shouts for them to get ready, asking them to form a wall, standing close together while he hides behind until the bird gets closer. Quickly, the bird approaches until Lee Han stands up and uses his light magic on the bird's face, dazzling it and making it fly away scared. Then, the protagonist puts away his staff, reflecting that scaring the bird was the best decision. Meanwhile, the students praise him for having succeeded. Everyone recognizes the protagonist as someone incredible and capable. Lee Han feels somewhat embarrassed and tries to change the subject by asking about the captured students. Immediately, screams are heard coming from the sky. It was Yananda falling from the sky along with the other captured student after fainting. Meanwhile, the bird is in a tree next to a strange figure. The person calms the creature that was terrified after being scared by the protagonist. He jumps off the tree and lands calmly on the ground, then greet the students. At first they are confused by the unknown person, but Lee Han realizes that everything was planned by this person. You notice similarities between her and her teacher, Uragam. However, he quickly dismisses it, thinking it would be too much of a coincidence. Meanwhile, the person approaches the protagonist until they are very close. She then puts her hand on his shoulder and says she sees great potential in him. He remembers his first encounter with Uragam, feeling an uncomfortable déjà vu. At the same time, the students approach, wondering if she will be their new teacher. Lee Han asks if there is a relationship between her and Professor Juragom. The woman answers that she is Uragom's aunt, but the protagonist chooses not to appear close to Uragom to avoid attracting the attention of another teacher. However, the other students have no idea and start praising Lee Han by talking about how close he is to Uragom. Lee Han tries to divert attention, but the students do not stop praising him. At that moment, the new teacher shows interest in the protagonist, making him realize that there was no other option, and now he has no choice but to make a good impression. The teacher claps to get the students' attention. He introduces himself as a lightning step setter, and mentions that he is replacing a teacher who disappeared looking for unicorns. Los estudiantes la reconocen de inmediato como la famosa aventurera con muchos títulos y logros en el imperio. Mientras el protagonista solo piensa en la preocupación de los estudiantes por la desaparición del otro profesor, Kasir asks if anyone can guess why he brought the Thunderbird to class. That Burr is special and feared for his aggressiveness, lightning control and skills. Of course, this leaves Denando more fearful at the thought of danger. Then a student asks if his goal for the semester will be to ride that bird. Setter laughs and says that no one could ride an animal like that. Then he points to the protagonist and asks, "What do you think the lesson will be?" The chicken replies that she brought the bird just to see how the students handle a dangerous monster. One student even says it can't be true because they're not in monster survival class. To the student's surprise, the protagonist responds well. Sigurd says that it is key that everyone knows how to handle the dangers they encounter on their travels, but that riding lessons will remain the main focus. He then instructs everyone to go to the stables and asks the protagonist to lead the group. He then mentions to the protagonist that he will be his trusted assistant in future lessons. In the academy stables, the teacher talks about horsemanship and how it is the basic skill for riding more advanced creatures. However, students are bored with basic explanations, since it is common for nobles to learn to ride. Suddenly, Lee Han notices Sitter looking at him with an extremely happy expression. This causes the protagonist to feel really scared. He then warns Joner to be careful of what's coming. That expression on the teacher's face made him think that something bad was coming. Perhaps this lesson is not as simple as riding a horse. Then everyone enters the magnificent stable of the academy. The students are amazed by the horses inside. Sitar asks if they want to ride the horses, and they immediately respond with excitement. Then he takes out a jar with sticks from his bag and tells them to take one to decide the order of choosing the horses. This is how a draw is made to see who will go first. Winning is first. Two students become jealous while Gananda mocks. Then Winning chooses his horse until he finally picks one. He selects a strong and large horse that looks like a violent beast. Even his friends are bewildered because he chose the most intimidating horse in the stable. Geeter doesn't explain that a saddle must be big and strong for him, but the horse hits Winning. A blow so strong that it sends him reeling backward, even knocking him to the ground while he spits blood. Joner asks if he is okay, but he can't respond. Then, a student mocks him, saying he is a surgeon, right? For choosing an aggressive course, the student chooses his own horse, claiming that a horse must be gentle to be chosen. The horse smiles, and then fiercely bites the student's head. The student asks for help, but the one from the Tiger Tower mocks him. At that moment, his horse also attacks him. The students finally understand that these horses are not friendly. Seeing this, the protagonist wonders, what is happening? The horses become restless, showing themselves to be very aggressive, frightening the students. A loud laugh can be heard inside the stable. Amidst this, Sitter laughs at the students. Then, pregnant, she tells them their first task, to befriend the horses. Her words displease everyone, but she says that the horses will become friendly if the students treat them with love and care. So the main goal will be to befriend their horses. Lee Han notices that the horses are not ordinary, so it may not be easy. What? He thinks about choosing the horse that seems the easiest. The teacher approaches him and asks him to follow her. Without much objection, he agrees to follow her. Then she takes him to one of the stables. When they arrive, he is amazed by what he finds, a beautiful and majestic silver horse. Seeger says he doesn't want to give such a prestigious student a common horse like the others. This causes some students to praise him and envy him for having such a good opportunity. But Setter says things are not as they think. According to her, the horse is the most aggressive, despite being the most beautiful. And it wouldn't be any easier to tame a monster than that horse. Lee Heyman asks if there is a prize for taming it, but she ignores his words. Meanwhile, in Uragam's cabin, he opens the door for an unexpected visitor. To his dismay, his aunt came to visit him. With a smile, she complains that her nephew didn't greet her, but Uragam feels uncomfortable with the situation. Then she enters uninvited. Urag looks disapprovingly at Luke. Lahan tells him that he was practically forced to bring her into Jorgen's house. She laments that he hasn't found someone to live with, but he tries to change the subject by saying that the protagonist is hungry and there are no other options. Lahan agrees and tells the teacher that he is hungry, and so she changes her focus. Then she suggests cooking something special for Easter for the protagonist. Rygold tries to say that he doesn't like the food, but he quickly retracts. Shortly after, Urag complains that his greatest fear is coming true. He changes the subject and asks the protagonist what he has been up to lately, but suddenly something on the protagonist's clothing catches his attention. A mysterious object protrudes from his chest. Then Lee Han grabs the object on his chest. It's the staff that the forest spirit had given him, and Ergom is impressed, saying he feels spiritual magic from the staff. He then asks where the protagonist got it. Now Lee Han has to explain everything that happened that day. Lee Han says that a series of coincidences occurred that day. Immediately, the two professors notice that he was trying to escape from the academy that day. Ergon asks if the forest spirit gave him a riddle, and how the protagonist solved it. That spear is famous in the school, known for being annoying and cunning. Hearing this, Lee Han asks Uragom if the staff has any hidden power. Ergom's previous words make him suspect that there might be a power he is unaware of. With this, he begins to imagine having incredible powers in the staff. As the teacher finishes cooking and serves the protagonist, shortly after, she confirms a question he had asked earlier. This excites him even more, only to immediately say that the staff is useful for agriculture. Lee Han's expectations fade away. Rigoing adds that since it comes from the spirits of nature, the staff is ideal for nature-related work and perfect for him, as he wants to start a garden. Siga shows curiosity about Lee Han's desire to start a plantation. Shortly after, she offers to help him with his garden, then asks him to visit her after eating. Time passes, and we move outside the cabin. The two are in front of Gom's garden with Setter helping the protagonist start his plantation. They talk more about gardening, and a very pleasant atmosphere surrounds the protagonist. So he continues planting until Sitar calls him, and suddenly the plant he just planted starts to glow. Something mysterious happens to that plant without the protagonist knowing. Later, in the Dragon Tower, the nobles complain about the hunger they feel, until a shining figure appears before them. It's Lee with a basket in hand full of delicious food. The nobles get excited to see that the Great Guardian has brought food to the dormitory again. Then we see that before this, the teacher prepared a basket with food for the protagonist. Now the nobles are flattering him to get food from him. Like little birds waiting for food from their mother, Lee Han responds to them all. He says he will prepare soup for everyone. He starts cooking for the nobles. While they watch and cook, Johnner observes the protagonist from behind. He then compares him to an alchemist in action. He continues cooking his soup until he is satisfied with the taste. Then he asks everyone to bring a bowl to eat. So everyone happily enjoys the soup made by the protagonist. Suddenly, a student urgently calls him. This boy requests a favor from Lee Han. Shortly after, the protagonist finds himself in the hallway knocking on a door. It's the princess's room. Then she goes to the door and answers the protagonist. Lee Han says he has prepared a meal for her. But at first, she doesn't believe him. Lee Han says he already cooked for the other students and now it's her turn to eat. He insists that she try it. She takes a spoonful to taste it. To her surprise, the food is incredible. It already makes her feel like she's in paradise. Lee Han notices she was so hungry that she didn't even wait for him to leave before trying it. Afterward, she thanks him for the food and says she'll return the favor. Shortly after, Lee Han returns to the tower's common room. The boy who asked him for favors is waiting there. He and another girl thank the protagonist for visiting the princess and bringing her food. He even asked him to do it more often, promising to pay double for the favors. His proposal excites our overpowered main character, making him accept immediately. After that, Lee Han notices how worried they were about the princess and realizes how important the royal family is in the empire. Back in Bloody Greg's class, Greg seems uncomfortable with the presence of this peculiar boy and his contract with the school. He has no obligation to retain or gather students for his class, but Lee Han is very special. With infinite mana, he can't pass up the opportunity to control such a great talent. Greg breaks the silence and asks if Lee Han has any questions. Lee Han asks what the purpose of the training is. Greg, in the harshest way possible, responds to the protagonist by asking if he hadn't read the lesson instructions. This ends up irritating Lee Han due to his teacher's rudeness. He asks how the current training connects with the one on parabolas. Greg remains silent for a few seconds, unsettling the protagonist before answering. He says he needs time to explain such an obvious question. Then he decides to give an example so the student will understand. Greg emits a sinister aura, saying he could kill the protagonist with just the pen in his hand. At the same time, our protagonist thinks about how terrifying his teacher's example is. Greg says the only thing necessary is something that can be used to kill and that all the training involving spinning the sphere is, in fact, training to amplify the power of projection magic, because even a basic spell's power can vary, depending on the user's magical control. A mage who doesn't understand the fundamentals would struggle in the battles of this action manhwa, especially in high-pressure situations like a fight for survival, something that wouldn't happen with a trained mage. Greg then shows what a trained mage can do. He concentrates to cast a spell. Expel flashes past the protagonist and bounces around the classroom. Lee Han is surprised by the spell's aggressiveness, but looking around, he notices there's no destruction from the impact. He wonders how the teacher could have prevented everything from breaking. Before he can figure it out, Greg appears, saying that a trained mage can do things like what he just did. Lee Han is amazed at how easily Greg did everything, while Greg gets annoyed at having to explain the obvious in class. Then, Greg returns to his desk, and Lee Han starts paying more attention to Greg and his teachings. From now on, these lessons have more meaning and importance. With this in mind, the protagonist decides to delve deeper into the lesson, so he asks Greg to answer another question. Then, Lee Han comments on his experience with basic control magic and how he managed to use it briefly before losing control. Greg believes the cause could be that the protagonist has more mana than normal. This surprises the protagonist, as Greg discovered it quickly. It also gives him hope that Greg can solve his problem. Greg extends his hand to the protagonist and grabs his left arm. He then uses the D-mana magic. Suddenly, all the mana around is absorbed by Greg. Lahanhan doesn't understand what's happening. Manadre is an evil spell that absorbs the mana from the target. Lahan is scared to see his master using such a terrifying spell on a student like him, but Greg just signals the protagonist to be quiet. Then, something surprises Greg. He finds himself in front of an infinite ocean of mana. When he returns to reality, it seems something has happened to Greg. Suddenly, he collapses to the ground for no apparent reason. Lahan quickly asks if he is okay, but Greg gestures to the protagonist. He even says he is fine. He was trying to reduce the protagonist's mana to help him, which caused him to lose consciousness for a few seconds. This happens when someone tries to measure more mana than they can handle. Fortunately, he has a master who knows how to handle these situations. After what happened, the protagonist wonders what the limit of his mana is. Lee accepts that there may never be a solution to his problem with so much mana. However, to his delight, Greg says there is still a solution. Greg asks if he has tried using basic magic to attract an object. Lee Han remembers what happened and says no, but Greg explains that would be instinct, as the object will be controlled by instinct if the user loses control. Upon hearing this, the protagonist thinks that maybe he unconsciously wanted to hit his targets in the head. Greg explains that instincts are powerful and can enhance the user's mana control abilities. After the explanation, the protagonist becomes even more excited about Greg's teachings. Greg takes another sphere and asks if he is ready, but Lee Han is confused as the spheres spin around him. Greg mentions that he will direct the spheres towards the protagonist's face and that he should use magic to protect himself. Lee Han feels panicked, but Greg doesn't pay attention and quickly throws a sphere. Thus begins another hellish training session at school with all the teachers. Since I started with Greg, Lee Han groans on the ground, while Greg tells the protagonist that he has gained more knowledge about the man of control. While Leon laments having trusted in receiving a good lesson in this hellish school, Greg extends his hand to the protagonist and says he doesn't need gratitude, as he learns on his own. Lee Han tries to be polite and avoids cursing the master for almost killing him. Greg then takes another ball, but says it's a common iron ball. Janetta tells the protagonist to use his basic magic to control the ball. Lee Han, confused, takes his wand and casts the spell. He uses control magic on the ball. Greg tells him to move the ball according to his commands. He then asks Lean to make several movements with the ball. Shortly after, he tells him to stop. He suggests to Lee Han to use the iron ball for trading instead of the spiritual stone, but first asks him to try making a circle with a spiritual stone because he still doesn't feel confident. When Lee Han starts using magic, he notices that it's easier to handle the orb than before. Grit says that experiences like Lee Han's have helped him improve as a wizard, and that the orb is just a support tool for novice mages with little skill. Afid explains and asks Lee Han to try the same thing with the iron ball. He then mentions that he'll give him more challenges as our overpowered main character improves his skills. However, this doesn't encourage his student. Greg suddenly thinks about the two types of people in the world, those who despair in life or death situations, and those who know how to react and act in critical moments. Lee Han is in the second category, and has the potential to be a great battle mage. Because of this, Greg decides to teach more effectively to ensure that his only student becomes a great wizard. Later that day, Lee Han meets Digilin. The two greet each other, but Digilin notices something about the protagonist. She sees that he's in really bad shape and asks if something happened to him. The conversation shifts, and Digilin gives the protagonist the priest's robe he asked for. As a thank you, he offers her a cheese bread, but she refuses, saying it isn't necessary because her lord is suffering right now and she shouldn't be indulging while that's happening. Seeing this, the protagonist realizes that it will be easy to help her. She tells him to offer the bread to someone else as she pulls something from her bag. Then she takes out a cup and says she only needs tea to keep going. The protagonist offers to make her tea. She asks if he really wants to, and he affirms that he does. Right after, he starts to think about what kinds of tea priests prefer, and wonders if perhaps Digilin is already expecting one of them. However, she is mistaken. What Lee Han is about to do is very different from what she expects. But Digilin notices that the protagonist is adding more spices than usual. She then asks what he is doing. He innocently says he's just preparing a secret recipe. This leaves her speechless. She tries to criticize him, but the protagonist plays the victim, pretending to be offended. This makes her even more unsure of how to respond, and she realizes she has no choice but to accept it. Lee Han finishes preparing the tea and pours it into her cup. He offers it to her, saying it's a special tea made with milk. Digilin hesitates for a second, but decides to try the tea. To her surprise, excellent flavors fill her mouth as she savors the tea. But the happiest one is our protagonist, satisfied that he pleased the girl with his tea. He then decides to prepare another tea for her. However, this one is different, with several ingredients, something that doesn't seem to please Digilin. Digilin asks if it's more of a soup than a tea, but the protagonist plays the victim again. She tries the tea with a spoon, while our protagonist is sure that she is enjoying the flavor. With this, a smile appears on his face as he watches the whole situation unfold. His revenge plan is to fatten up Digilin with food disguised as tea. Shortly after Digilin finishes her soup disguised as tea, she thanks the protagonist. Right after he puts his hand on her shoulder, he asks her to come every day at the same time, almost as if he were threatening her. Digilin thanks him again, and then they say goodbye. Later, at the Dragon Tower, the students return to their dormitory to rest, while the protagonist watches them from hiding. Concluding this part of our action manhwa recap. He waits for everyone to be in their dormitories so he can make his move, since no one would be around. Dressed in the robes of the Phoenix Tower priests, he now has the freedom to move around the academy while he investigates. He embarks on his investigation, carrying tools to protect himself from traps. He enters the first floor where he spent his first day at the academy, recalling the admission ceremony and realizing it's the first time he's been back since then. He then heads to unfamiliar areas until he suddenly spots someone alone in a room. At first, he thinks it might be a professor, but upon closer inspection, he recognizes who it is. It's a student from the Tural Tower. Lee Han notices he emits no presence while walking, realizing the boy is trained to move silently. He remembers that rat-type beastmen are often associated with thieves in the Empire. Lee Han hopes he's just being prejudiced, but the boy's actions align with those of a thief. So, very quietly, our overpowered main character approaches the boy from behind. He then threatens him, telling him not to scream if he doesn't want to die. The boy is immediately startled, while the protagonist continues to smile beside him. Shortly after they start talking, the rat boy says he got scared, thinking it was a professor behind him. Lee Han suggests they introduce themselves. The rat boy introduces himself first. His name is Rafford, and he's a professional thief from a group called the White Crow. His classmates don't treat him badly directly, but there's a strange atmosphere between them. To make more friends, he decided to check out the academy's basic supply storage areas. That's how he ended up there, bringing some tea he brewed using his skills. Even Lee Han acknowledges his skill. Rafford asks the protagonist to introduce himself. Lee Han immediately introduces himself with his full name. Again, his family name scares a student. Lee Han realizes he scared him and asks him to calm down. Lee Han proposes they work together, but Rafford can't believe that someone from the high nobility would want to team up with him. To convince him, the protagonist asks him to think about what a student would be doing in a place like this so late. Rafford then realizes that the protagonist is also up to something. Then, Lee Han asks if he managed to open the door, and Rafford quickly replies that he couldn't, adding that he thinks the door is protected by magic. This makes Lee Han realize that opening the door won't be easy for them. However, he notices something different about the door. He sees a strange symbol on it. He then asks Rafford to step aside. He takes out a key bearing the door's symbol and inserts it into the lock. Surprisingly, the door opens. Rafford can't believe it worked. He asks where Lee got the key, and the protagonist says he took it from the principal's desk. The day he and An were supposed to complete the principal's assignment, Lee Han found those keys with the principal's message. Rafford is amazed by how bold the protagonist is. Lee Han, on the other hand, starts to feel apprehensive about the potential traps inside the room. The two of them open the door to enter. Upon opening it, they see it leads to the academy's underground. Before they enter, Rafford notices something. He then asks the protagonist to wait while he investigates what's happening. He says he can hear people's voices right below them. Our main character is a bit surprised to discover that the academy's supplies arrive from underground. Because of this, no one knew where the academy's supplies and equipment came from. This makes him even more excited to explore the place, so they proceed to descend underground, hoping to discover more about the academy. Shortly after, Rafford comments on how dark the surroundings are. Even though they haven't gone down very far, he decides to use magic to light up the area, but our protagonist immediately stops him. He then warns him that the entire place was designed by the headmaster and that he should be careful. Rafford realizes he almost made a mistake and apologizes. After that, he starts wondering how our main character knows how to handle such dangerous situations, but something is bothering him. He recalls the rumors about the imperial family suffering at his hands, and even rumors about him managing to defeat the incredible Thunderbird. He then starts to believe the rumors he'd heard. Meanwhile, the protagonist urges him to hurry, so they both resume their exploration of the site. They notice the entire area is a massive supply warehouse. Lee Han warns him to be careful. Suddenly, all the lanterns mysteriously light up, forcing Lee Han to hide again. Then, someone approaches. Lee Han sees a person getting closer. A hooded figure enters and starts checking the supplies. While the protagonist and Rafford are hiding, Lee Han signals Rafford to be quiet. Suddenly, the figure emerges from behind, asking who they are. Our protagonist is startled, but he quickly calms himself and begins to think of a way to escape. However, as he looks at the person in front of him, he notices that their face is completely covered in bandages. With this, he suspects it's someone who lost their sight and now has heightened senses. Still, they hadn't made any noise that could have given them away, nor could they have been found by their scent in a place filled with so many different products and foods. This leaves our main character even more confused, wondering how they were found. From the mysterious figure's perspective, we see that he perceives things differently from a normal person. What he sees is the mana of the beings around him. And when he looks at our overpowered main character, he sees a vast, endless ocean of mana, which almost causes him to collapse, just like what happened with Greg. After that, he assumes the enormous amount of mana must belong to the headmaster and apologizes for his behavior. He then says he'll return to his duties. Even Lee Han can't believe what just happened. He thinks he might have been mistaken for the headmaster. He also believes he was detected because of his mana, just as the guard had mentioned before. He then tells Ratford to keep moving, lamenting that they can't take anything with them. Everything is checked by the guards. They then continue their search for the source of all these items. Suddenly, Ratford hears something. He then runs towards the sound and tells our main character to follow him. So they both take off running, with Ratford in the lead. Lee Han follows him, praising Ratford's skills. He asks why Ratford is speaking to him so formally. This continues until Ratford says they've arrived, and the two of them stop running. However, what they see is just a dead end. Ratford assures him that they're in the right place. Then Lee Han spots something on the wall, a peculiar block that's sticking out. Since Ratford has only ever stolen from villages, he wouldn't know about something like this, unlike our protagonist, a classic case of reincarnation, who grew up reading all sorts of stories from this world, so he notices the block and pushes it like a button. The dead end opens up like a door. Ratford is surprised while our overpowered main character celebrates that it worked. A huge passageway is revealed. Raph thinks it could be an exit from the academy. He then wonders if the protagonist already knew about this. Lee Han just smiles slightly. Then he celebrates finding the way out of the academy. He remembers the struggle to find it. Excitedly, he tells Raph to leave the academy with him again. In the tunnel, they spot some carriages. Workers are loading materials and supplies for Henrogart. There are strict rules they all must follow. They must never speak about what they see inside the academy, and never question any orders. Therefore, they will never say a word if they see students in that passage. Lee Han and Raph wonder why the workers aren't paying them any mind. This is a relief for our main character, as he doesn't have to worry about being reported. Lee Han approaches a worker and asks if he can hop on the carriage to leave. The worker agrees and invites him aboard. The two of them leave the academy in the workers' carriages. Lee Han is glad everything is going smoothly, while Raph is busy idolizing him. Then, our main character notices the journey is eerily quiet. No one is speaking a word. He figures this is because of the strict obligations and rules the workers must follow. Henrogart is the symbol of mages in the Empire. Many key items are transported in and out of the academy. Perhaps this makes the workers more anxious and worried about their duties. Suddenly, the carriage comes to a halt. Lee Han peeks out to see why. Then, he spots someone he'd much rather avoid. It's a familiar figure who shouldn't be there, Professor Garcia. She's talking to the workers. He concludes she's not there for him. Meanwhile, Raph gets nervous at the sight of the professor, but our main character calms him down, telling him they haven't been spotted yet. He then tells him to just watch. He thinks about the professor, trying to figure out why she's there. Meanwhile, Garcia opens a box she received from the workers. She's there because the headmaster asked her to inspect the artifacts being taken out of the academy. But her main problem is something else entirely. The workers are terrified of her presence, even though she tries to smile at them. Suddenly, something catches the attention of one of the guards. He draws his sword and warns everyone to prepare for battle. Garcia thinks they want to fight her, but the worker says he heard the vanguard alarm. It's an emergency. Elsewhere, other workers confront two hooded figures, demanding to know who they are. The two claim to be passing merchants, but the worker doesn't buy it. The worker says he knows they're hiding weapons behind their backs. Just like that, their disguises are blown. The two reveal themselves as thieves, praising the workers' skills. Everyone draws their weapons, getting into a fighting stance. Then they fire arrows at the thieves, who don't even flinch. One of the thieves blocks the arrows with magic. That's when the workers realize these aren't ordinary thieves. The thief gets irritated with them. He then says that they are helping the very mages who are bringing ruin to the Empire. After that, he demands they lower their weapons and allow them to save the Empire from destruction. But the workers are just terrified by the situation. They think they are dealing with terrorists. The thief says he is tired of them not listening to his warnings. He then lunges at the workers, but someone appears using magic. They summon a barrier to protect the workers from the thieves. The thieves advance. The barrier fails. The workers thank Garcia for her help. It is revealed that it was Garcia who cast the barrier. However, she doesn't feel very confident because they are dealing with highly dangerous mage assassins. She then decides to use a spell that summons magical birds to try and attract the headmaster's attention to their location. Meanwhile, the thieves try to break the barrier. They use a magical artifact to shatter it. They place the artifact against the barrier. The artifact begins to drain all the mana from the surroundings, thus absorbing the entire barrier into itself. Garcia is worried about what is happening. She notices her mana is being absorbed by the artifact. Faced with this, she says that magic cannot solve everything. She comments that they are dealing with an unusual object that absorbs mana from the surrounding environment. A worker asks what exactly it is. Garcia replies that it is an ancient relic, a type of rare treasure only found in ancient ruins and dungeons. The big question is, How do these thieves have such a rare item? Garcia does not know what to do as her mana continues to be drained. Then someone attacks her from behind. One of the thieves strikes her, claiming they are delivering divine punishment against mages. With nothing she can do, Garcia just watches as Geth approaches. Suddenly, something hits the thief's head. A powerful blow knocks him unconscious. Garcia and the worker are confused. They do not know what happened to the thief. Then, they see someone standing next to the thief's body. It is the protagonist, our overpowered main character, using his invisibility artifact. We go back to 10 minutes earlier. Lee Han and Rafford are observing the thieves from a distance. Lee Han tells Rafford to hide and whispers something in his ear. Rafford is worried, but he says he has a plan. Lee Han wants to stop these members of the anti-magic organization at all costs. He activates his invisibility and rushes onto the battlefield, which is perfect for this action manhwa recap. Back in the present, one thief is already down. Lee Han speaks to the professor and reveals his identity. She asks why she cannot see him. He replies that he is using invisibility magic. Lee Han asks Garcia to tell him what to do. Garcia focuses on the battle and tells everyone to prepare to fight. The workers start fighting again. Garcia tells the protagonist to stay back and not get hurt, but the enemies are very strong and can fend off the workers' attacks. Lee Han notices how skilled they are in martial arts. He then asks why Garcia is not using magic. She explains about the relic in the area. She then asks how the overpowered main character is still invisible, even though the relic drains all mana. Suddenly, observing her surroundings, she remembers that her student, Warden, is different. She then asks the protagonist to lend her some mana. He extends his hand towards her, transferring his mana to her by touching her. This allows Garcia to finally use mana, a key moment in this manhwa review. She then creates a massive ice spear. Lee Han is astonished by Garcia's magical power. Even the thieves were surprised by the spell. Garcia launches her magic at them. The thieves drop the relic and flee, ending this exciting action manhwa scene, leaving the relic vulnerable to attack. Garcia then strikes the relic with all his might, causing it to explode and release all the absorbed mana. However, his work is not finished yet. He casts another spell summoning an electric wolf. Meanwhile, the thieves decide to flee. At that moment, the protagonist notices something. Part of Garcia's mana is being absorbed elsewhere. It is clear that the relic is still functioning. It continues to drain some of Garcia's magic. The protagonist alerts Garcia, but suddenly 4 thieves surround her to attack. A brief distraction gave the thieves time to regroup and attack. The protagonist rushes to help her and strikes the first thief that approaches. The other 3 are in shock, not seeing who is attacking them. One of the thieves, who has an invisibility spell, takes sand and throws it until it falls on the protagonist. Lee Han is surprised by the quick reaction of the thieves, but there is a greater problem that frightens him. One of the thieves emanates a more murderous aura than the others. With this, he decides to prevent that guide from getting close to the professor, removes his hood, and dispels his invisibility spell. The thieves are shocked that everything that happened was caused by a student. They then threaten to teach the protagonist a lesson, but he simply starts running in the opposite direction. He comments that he is not foolish enough to confront trained thieves and heads towards the relic. The thieves follow him, but he activates his invisibility spell. Again, the leader of the thieves says he will face the protagonist alone and instructs the others to fight the professor. While Lee Han sees STO running towards the relic, he pulls out an iron ball from inside his clothes, then uses his magic to move objects and begins attacking the thieves that were following him. The thieves start to feel fear, realizing that the boy they thought was weak is not an easy opponent. As a result, they decide to stop underestimating the protagonist. However, on the other hand, the protagonist shows signs of exhaustion from constantly using his control magic. He cannot afford to lose focus in this fight. He thinks too much about what to do, which causes him mental fatigue. Drops of blood fall to the ground as his nose bleeds uncontrollably. Now the protagonist faces a serious problem, but due to the situation, he must keep running. He wonders if the bleeding is due to a lack of manners, but concludes that it is not, as his magic continues to work. He then thinks that the man has overloaded his mind, but due to the situation, he cannot stop. After all, the relic is reactivated. He resumes the attack against the thieves using iron balls. He throws an iron ball at each thief pursuing him. However, when the ball is about to hit the leader, he manages to split the ball in half of the thieves. Then he smells blood in the air. He orders the thieves to follow the blood trail. Thus, the thieves approach the protagonist. With few alternatives, Lee Han grabs the sword of a fallen thief. He then lunges at the thieves and manages to cut one that is nearby. The leader sees that the protagonist is now using a sword instead of his staff. Quickly, he sends a thief to scatter shining dust near the relic. The thief disperses dust everywhere, almost hitting Lee Han. He notices that his blood becomes visible after being hit by the dust. Now Lee Han is forced to abandon the idea of destroying the relic until an idea strikes him. Meanwhile, the thieves begin to notice a trail of blood left by our overpowered main character. The leader tells everyone to be careful. In the middle of their conversation, he notices something unusual and warns everyone as the smell of blood mixes in. He asks them to remain calm and proceed with caution. In that instant, one of his comrades is attacked from behind, and another is struck down. The leader of the thieves further admires the protagonist's skills. Despite the pressure, Lee Han managed to hide among the fallen that the mask had sent. The leader starts to take off his mask while speaking to the protagonist. He then takes a sword from his fallen comrades. It is then that he introduces himself as Gurax. He says he will take Lee Han seriously from now on. He then tells Lee Han not to think he has completely hidden himself, charging towards our protagonist and clashing swords with him. Lee Han is frightened, not knowing how he was discovered. The thief leader says that the protagonist is breathing too heavily. He says there's no way to escape now. Then he prepares to end the confrontation, and so he invokes his magic. A set of magical swords materializes around him. The swords launch themselves at the protagonist, but he manages to dodge the attack. He keeps retreating. The attacks are relentless and every strike is incredibly powerful. Lee Han assesses the enemy's abilities and how he's being pressured, even while invisible. However, the enemy doesn't let up, enchanting his sword to strike the protagonist with force. With great difficulty, Lee Han tries to defend himself, but the attack is too much for him. He is knocked to the ground. An immense terror washes over him. His enemy can already use aura in his attacks. The leader of the thieves says he can hear the protagonist's fear in his breathing. He then points his sword at Lee Han's neck and says he's curious to see what expression he's making now, but Lee Han is determined not to die like this. He remembers Arlong's teachings about aura. Arlong told him that a swordsman must be well trained to use it, so the protagonist grips his sword. An incredible aura begins to emanate from his body. He attacks his enemy. A tremendous force sends the thief flying backward. The thief can't believe it. There stands the protagonist, ready to fight. With his immense presence, he decides to pour all his energy into his sword for the battle. The thief is thrown back with force. The impact is so strong that he coughs up blood. He is paralyzed, not understanding how that attack was so powerful. Lee Han's invisibility fades away. The thief gets up, determined not to lose to a mere student. His killing intent surges. Meanwhile, the protagonist starts to sweat. His body becomes paralyzed, unable to move. He realizes he's suffering the after effects of forcing too much mana into his last attack, but he also notices that his enemy isn't in much better condition. The thief lunges forward, leaping toward the protagonist. With his sword in hand, he attacks to strike him down, but Lee Han can't move his body to dodge. Suddenly, the thief begins to bleed in the middle of his attack, then clumsily falls to the ground. Lee Han still expects an attack, but upon seeing the enemy on the ground bleeding from the mouth, he realizes he is safe. He wonders if his previous attack knocked him down. He collapses to the ground, relieved to have survived the assault. Then he worries about his teacher. At that moment, Garcia runs towards him shouting his name. Garcia asks if he is okay while thinking about how she survived those thieves surrounding her. She observes the defeated enemies and realizes that she didn't need to worry about herself. Perhaps she could have handled it on her own. Garcia tells the protagonist to calm down, because reinforcements have already arrived. Then the magical skull appears emitting green magic. Lee Han Wardener expresses his joy at seeing his great skeletal friend. Meanwhile, he closes his eyes, nearly fainting, thinking that he could finally rest a bit without worries or dangers. After all that, several carriages and horses are seen in the area. That little skull kept apologizing to Professor Kim Garcia for putting her in danger, acting recklessly without considering the seriousness of such an act. She quickly responds, calming the director's nerves, as no one expected the famous Twilight Squad to be nearby. But suddenly, after this information, a man in a trench coat appears contradicting everything. He says that this was something an academy director should have foreseen. After hearing this nonsense, the skeleton tells him to be quiet and asks who the unconscious person behind him was. The man quickly says it was Gurax, very influential in the squadron, like a toy, so skilled in combat that he earned the nickname Powerful Magical Assassin. Upon hearing this, the director said that the man was still breathing and that he would take care of him from that moment on. But there was a big problem with all this. The director observes the chaos without saying anything and soon thinks about those battle marks, as it wasn't how mercenaries fought. All of that was probably the work of someone extraordinary, and a possible culprit was there being magically healed and lying unconscious on the ground. Meanwhile, the director thought about the very powerful boy that the Guardian had raised as family. Professor Kim soon arrives asking to free the boy, claiming that without the help of the strong Lee Han, it would have been almost impossible to survive. But then she is refuted because those facts weren't the only thing at stake. The skeleton says that the boy is very talented in magical combat, as even though he is just a student, he managed to use magic in a tough fight. And according to reports from the mercenaries, he didn't just use magic to face those powerful enemies. The boy was a war machine and exceptional at what he did. The director finds all of this very interesting, and grinds his teeth in excitement. He claims that he wants that exceptional boy, as he wanted to train him for the unique succession method, where everything was passed down to a single person. After expressing his desire to train the boy traditionally, Professor Kim opposes, saying that His Majesty would come to ask for explanations. Frustrated, the director states that he couldn't avoid it, as he himself had established the rule of training all students equally. He decides to wait, recognizing that he still has many opportunities to prepare Lee Han Wardener, who was in a nightmare. The skeleton's mouth was grinding, making a loud noise in the area. Suddenly, small and intelligent skeletons appear. They have the mission of cleaning the area and rewarding the mercenaries for their efforts. The principal was focused and committed, and Toon asked the skeleton mounts not to forget to bring the ancient relic. Next to him, Professor Belade was kneeling on the ground in his large trench coat. The principal asked what that guy was doing. Professor Valetti quickly replied that he was inspecting the strange postures of some of those cunning invaders. The skull nodded. Then he says that it was probably the work of Wardener. The principal was impressed by that magic, as it was of a high level. Suddenly, Professor Tim Garcia interrupts by raising her hand. She then says that it was actually her work after defeating those damned enemies. The story takes us to those majestic buildings. There, Lee Han was resting in a large bed. He wondered how the situation would be resolved while enjoying the comfort. He was also trying to figure out where he was. Suddenly, the skull appears and notes that he has awakened from a deep sleep. Lee Han, completely desperate, asks why the principal is in front of him. He was confused about his location. But Professor Kim Garcia tries to calm him down. She notes that he was very shaken by the ambush and quickly tells him it was a success. This calms the powerful boy down. He thought the professor appeared before he fainted. Suddenly, the principal praises Lee Han, who thanks him sincerely. He then asks if they would cover up the matter, since it was true that he had helped the professors. While Professor Kim Garcia continues to praise him quite a bit, suddenly the principal informs him with frustration that he has not forgotten that Lee Han tried to escape from the school. Lee Han despairs again, crying a lot while Professor Kim Garcia tries to calm him down without hesitation. The skeleton interrogates the young man about how he managed to get through the underground path. He suspected that the boy had taken a key. Hearing this, Lee Han Warden understands that it was all a trap. The principal mentions how difficult it was to remove the guard from the equation and play dominoes. Lee Han Warden replies that he has no idea what the little green skull is talking about. The principal then informs him that he will not be able to use that route again, leaving him very frustrated. He was looking out the window of that huge room. The landscape and the sky were beautiful at that moment. He then asks Lee Han of the Borgina family to listen to him carefully. He soon says that he is very grateful for the boy's brave act in confronting the Twilight Squad to protect the workers. As a sign of gratitude, the boy would receive an incredible reward. He would be gifted a famous radiant star sword that had already magically appeared in his two hands. Upon seeing that amazing sword, the boy is very confused. His eyes open wide immediately. Lee Han is astonished because that was the sword of the Twilight Squad, which made it unusual to give something like that to a mere student. There was still one gift left to give. The principal hands him a necklace with a pendant that had something written on it, an exclusive permit to leave whenever he wanted. Lee Han realizes what he has in his hands. He is left speechless, and upon understanding what it is, he is amazed. He imagines his friends asking him where he was going, and how he would tell the guards that he had permission to leave whenever he wanted. The air outside the academy filled him with pure excitement. His eyes sparkled just at the thought of it. Realizing it was all a dream, he thanks the headmaster, promising to do his best to serve him. After a simple question from the Great Skull, Lee Han replies that he's feeling great right now, and upon hearing this response, the headmaster reveals that the boy would also receive a major punishment. The kid becomes confused, his face showing a sad expression. A skeleton asks Lee Han not to look at him like that because it pained him too. With that said, he explains that it's not a punishment for trying to leave, but for getting caught in such a scheme. As Professor Jin laments the situation, Lee Han thinks that Headmaster Gan simply didn't want him to get involved in the battle. Meanwhile, the Great Skull was gazing out the dormitory window. He soon says that the sun was already rising, and that Lee Han should think of another way to escape this immense and grand prison complex. The deadline was until dawn. Will Lee Han notice he's just been walking in circles? He thinks the Great Skull is very strange. Suddenly, he notices something about his surroundings, the dreaded punishment room, but it looked no different from the regular dormitories. Lee Han is satisfied because the place was more comfortable compared to his days after being captured. Suddenly, someone starts walking down the dark hallway and calls out to Lee Han as if he were from the warden's family. Then, they hand him a basket full of food. This leaves the boy confused, unable to understand why the food basket was so full and looked so carefully prepared. He's impressed that his punishment meal is so good. This manhwa recap shows our overpowered main character getting special treatment. The Great Skull tells him it wasn't a punishment, but a gift from Professor Gain. Upon hearing this, Lee Han asks him to thank the woman on his behalf. The boy is overjoyed with everything. He's surrounded by happiness in the form of delicious food. After a few moments, Lee Han enjoys a nice cup of coffee. He's relaxed, sitting at a table piled high with delicious food. He reflects on that intense fight, realizing just how lucky he was to survive that action manhwa battle. If he hadn't taken combat classes, the outcome would have been vastly different. But beyond that, there was something more. He reveals that he can now draw a perfect circle. Having improved so much, Lee Han proves Professor Varen's words, who always said that extreme situations were the best way to improve. He felt like he would die if he tried it again. He shouldn't use that berserk state carelessly from now on, as this was all just a matter of luck. He didn't want to end up in the papers as the dumbest death of the year. After some reflection, Lee Han decides to end his self-reflection and starts thinking about what he could do now. Then he spots a black book on the wooden table. The object was eye-catching and looked interesting. The headmaster had given it to him before locking him away for this punishment, saying the book would keep him occupied during his sentence and that its contents would be useful. Remembering those words, Lee Han is very suspicious. It didn't seem like a real gift, but more like a trap set for him. Suddenly, a little devil appears, telling him it was actually a good thing with some dubious justifications about the headmaster. A little angel appears saying the opposite, arguing that it looked like a trap, since the man never felt bad about anything. Moreover, the director was not a nobody, but technically an undead. Soon, Lee Han concludes that it was a trap and that he shouldn't read the book, but then something unexpected happens. The book opens by itself without anyone touching it. This leaves Lee Han Wardener astonished, unable to understand anything. Suddenly, strange words leap from the pages. Lee Han is left speechless as he sees how they emerge from those words. Everything was confusing because knowledge flowed into his mind. At that moment, Lee Han wondered what that skeleton wanted to teach him. Suddenly, the skeleton magically appears, emanating a lot of magic. Noticing such a remarkable presence, Lee Han is amazed. Then, he receives a confusing question from the skeleton. The director wanted to know what magic the boy was thinking of at that moment, but Lee Han didn't know such a method nor had he heard of it. Still, a phrase suddenly appeared in his mind. According to him, they were the arrogant steps of Donatus. Upon hearing the answer, the director feels very pleased with the arrogant boy. After that, Lee Han Wardener moves forward and touches the magical book, but suddenly the chair at the table falls violently to the ground. This happened due to the force with which the book had closed. Noticing this, Lee Han Wardener is stunned. While observing the book, he begins to have thoughts. Confused, he assumes that the guide cast a spell on the book. Suddenly, he is also thrown to the floor of the room. He couldn't foresee anything well. But at that moment the arrogant steps of Gonadaltes were clear in his little worm-like mind. Although he couldn't use it, it was incredible that magic worked like this. All of this was predictable coming from that strange skeleton. According to the boy, Liam Wardener randomly thought there was no special reason behind it. In reality, the director wanted to teach him, but he couldn't due to the opposition from other professors. After being on the ground thinking for a while, the boy finally opens his eyes and looks around carefully. He wonders what happened, if he is imagining things like a madman. Suddenly, a loud and strange noise catches his attention. Someone was probably in the next room continuously banging on the wall. Noticing this, Liam Wardener observes the situation closely. The banging wouldn't stop making a lot of noise. Then that person asks what year of university Lee Han Wardener is in. Being very direct, he replies that he is in his first year. The person quickly deduces that the boy must be working hard and then introduces himself as Gold, whom McMunn mentioned as a fourth-year student, which means he was older than Liam Wardener. This makes the boy wonder why the older guy was naked, since he was prohibited from leaving campus just for being a freshman. In his mind, fourth-year students should be able to go out without problems. Lee Wardener comments that he can't talk about someone trapped fighting against bandits. When questioned, he explains that he ended up naked because he was caught trying to escape from the academy. His new acquaintance comments that first-year students are quick, and also asks about his presence in the punishment room. Liam Wardener tells the older students to speak normally and relax, because they would both be seniors after graduation. And again, he asks the boy what he did to be sent there. The boy was curious about what kind of person this man was, and soon found out he had failed, which is why he was being punished like this. The most impressive part was that he messed up on a normal test. Lee Han asks him about it, finding it strange, but the senior refutes this, saying it was common there because magic tests required certain materials, and he failed to get them in time. The senior also mentioned that he snuck into the principal's secret vault to steal reagents and was caught in the act, making it clear he was punished for getting caught, stealing in order to cheat. Lee Han says they should avoid focusing on the details, as it was easier to live knowing that common sense crumbled over time in the academy. After that, he just sighs deeply without saying another word, and immediately thinks about how he never wanted to return to that room. Lee Han Wardener then calls out to the senior, saying that using the underground route would be difficult from that point on, and that he wanted another escape route. Hearing this, the senior silently crosses his arms. He then comments that the kid is asking for too much, and shouldn't talk like that without a solid reason. Hearing this, Lee Han gets very frustrated with how things are going and without a second thought, quickly calls for the guard. The old man tenses up, wondering what the boy was planning. The guard enters the room shortly after hearing his name called. Loud noises and screams could be heard from behind the closed door. Lee Han Wardener commented that, at this rate, his time in the punishment room would be extended for a long time. Meanwhile, the old man was holding all the rich food that our overpowered main character had received. It all came from the room next door, and he was supposed to eat it right away. He was very confused by what was happening. Lee Han Wardener, casually moving his hand, calmly held his cup of coffee. He is soon asked how he got those things in the punishment room, and he replies that they were gifts. The senior is perplexed that the boy received such food in the punishment wing. His question was, who was this pampered person? After taking a breath and calming down, the veteran decides to tell him everything, which makes Lee Han Wardener happy. However, there was a catch to this. The things he was about to reveal were just rumors from senior students and had never been proven. Lee Han Wardener realizes that this information wasn't reliable. Not being in a position to be picky, he decides to listen and judge for himself. The story in this manhwa recap moves to the next day after that chat, just as Emir was about to tell the protagonist about the conference. He couldn't believe he was actually doing homework after such a major incident. Sometimes it was scary. Lee Han plants his feet firmly on the ground and says that they had finally reached the stables again. The senior had mentioned this place to him before, saying it was special and that few people knew what was there. It was a stable for flying beasts that the professors used, or where officials left their eagles when delivering royal letters. Because of that, these creatures received a special blessing that allowed them to enter and leave the academy freely. Lee Han Wardener wonders if everything the senior told him was true. Even if he got in, he probably couldn't ride the beasts easily, and the place was only for that. Still, the probability wasn't zero. And with that, our overpowered main character from this action manhwa boldly opens the door to the impressive place, thinking that as long as there was a small chance, it was worth a try. He then advances towards the location. Everyone is astonished by the presence of our overpowered main character, Lee Han. Soon, the boy is questioned about his reason for being there. He silently observes a green-haired girl and says that everyone should stop judging him because of his family. Hearing this, Noon thinks that these judgments come from rumors about him. Suddenly, someone arrives and draws a lot of attention. It was a cool guy named Rafford. He greets Lee Han with great affection. Lee Han gets shy because of how he was greeted, asking Rafford to act normally. Then, the rat explained that he couldn't do that because it would be a great sign of disrespect, and speaking normally to the boy was what felt right. Thinking that more misunderstandings would arise that day, Lee Han simply replied that it was okay, trying not to create more conflict. He then asks Rafford not to bow, as it was clear he had something important to say. Then, the little rat explained that he had been watching everything from his hiding spot. Shortly after, in this manhwa recap, when the headmaster and the professors went to help, he started rummaging through the chests in the carriage, since the workers were distracted. By doing so, he managed to get something that was right in his hands. He grabbed these small, useful-looking things and hid them in his clothes. He only managed to take small items. All those trinkets looked like expensive potions, and Lee Han couldn't believe the little rat took all that under those circumstances. He then places his hand on his comrade's right shoulder and says that Rafford is incredible, the best thief ever. With such praise, Rafford feels happy and a bit shy, which makes him feel alive. Lee Han was curious about what those potions were. The leader says they looked like alcohol, probably wines. Lee Han is surprised and hysterical at such a comment, but he replies that there was more to it than just that. To find out what it all was, they would need to investigate further. Lee Han thanks Rafford, who responds formally and is reprimanded. Suddenly, distinct footsteps are heard in the area. It was a girl with white hair and pink eyes announcing her arrival. Without a second thought, Lee Han calls Rafford to take care of the horses together. From Amelia's perspective, the three friends were showering each other with praise, ignoring her presence and her services. This left her feeling desperate and tense. Lee Han hears strange noises in the area. He quickly approaches Nilia, asking her why she came and why she was on the ground. She responds quickly, mentioning her new friend and making some speculations about him. She suddenly runs off, thinking that no one there knew her anymore, leaving Lee Han and Noon confused. After a few minutes, everything seemed to be fine, and as expected, even the birds were singing happily in the calm atmosphere. Nilia finally understood that it was all a misunderstanding, and Noon explained that couldn't happen, while Rafford clarified he was just a subordinate with no friendly ties. Lee Han decides to take care of the angry horses in the area, a key moment in this action manhwa. One of them, very muscular, catches his attention. It seemed obedient, or perhaps it was just pretending, as Lee Han was also observing the attitudes of the other horses there. Still, Y Team seemed friendly. Lee Han Wardener decides to place his right hand on the head of the horse, which tenses at his touch. With his great intelligence, Lee Han knew that dealing with the animal would not be easy, so this overpowered main character had a trick up his sleeve. There was a special brush for large animals. The boy starts to brush the mane of the annoyed horse, but the animal becomes even more furious at the unauthorized touch. Lilia watched everything from a distance in silence. It all looked like a war between a human and a horse. The story moves forward in this manhwa recap. Lee Han Wardener was lying on the ground, looking tired in the stable. He and the horse were on the ground, exhausted. The boy takes advantage of the horse's rest to brush its white mane again. The horse seemed exhausted. Lee Han Wardener didn't think it would be so much work just to brush an animal's mane. He wonders if all horses were like this too. After spending time with their animals, the three friends had good things to say about them. After finishing their work, Liner asks how Lee Han Wardener and his four-legged companion were doing. He immediately replied that it was not over yet. Meanwhile, Lilia and Radford comment on how the boy had opened his heart, as the horse was unique. It seemed like a genuine four-legged monster, a perfect challenge in this action manhwa. Thinking about that fearsome temple of teachers, and how they acted like tyrants in the name of academic results, there really was a possibility that they were right. Perhaps the horse had monster blood in its veins, but for our protagonist in this manhwa recap, such an idea seemed impossible. Meanwhile, a little ways off, in a small house in the woods, firewood was burning, forming a warm bonfire. The bearded man commented that the new students seemed to be working hard in the stables. The blonde woman replied that even though they chose horses with difficult temperaments, they would soon open their hearts upon seeing the students' effort. If they tried to hurt the horses with whips, they would face big problems. After those words, the friends laugh a lot. They soon commented that the one in charge seemed to be doing well, apparently because of his hard work. The blonde woman mentions that the griffin was difficult to handle, but with effort, intelligence, and a bit of luck, it would open its heart. The bearded man hears this and seems distracted, lost in his thoughts. Because of this, the drink he was pouring into the woman's cup spills. She screams in pain from the hot liquid and asks him why he was distracted. The reason is soon revealed. It was the griffin horse. The woman says that was not its name and that it was a mistake. The bearded man, upon hearing this, gets very angry at the woman's lack of honesty. He was furious because she had transformed the griffin into a horse. A griffin was a monster with the head and wings of an eagle and the legs of a lion, a demanding and arrogant species that did not easily recognize an owner. Depending on the region, its character changed, but one thing was certain: it was not something a new student should face right away in this action manhwa. Perhaps a woman was crazy for doing that. The bearded man was very angry because his student needed a break due to injuries. They soon started fighting over her arrogance and bad decisions. Turning the griffin into a horse was a huge argument among the dwarves, as the creature was not as simple-minded as a slime. Now this manhwa review takes us away from the dispute. We return to the stables where the griffin horse was. Lee Han was happy because the animal had calmed down. The horse did not like unnecessary fights, but still seemed somewhat annoyed with an irritated expression on its face. Lee Han, thinking that everything was fine with the team, soon believes that the creature must have quite a bit of mana, appearing to be a mix of monster or something like that. The magical consumption of the objects was low, so he needed to find a way to increase it quickly. Then he asked if the griffin horse deserved to be captured. He was very excited because the horse used to be aggressive with him, and now they even communicated as if they had formed a bond. Liam Warden gives 3 sugar cubes to his new friend. The white horse did not want to admit it, but felt that it was submitting to the protagonist. The sugar cubes were very sweet, a taste it had never experienced in nature. But suddenly the horse became furious again, showing its anger. The ancient wild blood in its veins awakened its ego once more, and it did not want to submit easily to a mere human. While Henrogart Danini thought about how he had approached the animal, he still worried about something. It was about increasing the mana consumption. The horse was furious, grinding its teeth and growling. While the protagonist thought about this, Lee Han Warden quickly asks if the horse is tired now. The story takes us to the academy. Just at the moment of understanding the basics of alchemy, a student asks why the class is not held outside, and why they are inside one of the separate buildings. At that moment, 2 students were watching the class from afar. The girl felt more anxious because it was warm and cozy inside. The boy, on the other hand, advises that the instructor might have hidden monsters there. Suddenly they order to gather for an ambush, while the student says they will protect their highness. Lee Wardeness noticed the distrust in the group. Suddenly someone arrived to calm them down. It was 3 girls saying they did not want to lose. Lee Han Wardeness declines to join the team, saying he does not meet the requirements. Chutmai, the bearded dwarf, arrives and orders the students to go in and organize, and everyone obeys. The teachers asked again why they were studying outside that day, since he had said before that collecting ingredients from the field was important. The bearded dwarf says that medicines are only made indoors. He knew what his students were thinking, but they should not worry because unlike outdoor lessons, indoor classes are safer. This cheeky response frustrated most of the students, but there was no time to complain because everything was about to begin, and everyone had to pour water quickly into the nearby cauldron. Meanwhile, the dwarf professor explained that alchemy was a complex art, and that is why every movement was crucial. After explaining that those who tried to skip steps would never be great alchemists, the little dwarf ordered his students to prepare the basic recovery potion. Our protagonist Lee Han Wardener opened his book and thought that all of this would be very difficult to do. At first glance, alchemy might seem easier than other magics, as it appeared to require only following simple instructions. But that was not an absolute truth. Alchemy was like cooking a difficult recipe in a short amount of time. Fresh ingredients had to be prepared, and they had to remember the preparation methods and instructions to manage their time well. In the end, the guidelines were very precise. It would be strange if they didn't feel like their brains were being squeezed. After all this information, the dwarf begins to scold his new students due to the high difficulty of the subject. Suddenly, he is impressed by something in front of him. There was our protagonist, Lee Han Wardener, at his humble desk. He was stretching to begin his long process. Quickly, he cuts the green ingredient. As time passes, Lee Han Wardener concentrates hard due to the complexity of his task. He carefully places the green ingredient into the magic flask. Seeing this, the dwarf's expression changed to one of frustration. He wondered why that boy was so skilled. He looked like an expert alchemist who had already worked in a workshop for 10 years. The dwarf reflected deeply on this matter and came to the conclusion that true geniuses really did exist in the modern world. Meanwhile, Lee Han Wardener continued to perform his task successfully. He wondered what his professor might be thinking, but for him, it was nothing special. He had done it all the time in his past life. Finally, the time came for the dwarf to test the mana potions his students had made. He felt the magic flowing through his body, noting how refreshing the mixture was. Lee Han Wardener's potion was exceptional. The professor remarked that he must have a lot of mana, as he didn't feel any recovery after consuming the entire liquid. Then, there was a prodigy among them, someone who had made a perfect elixir. Everyone was astonished because Warden's was the center of attention. Many were impressed by their classmates' skills. That green-haired student always thought that Warden's was a genius. Then the boy tells Lee Han that Shiona from the Felix Tower also did a great job, but she hadn't surpassed him. And there she was in front of him. At that moment, she was smelling her beaker. Meanwhile, the boys were looking at the impressive snake woman and thinking about the mysterious Flamine order. Johnner had told them about it before. It was an order that revered alchemy, called Flamine. All the priests of this organization were exceptional alchemists, which meant that Shiona also had great potential in the field. Upon learning this from his friend, Lee Han Wardener was left speechless. Shiona approaches, greets him, and kindly introduces herself. He quickly introduces himself, asking to speak informally, while thinking about how his potion was better. As they shook hands, Lee Han Wardener was curious about how cold the girl's hand was, perhaps because she was a true snake woman. Shiona says she never expected to meet a priest like him, questioning where such exceptional skills came from. Just as he was about to answer, the professor interrupts, ordering everyone to return to their seats. He says that although everyone tried to make potions that day, the results varied greatly. So, they should remain calm and not rush, because this was only the beginning. From then on, they would enter a wider world of alchemy filled with complicated lessons and strange wonders. Hearing this, Lee Han Wardener thinks about how all the professors at this academy were experts at demotivating their new students. Meanwhile, the dwarf was writing the assignment on the board. The task was to create the spiritual friendship potion for next week, when there would be a tough test. These were the basic methods and ingredients to make the elixir, which were stored in the desk drawers. Meanwhile, the students were commenting on how questionable their professor's methods were. A girl, curious about her friend's actions, asks her instantly. They both realize that the ingredients in the drawer are not enough. Everything was there except for one thing. The orange-haired girl, without hesitation, asks the professor where to find this spiritual friendship herb. The dwarf replies with a sweat drop, saying that the students had to figure it out on their own without help. This confuses the girls, but the professor clarifies that the ingredients in the drawer were basic, and that's why the spiritual friendship herb wouldn't be there. Therefore, the students would have to search for it on their own. After explaining this, the professor says he hopes everyone remembers what he taught them in the first class. Then all discussions end. After the class, Lee Han Wardener is at a large wooden table with the same girl. She sips her tea calmly and delicately. We don't ask what the special War Guinness tea tasted like, although he knew half of it was soup. Yu soon received praise. Suddenly, someone approaches the table where the two teenagers are sitting. This person is surprised to see Warden there. That white-haired girl in her group was looking for the protagonist of our story, the overpowered main character. When asked about his visit, Shin said he wanted to know more about the alchemy assignment, and since everyone needed to make the low-grade spiritual friendship potion, it would be better to gather the ingredients together. The white-haired girl in the group watched the entire conversation with tension. She saw the students from the Flaming Phoenix Tower. Because of these rumors, nobody wanted to look at them. Meanwhile, Lee Han, the star of this reincarnation manhwa, thought that students from other dorms were starting to collaborate, and here was one of those groups approaching him. Given these circumstances, he thinks it's a good idea, and then they ask him if he would help gather the students from the Blue Dragon dormitory. Afterward, they say a friendly goodbye and leave immediately. The two paranoid friends celebrate having survived, avoiding the protagonist, a key moment in this manhwa recap. Who? The pink-haired girl asks the boy if he knew Shiana well, and he replies that they were in the same alchemy class. When asked about her curiosity, she remains silent without saying a word, her expression tense. Then she breaks the silence and says it was nothing. Lee Han says that her silence made him curious. She replies that it wasn't appropriate to talk about people who are absent because it could seem like gossip, even if that wasn't the main intention. Upon hearing these reasons, Lee Han Wardener became more curious, but that girl wouldn't reveal her secrets easily, so the protagonist of this action manhwa starts to walk away slowly. Suddenly, he places a sacred statue on a large rock, kneels down, and seems to begin praying. As the girl watches him, she asks him what he was doing at such an unexpected moment. He doesn't answer, saying that he knew talking bad about others was wrong, but it would be acceptable if he prayed to God before anything happened. The girl notices that the boy was acting as if he didn't hear anything, and was only praying to his divine relic. Wardener noticed his plan wasn't working. He tried to tell her he almost died in an ambush by the White Tiger students, barely surviving the attack. This caught the girl's attention. Enot said that the thought of Shana and her group being malicious people plotting something evil during the Ingria gathering was frightening, but that Gahab was probably watching over him without hesitation. After saying this, Lee Han Wardener glanced sideways to see how his words affected the girl. He then informed Lord Prasinga that he wasn't saying it to accuse or slander anyone. The protagonist simply enjoyed the moment. The girl then mentioned that she couldn't hear anything, because she was praying to her sacred Dan. Lee Han Wardener realized that she was very angry. Although the priests of the Tower of the Burning Phoenix were honest and good, they had not yet let go of all their worldly desires, as jealousy and competitiveness were not good for anyone's faith. After this, the story takes us back 1 week. In the dormitory of the Tower of the Burning Phoenix, a student had made a fatigue recovery potion and explained that he created it to be accessible to everyone. His friends thanked him and praised his creation endlessly, which made him very happy. That elixir seemed even better than the ones Shana used to make, according to the green-haired boy, so he asked the girl for her opinion on the impressive liquid. Nothing strange happened until she replied that she didn't have enough experience to compare herself to anyone else. But the next day, Shana tried making fatigue recovery potions and offered them to her friends. She received many compliments for the beautiful work on that magical elixir. At the time, everyone thought nothing of it, but the next day and the days that followed, Shana endlessly offered daily potions, always giving her elixirs to her friends. She just wanted to be recognized in her community. The other priests noticed something was wrong, and soon declared Shana the best, just so she would stop trying so hard. After the girl's explanation, we return to the scene of the friends, kneeling before the image of God. Lee Han Wardener commented that they were competitive, but the girl refuted this, saying it didn't end there. She continued to explain that shortly after that incident, the priest who made the potion and Shana met again, along with a boy who was praising her elixir from Fraud the Great. He tried to talk to her, calling her name insistently. Meanwhile, the horned girl observed everything in silence without raising an alarm. She noticed that Shana was intentionally ignoring the priest, harboring a deep grudge. This caught Lee Han Wardener's attention, and he became worried about the praise being given out in class. The horned girl told him she had finished her prayer. Although the protagonist wanted to know more, she replied that she was just praying and didn't know what he was talking about. Then she slowly walked away without another word. Lee Han Wardener decided that since things had gotten so critical, he needed to be more careful in alchemy class from now on. Soon, he faced another imminent test. The story now takes us to the basic magic class at the temple, where the skeleton director explained to the students that they should love each other and live in harmony. And since what he wanted didn't matter, here was their assignment. Each tower had to retrieve the flag that he had placed in the new students' room at the designated monument. The symbols of the towers were on the flags, so the students could easily recognize them. They have until the next class to finish the assignment. With all these instructions, the skeleton professor finally dismisses the students. They leave the room thoughtful about the mission. Everyone wondered about the reason for that magical tempering lesson, since they basically had to fight over a flag. Their group's flag was from the White Tiger Tower, and words wouldn't work on them. Someone heard that the other group's emblem was also from that tower, and they would probably try to switch it. They then conclude that the barbarians wouldn't agree because they didn't care about honor. So they decide to leave things as they were thinking it would be a waste of time, since it was just a simple assignment. Lee Han Warden believes this isn't right. He couldn't let them act like that because giving up on assignments also meant not caring about their grades at the academy. They didn't know what other crazy assignments the university might give them later, and this was certainly not the way to prepare. Moving forward with this level of difficulty was foolish. Our overpowered main character Lee Han Warden couldn't let their grades drop, so he gathers everyone for a serious talk. He asks them not to give up. Everyone gets excited hearing this because Warden probably had a plan in mind. They trusted and believed in him deeply. He is impressed by how quickly their opinion changed. Suddenly, someone arrives asking for calm. They inform the group that they already knew what Lee Han Warden would say. There was a 95% chance that the boy would order them to infiltrate the White Tiger Tower. Lee Han Warden confirms this because Kit was right. Everyone is amazed by the audacity of the plan, eager to join immediately. And of course, the one to lead the group was none other than the impressive Lee Han Warden, the mastermind behind the strategy. He was stunned by the situation with a tense expression. Lee Han Warden figures this group didn't want to think too much and accepts their proposal. Everyone is satisfied because they could attack the tower of those tigers, setting the stage for some epic revenge. Meanwhile, our incredible overpowered main character is still thinking about how this wouldn't help teach them to be good-tempered. Now this manhwa recap moves to the next day. Our protagonist yawns deeply, looking visibly exhausted. He walks slowly along the dirt path and notices the sun is beginning to rise. With that, the deadline to complete those 2 steps ended faster than expected. He didn't know which of the 2 was more difficult. Thinking about this, he comes across a man sitting and reading a book. The man closes his book upon noticing the protagonist's arrival and immediately tells him he is 11 seconds late. Lee Han apologizes for the delay, saying he was taking care of a horse before. He is told there is no need to apologize. After a few words from the professor, he thinks that they must have all learned to speak so arrogantly in the same place. Meanwhile, the professor wants to start now and asks for the iron ball. Without hesitation, Lee Han Warden moves the heavy sphere and brings it to his dear and annoying professor. The man thinks that the boy probably learned something new from his recent life or death battle, a key moment in this action manhwa, as his control improved at an incredibly fast pace. With that, he praises the boy and declares the session over. Lee Han Wardener enthusiastically thanks him for the positive feedback. These are rare compliments from that strict professor. The professor discovers that the protagonist, our overpowered main character, already masters water magic. Without hesitation, Lee Han Wardener channels mana into the area. Thanks to Professor Tim Gar's lessons, he could now maintain that form. The professor orders him to condense the magic to the size of an iron ball. Without hesitation, Lee Han Wardener begins to execute this difficult task, but the execution doesn't go very well. It was harder than he expected, because unlike just reducing the size, this process was much more challenging. Meanwhile, the sturdy professor watches everything with a serious expression. Suddenly, Lee Han sees his master pick up an iron ball, making him tense. It seemed like he was preparing to throw that object. His suspicion is confirmed in the next panel when the professor throws the ball with force. Noticing this, Lee Han Wardener curses the man and quickly creates a protective barrier with his magic. The iron ball hits the barrier with great force and finally loses momentum from the strong impact. Lee Han Wardener watches as the ball crashes forcefully onto the ground. He is completely focused. While the damn professor keeps a blank expression, he starts walking towards another iron ball as Lee Han Wardener tries to stop him. The boy quickly asks if he plans to throw another one, demanding to know why. He then says that all of this seemed rather dangerous. The professor responds by commenting on the effectiveness of such a strange method. He was sure that the boy had already experienced something similar with the anti-magic faction. A crisis sharpens focus and instincts, improving control. With these facts, it was a mystery why the boy avoided such an effective method. Lee Han thinks that the professor wasn't serious, even though he almost died. The professor says the boy is convinced and should try again. Lee Han gives up on arguing because saying anything more would be a waste of time. Without hesitation, he begins to channel his powerful mana again. Since it didn't have a clear shape, unlike other elements, he would have to concentrate more, focusing entirely on condensing it. While the boy puts in a great effort, his professor just watches with a serious and intense expression. Suddenly, he places his hand on the iron ball and throws it at his young student. Lee Han Wardener had already predicted that his master would start throwing iron balls at him. As he was thinking, something approached from behind. It hit him suddenly, making him groan in pain. The object came from the opposite direction, taking him by surprise. While the boy suffered from the blow to his back, his professor just ignored him. He wanted to forge a strong teenager, so he forced him to concentrate. At that moment, the boy was sure that the classes with more homework were the best. After all this, the story of this action manhwa then takes us back to the classroom, where a basic magic comprehension lesson was underway. The students were talking about another assignment that required gathering ingredients in the mountains again, but this time with more people. Hearing this, the green-haired girl was stunned. Lord Wardenus would probably go on that assignment too. He looked tired. Seeing those people talking about him, he wondered if they wanted to be close friends. Suddenly, a loud noise was heard in the classroom. It was the teacher arriving, warmly greeting the entire class with a cheerful good morning. She was immediately met with great enthusiasm. Today they would learn about other types of magic instead of elemental magic, but this time it wouldn't be the professor teaching. It would be an expert in the field. Hearing this, the students became even more excited. The students had high expectations because each one received an expert teacher in different subjects. Then, the teacher allowed the expected figure to enter. The person walked slowly toward the classroom. The atmosphere suddenly grew tense. Finally, the long-awaited figure was revealed. It was a man with an ominous appearance wearing a large cloak. He said it was a pleasure to meet such diligent young students. His anticipated name was Mortem. He would teach the students the art of fear. Black magic. Chapter 54 of Summoning the Undead and Casting Curses was the topic to study, along with the use of dark or poisonous elements and even the manipulation of negative energy. These were attributes of black magic that were often avoided due to the discomfort they caused. The general perception of this type of mana was very poor. Two teenagers wandered through the forest, frightened because they believed they were lost. Suddenly, someone touched the boy's shoulder, calling him with a deep voice. The two boys screamed in terror immediately, practically jumping out of pure fear. But it was just the man asking them how they got lost. The boy was a mage, and they asked for directions to get back. But since he was busy, he couldn't guide the frightened teenagers. Instead, he tried to help them by summoning a skeleton to guide them. Upon seeing this, the girl's eyes widened in fear. Suddenly, both boys fainted, leaving the mage worried, further demonstrating the reputation of black magic. The new students probably had a similar impression due to their tense and worried comments. The teacher understood their reactions, but explained that black magic was also mysterious. It had deep values. While the peculiar teacher was absorbed in his thoughts about these topics, the students were like unpolished gems. They needed to see, hear, and experience a lot to chart their paths and become real mages. They should never hesitate to seek and pursue all the knowledge in the world. The teacher's words made the students feel tense and pressured. Then, she concluded by asking who wanted to be the assistant of the day. After that, the classroom fell into total silence. Our protagonist slowly raised his hand to volunteer as an assistant, but his friend hit his head against the desk, thinking it was crazy. He justified his reaction by saying that the boy would end up as an undead soldier later for getting involved with that mage who practiced black magic. Lei responded that he always saw dark mana as a hidden pearl, and since few people studied it, it would be an easy path. However, it was exaggerated to think that he wanted to be a true black mage. Although the life of a dark mage wasn't as bad as people believed, the less popular the magic, the more years of practice it likely required. With this in mind, Lee Han Wardener stands up from his desk and says he wants to be the assistant for the day. The professor is moved by her student's decision. That boy understood how she felt. That anxiety was terrible, stemming from the difficulty of inviting a professor only for no one to be interested in the subject. There were cases where assistants were pre-selected and had organized everything beforehand. The professor quickly calls Lee Han Wardener to the front, and the child prodigy responds instantly and willingly. He wondered why the classroom had suddenly grown cold. It seemed to be because of that boy, our overpowered main character, who was emanating a large amount of dark mana. Although magic was basically non-elemental, its element could be changed to suit certain types of magic, adopting cold, dark mana with black symbols. Wardenus thinks it's no wonder that boy is unpopular. He was releasing an aura like that. He noticed something very different about that prodigy student. He had so much mana in his frail body. Lee Han Wardener thanks the professor for the compliment, who decides to give a demonstration before anything else. He orders his partner servants to rise. Suddenly, in a classic action manhwa scene, several undead emerge in the classroom. One of them didn't even have a left eye in its already horrendous face. The Kari students are terrified as they see the undead approaching. The tension in the room was intense as a frightened student was pushed to the front. Suddenly, the undead link hands and begin to spin in circles for a still unclear reason. Meanwhile, the professor asks Lee Han Wardener if that was a good demonstration, as he had put a lot of effort into preparing that show for the students. Our protagonist bursts out laughing at the scene, showing his interest in the subject, which makes Professor Tim Garcia very grateful. Then, Professor Mortem ends the demonstration, saying it was time to stop playing around. He makes a magical gesture with his hands, and all the undead instantly disappear from the room. In seconds, not a single terrifying creature remained. The students celebrated that the monsters were gone, a great moment for this manhwa review. Meanwhile, Lee Han thought the magic demonstration was exceptional, but the old man probably showed them that because he wanted the boy to try the magic as well. This thought is challenged in the next panel when Professor Mortem says that it was too difficult for anyone else to do, making it impossible to execute. Wardener understood everything, but he wished that Valady could hear those suspicious words. Mortem suggests that the protagonist convert his mana into one with the yin element. The boy accepts without hesitation, gripping his wand firmly in his right hand while Professor Kim Garcia watched everything attentively, apparently proud of what she was seeing. She thought that this wouldn't be easy, not even for an overpowered main character like Lee Han Wardener. Mages had to go through a lot of trial and error to imagine the yin element, as it was a broad and vague concept. Thinking of the biting cold created ice. If you thought of darkness, it became shadow. The concept of the yin element was so abstract that it was difficult to understand. After the explanation, Professor Kim Garcia checks on the other students while Lee Han Wardener keeps trying. Suddenly, her eyes fly open with extreme focus. She spins around immediately without a second thought. What she was seeing was impossible. The boy was taking a deep breath, focused, because he could successfully complete the difficult challenge. This was the strength of Lee Han Wardener, who had lived in both worlds. His imagination was vast. He just needed to think of a strange mathematical image, like hyperbolic geometry or imaginary numbers, to perform magic. The professor, seeing the mission accomplished, successfully shows an expression of great pride. Without hesitation, he asks the boy to try again, as he was very skilled, and the boy accepts right away. Without hesitation, Lee Han Wardener begins his task again, focused, while Professor Kim Garcia thought that he was very skilled at this, but she also felt that this situation was not good at all. The instincts of a professor worried about a talented student being poached by another teacher quickly kicked in. She didn't want that to happen. She didn't doubt that Lee Han Wardener could do it. While the boy stood next to the dark magic master, he wondered when to start executing the magical steps. But after calling out to him twice, he noticed something very strange. The man seemed to be in a trance with his red eyes, asking Lee Han Wardener how far he could go and that he should continue until he couldn't anymore. Hearing that, the young man got scared by the crazed man. In this part of the Manhwa recap, Professor Kim Garcia reflected on how happy Mortem would be, but she had to stop him immediately, as there was an excessive amount of mana affecting the other students. So, Professor Kim Garcia calls out to Mortem, who asks what the next step would be. He wanted to push the boy to his limit before continuing, but she firmly disagreed with this decision. Professor Mortem tries to argue against her decisions, but Professor Kim Garcia imposes her will, ordering the next step. Then Lee Han Wardener asks Mortem what to do with all that mana. He is instructed to awaken his wand while reciting an incantation, shouting the magic word paralysis. It was a low-level paralysis curse, like when a limb goes numb, causing slight paralysis with basic dark magic. And since curses are different from other forms of magic, they had to be cast on a target that was still an enigma for Lee Han Wardener. However, this mystery is soon solved by Professor Mortem's action. He then reveals that the curse must be cast on him. This left Lee Han Wardener and the other students stunned, as he looked like he would fall over with a slight breeze, making the boy hesitate to use magic on a professor. Without a second thought, Lee Han Wardener questions the permission that the old man quickly gives him, but on second thought, it was crazy for a new student to worry about a professor, especially since this boy already had experience. Given this, our overpowered main character takes his first steps to cast the curse. While Professor Mortem stood silent, he thought that a student's paralysis spell wouldn't affect him, and by easily blocking it, everyone would understand the depth of dark magic. The old man's imagination was vivid as he visualized Lee Han Wardener's reaction to the situation. It was likely that things would unfold just as he had imagined. Mortem wanted the boy to see him after class. As the boy gathered his magic to cast it, the classroom turned purple, filled with mana from the dark magic. This action, Manhwa, is getting intense. Professor Kim Garcia grew very worried as Lee Han Wardener gathered too much magic in his wand. Finally, the boy shouted the paralysis spell. With that, the magic was cast upon old Professor Mort, who found the sensation very strange. He began to fall slowly to the classroom floor. Then, all the students in the class watched with worried expressions. Lee Han was extremely worried. The desperate boy tried to wake the professor from his deep faint. The old man just groaned in pain and agony on the classroom floor, his condition looking serious. Lee Han already imagined being imprisoned for brutally harming a professor with so many witnesses watching, but suddenly, the old man's hand began to move. He then got up, surprising the boy. Lee Han's eyes widened in relief. The professor tried to open his eyes, which were still closed after fainting. Suddenly, he shouted, asking if the class understood how a low-level paralysis works. Furthermore, he praised our overpowered main character. The boy thanked him, relieved that Professor Mort was just trying to liven up the class atmosphere. Meanwhile, Professor Kim Garcia approached the two, thinking that something strange had occurred. After all, that large amount of mana had just hit the professor without any visible defense. She asked Mort if he had been hurt during the fall. He replied that nothing had happened, but the pained grimace he tried to hide from the class caught her eye. Thus, she confirmed that he wasn't acting when he fell. Mort had genuinely fainted from that student's prodigious curse. After these events, and speaking with Lee Han, Professor Mort praised him, making him feel grateful. He repeated those words, sounding sarcastic in his comments. Lee Han even started to think he had executed the magic poorly, but while he was pondering his grade, Professor Kim explained to the class that dark magic was more diverse than that. Learning low-level curses was easy and effective. Therefore, if all the students learned them, it would be useful, as they served not only for threats but also for self-defense. According to the professor, the best way to master a certain type of magic was by learning it and putting in the effort. All the students agreed with their teacher's words. Then, she began to conjure impressive magic in the classroom. Kim Garcia happily concluded the topic, having achieved her educational goals. Professor Mort, on the other hand, wore a serious expression. Suddenly, Professor Kim Garcia cast a mass teleportation spell on the class. Many magical symbols immediately appeared. The light from the mana was so intense that many tried to cover their faces, including our beloved protagonist. After a few moments, he found himself in a different place than the usual classroom. Lee Han was confused by what had happened so unexpectedly in this action manhwa. All the students were confused by what had happened. It was probably the Academy's large training ground. Suddenly, someone arrived, surprising everyone. It was Professor Kim Garcia, explaining that since they needed to practice, this place would be ideal to start. The students were amazed and astonished by the teleportation magic, a fitting scene for this manhwa recap, eager to learn. Lee Han noticed something different in the atmosphere of the place. The mood was much more lively compared to the start of the class, and the students were very proactive and engaged. As the boy admired Professor Kim Garcia, she asked them to get into pairs. Then the story in this manhwa recap jumps forward a bit to where battles were taking place. Lee Han and the blonde boy were eager for some good practice. The rules of the game were simple. They had to take turns attacking in pairs, but it wasn't just about launching an assault. They had to let themselves be hit by a curse and feel it. First, they had to convert their mana into the strong negative element. The blonde boy was doing very well at that moment. Lee Han was impressed because he managed it so quickly. He had struggled with other magical elements before, and this improvement was probably due to his talent for dark magic. The idea that magic was easy was simply not true. Professor Mortem watched from a distance, looking impressed by what he was seeing. A prodigious student caught his attention. That blonde boy with the wooden wand did everything with mastery and success, almost effortlessly. He suddenly finished the spell, saying the magic word to paralyze. The spell then struck the target. Our beloved overpowered main character, Lee Han. He paid close attention to how the experience felt. After completing the task, the blonde boy celebrated enthusiastically, also receiving applause from the protagonist of the story. Seeing that Lee Han seemed normal, he immediately asked what part of his body felt a tingling sensation. He got a quick reply, as the boy wasn't sure and thought maybe no part of him was paralyzed. Both of them started to wonder what went wrong with the spell to make it ineffective. Lee Han assumed the blonde boy had been too restrained when reciting the magic words, advising him to try again with more force. Seeing the exchange between the classmates, Professor Kim Garcia decided to intervene immediately. Without hesitation, she quickly explained that the boy hadn't failed because he did it correctly. Considering Lee Han had so much mana, it simply nullified the expected effects. Upon learning this, the blonde boy felt grateful for the praise and the information. However, he was still doubtful because there was no effect at all, which made him think he had no talent for dark magic. Anyway, it didn't matter because he wasn't planning on continuing in that field. Now it was his turn to be hit by a spell from Lee Han, who was already preparing to attack him. He had to focus on control and not use too much mana in that instant. The least amount possible should be used for the strike. Finally, Lee Han shouted the paralysis spell at his friend. As Professor Mortem watched from afar, he thought about how easily the boy had executed the spell. The longer the incantation, the more it helped the mage to cast it. It wasn't easy to make it so short. Although this was a low-level curse, Mortem was amazed he managed it on his first try. While the professor was thinking about Lee Han, the blonde boy fell into a trance from the incredibly powerful magic. His vision was flooded with mana. With that, he fell into total despair, with a look of fear, and collapsed to the ground, fainting abruptly in a concerning way. After that, a loud and desperate scream was heard. The pair of friends looked around, worried about what was happening nearby. Two other strange students also became anxious about those screams, which was a greeting between Lee Han and that blonde boy, who didn't dodge the painful blow. He quickly revealed that he did it out of instinct, without noticing anything. From a distance, Professor Mortem watched everything with astonishment and awe. The boy's words left him deep in thought with his eyes wide open. He wasn't just fast at converting mana, but he also proved capable of accurately detecting the mana of the impressive negative element. What was that boy's name? He was an enigma to Professor Mortem. His talent was astonishing. He was a genius who appeared once a decade or more. Luckily, that day's lesson ended without any serious accidents. Everyone threw curses at each other and had a lot of fun. Professor King Garcia clapped to get her students' attention. Since the class was enjoyable, she asked for a round of applause for Professor Mortem, who made it possible. She also asked about the students' interest in dark magic. This resulted in a complete silence throughout the room. Seeing this, Professor Garcia asked Mortem to say something to the class. Without hesitation, he revealed that he hoped the students would discover the wonders of dark magic, because it already seemed that some were interested in the subject. The professor's statement was somewhat incorrect, as no one seemed interested. The blonde boy even commented that Mortem was mistaken, because no one was interested in dark magic. Suddenly, the old man, in a firm tone, ordered the blonde boy to visit his laboratory soon. This made him anxious. With a tense expression, he tried to justify his comment while the others laughed at his worried face. There was someone else Professor Mortem wanted around for their dark magic skills. It was our overpowered main character, Lee Han Wardener. Lee Han willingly agreed, as it wasn't a bad idea to balance out his high grades. Suddenly, Lee Han was called over by a nearby group of students. They said that Ornans was being dragged down because of him and that he should go to the magic lab alone. Annoyed, Lee Han replied that he would find a way to take them all with him. Hearing these arguments, Professor King Garcia intervened immediately. Now this manhwa recap takes us a little further. Shortly after, the wizard's laboratory was like some kind of research lab. It was a place where students endlessly researched topics the professor found interesting. It might seem strange, but it was just as the old man had described it to Lee Han Wardener. He had heard many stories about it at home. At that moment, the boy wondered if such a hell existed in other places, but now it was different because he was just a first-year student. In short, that large building was Professor Mortem's laboratory, known as the Black Rock Tower. You could tell what they researched there just by looking. His blonde friend accompanied him, exploring the mysterious place. The boy was crying, thinking he had done something wrong to be summoned. He created many paranoid thoughts about the situation while Lee Han Wardener decided to go inside. He knocked on the door, saying the professor's name. Then, the door began to open slowly and mysteriously. It finally opened completely, allowing the two astonished boys to enter. The blonde boy was filled with fear, while Lee Han Wardener asked him to calm down. But there was a major problem with everything that was happening. Lee Wardener said he couldn't see anything through the thick smoke. The whereabouts of Professor Mort remained a great mystery. Suddenly, the old man noticed his two young guests. He then asked Derek to bring them, but was contradicted by the orders of the general director. Still, he would try to do it in secret. However, his subordinate reprimanded him, reminding him that he had recently been imprisoned. Mortello stated that this place was not a prison, but a punishment room. He soon became frustrated and sent Derek back to his place of origin. He then began to use his black magic wand. Suddenly, a lot of magic surrounded the two boys who tried to protect their faces. Lee Han Wardener was very scared by the mysterious events, and suddenly he and Commando appeared in another room due to teleportation magic. Lee Han Wardener noticed that the interior was more normal than he thought. However, something caught his attention. The furniture was made of real bones. For the dark wizards who controlled summoned skeletons, bone artifacts were highly sought after. While the boys were distracted, someone mysteriously appeared. Suddenly, a kind old man, Mort, appeared and welcomed them to his small dark laboratory. The two greeted the professor and were instructed to sit down. Lee Han noticed that Commando still hadn't realized the material of the furniture. Morton asked if they knew why they were there. Without hesitation, Commando replied that he did. He thought he had done something wrong, but the professor told them they had talent for dark magic. Upon hearing this, the shy blonde boy's eyes widened with happiness. Mortem then questioned the boy, who simply changed the subject. Commando was still processing what he had heard from Professor Mort. According to the teacher, he probably had exceptional power and potential for dark magic. The blonde boy asked if Lee Han Wardener had heard that too, and soon they told him no, and that it was okay. He didn't know what to do. He had talent, but he wasn't very interested in dark magic. It was a great mystery in his confused mind. Lee Han Wardener thought the blonde boy was probably going crazy due to his strange actions. Professor Mort offered candies to the boys and asked them to eat them. He then said that since they were so talented in dark magic, they would have a talk together. Upon hearing this, Lee Han Wardener thought it sounded similar to what he had heard before in certain places. The teachers of popular subjects tended to be proud with unnecessary standards, but there were also unpopular teachers among the students. According to Mortem's amusing story, the advantage of the unpopular ones was that they couldn't fall any lower, since they were already at the bottom. He wanted to get out of that position at all costs and would fight for it without hesitation. Listening to the story of a professor, the boys felt the desperation of that unpopular man in those situations. The two left feeling calmer than when they entered, without as much desperation. Caniano boasted of being such a sought-after talent, while Lee Han Warden was thinking about another big problem they had, and that obstacle was that strange thing wrapped in a golden ribbon. The professor gave them the object, saying he wanted them to keep it safe when returning to their rooms in the Tatami. Since it was a great gift for both of them, Lee Han Mortis was curious about what it was, while Kanando just wanted to get out of there. So, the two of them left without ever finding out what the object was. Lee Mordonis was confused, thinking the bone in front of him was just like the headmaster's book. It was as if the professor was trying to befriend them by giving them some unknown artifact as a surprise gift, according to Lee Mordenis. After making this comparison, he had to admit how lame it was when Kanando excitedly called out to him, looking around to make sure no one was nearby. Seeing the coast was clear, he started to reveal a secret he was not supposed to share. Lee Warden became interested and paid close attention. After everything that had happened, he just figured Kanando was afraid people would make fun of him for what he said. So they made a pact to keep it a secret, promising not to tell anyone, since they were good friends. On the other hand, Lee Han Wardens, the traitor, was already planning to tell Jomir all about it later. Just then, the scene in this manhwa recap shifts to a faraway place. There, a group of unusual students were performing intense physical training. They were instructed to keep going without stopping. They also had to remember to feel the mana with every breath. According to the professor, the goal was to push their physical abilities to the absolute limit by constantly circulating their magic. While there were many ways to use mana, one of them is to circulate it throughout the body to strengthen it and prevent exhaustion. However, that was an advanced technique for these students. According to the strange professor, a student called out to him, his voice heavy with fatigue. It was our overpowered main character, Lee Han Warden, informing him that he had a question. He mentioned that he needed to head to the mountains and asked if the wise and experienced professor could offer any advice. After hearing this, the man just stared at him in silence, not saying a single word. After a few moments of thought, the professor told the boy to leave at once. Lee Han Warden asked if it was really that dangerous. The man quickly explained that the mountains near the school were teeming with dangerous and unknown creatures, monsters lurking about that not even the professors knew of. That is why it was not recommended to go in, and only fools insisted on venturing there. But despite hearing all these ominous warnings, Lee Han Warden informed him that he was not going by choice, but because it was a class assignment. The professor thought about the assignment given by another teacher. He then remarked that in that case, things might be a little different. Leaving Lee Han confused, the professor changed the subject, noting that the boy was not tired and had probably been circulating his energy. However, the boy clarified that was not quite it. It felt more like he was simply releasing his magical energy to draw out mana from his core and circulate it. The key was precise control. However, Lee Han Warden used a different method entirely. He directed his immense power throughout his entire body, which meant he was not circulating mana, but simply unleashing it. After considering this, the professor grew pensive about the boy. He had heard that he did something similar in the battle against the Twilight Squad. Normally, someone would pass out from complete mana exhaustion, since it meant using up all of their energy. But there was a catch. According to the professor, if he had infinite mana, there might be a more effective method. Our overpowered main character was impressive with his powers. Finally, after thinking it over, the professor said he wouldn't forbid the student from using such an innovative method. However, in that lesson, Lee Han Warden should focus solely on mana circulation, as something very dangerous and unexpected could happen. According to the professor, if he had that much mana, he would need to work even harder to complete the circulation cycle. Upon hearing this, Lee Han Warden and his group wondered what this was all about. He remained standing while the other students were on the ground, exhausted from the physical activity. The professor revealed that he would intensify his training. He would have to do 10 more laps. Hearing this, the boy's eyes widened in despair. He questioned the behavior of those cruel professors, but for that very reason, he seemed excited. Leon Mordenus then commented that he really liked the professor's idea. The two of them remained on that large training field. The professor told Lee Han Warden that he would also be gathering materials, which left him a little confused. He immediately claimed, with a suspicious smile, that he just liked to take walks. The boy, on the other hand, just agreed without questioning. According to the professor, everything would probably be fine, since it was just an assignment, and they should both finish their run in peace. After all, it was still a dangerous place. Hours after that strange chat, night had fallen. In the letter the girl was reading, Uragome mentioned she had something to do and wouldn't be around, and asked them to bring only what was necessary, without going overboard. She reflected on this message with an impressed expression. Now she understood why Lee Han Warden had asked to partner with her. There were many alchemy tools there, and the boy wanted to test the uses of the potions he had acquired. After all, he didn't have as much experience in alchemy as the girl, who was also curious to find out what they were. During their pleasant chat, she suddenly became alert to something mysterious. Through the window, she saw what looked like a farm. Lee Han Warden noticed the girl had seen the plantation, and she questioned him about it. He answered that he had planted them, but it was just the beginning, and should take a few more months. The girl replied that the plants were already fully grown, leaving Lee Han Warden astonished. As he looked out the window, his eyes widened even more, shocked by what he saw. The plants were fully grown. Mysteriously, these were the same plants our overpowered main character had planted. It was a mystery why the vegetation had grown so much, so quickly. Looking to the side, Lee Han Warden noticed something that caught his attention. It was a watering can on the table. According to him, the professor had probably added a magical growth accelerator to it. This watering can was no ordinary item. The real culprit was someone else. But Lee Han Warden hadn't figured it out yet. Galm was being unjustly accused. The two students thought it was the perfect time to harvest the plants, since they were fully developed. The excited girl wanted to grab the equipment for the unexpected harvest. That tool was the last thing they needed. Then, the two of them grabbed food and the necessary alchemy tools for the mission. The most difficult crops were already with the professor, and only Uragome could decide if the quantity was sufficient. Now the story takes us to the next day. After all these events, the two curious teenagers discover that they had a Coincantus potion. They were so busy trying things that the day passed incredibly quickly, without them noticing. The result of staying awake all night was this. According to our protagonist, a delicious Western Empire, good wine, and a Coincantus potion that, when drunk, would make one sing like a siren. They only discovered what these two potions were. The girl even apologized, but Lee Han Wardener was satisfied with the excellent results found. Suddenly, someone arrived happily celebrating having found the two angels, Lu. They greeted the clever teenagers asking if they were ready to gather materials in the dreaded mountains of the city. Lee Han Warden said he wasn't sure about the mission. They had planned for the weekend. Saturday was for returning from the forest with the other students. The next day would be enjoyed far away having fun. Lee Han Warden commented that he was starting to worry about the traps that awaited him, and after that comment, they decided to visit the black market before going to the forest. Lee Han Warden was confused about this place, but he agreed to go with his two friends. Upon arrival, he was impressed by the black market inside the school. The place was as big as the 5-day village fair. That place was amazing. A talk about betting bread caught the attention of our prodigy protagonist. There was a big rat with a cloth covering 3 cards. He said that the player only had to find the emperor among the cards, and thus double their bet. Everyone who heard this was perplexed by the apparent ease of the game. The game master immediately noticed Lee Hamworth's nest, causing everyone around him to flee, avoiding our protagonist. Then, when Lehman asked, he discovered that the little rat was only collecting bread, which confused him a lot with a thoughtful expression. Bread was the currency there. 5 breads were a feather, and 10 breads were a shoebar cube the size of a matchbox. The students from the Blue Dragon Tower had gathered enough food thanks to Lee Han Wardener, but the other towers struggled to survive. During that visit, the red-haired girl got permission to see the interesting items. Lee Han Wardener was also curious about those items. There were many unexpectedly useful things there. Food was scarce, but there was a trap. The daily necessities, the displayed items were of high quality. However, the most surprising thing was something else. Wardener's hand observed everything around and revealed that there were many interesting artifacts there. An artifact was something that an ordinary person might never see in their life. However, the story took place in Eingard, a place full of people with diverse talents who possessed creative objects, easy to use, but of questionable quality. At that moment, Lee Han Wardener thought that if he were part of the Black Tortoise, it would be easier to talk to them. He was there with his friend Rat, who then asked him if he wanted anything from that shady store that had nothing valuable. Leaving the vendor was annoying. Lee Han Wardener showed interest in a protective cloak. His friend Rat explained that although the equipment protected against sharp objects, its success rate was no more than 50%. Our protagonist realized it was useful. The little rat began to praise him, calling him noble for seeing everything so positively, leaving him flattered. Lee Han Wardener noticed that the place didn't have many useful items. Just as Raffen had said before, he didn't know the effects of most of them, and due to the artifact's mana depletion, they were likely on the verge of expiring. And since the cloak seemed reasonable, the protagonist decided to buy it without a second thought, making the seller happy. Lee Han Wardener paid for his new acquisition, but when he tried to put it on credit, he was severely scolded. So he decided to play his trump card. He brought out several items that he heard could be exchanged. He doubted that the payment would be enough, and thought he would probably need more canned food. However, Lee Han Wardener was mistaken, as the vendors went wild at the sight of the food, offering every item in their shops. All this excitement left our overpowered main character completely confused. A blonde boy offered a shoddily made pickaxe to Lee Han Wardener, who only wanted to pay for the protective cloak with 2 Hummel potatoes. Upon receiving payment, the seller called the others fools. This was the reward for having good sense with everyone, but also the luck of getting that magical cloak. A woman tried to buy the potatoes from the seller with bread, but he humiliated her because he wasn't selling such precious acquisitions. She insisted, begging non-stop for just a single bite of that delicious food. Meanwhile, the seller was roasting that tasty potato over the fire. That perfect roast signaled the exact moment to eat it. The two kids watched the seller eat, filled with longing. The seller, meanwhile, seemed to be enjoying that potato. Lee Han Wardener watched everything, amazed at how hunger was driving these people crazy over his simple vegetables. Observing everything closely, he realized there was a trick. They all shared something in common. Lee Han Wardener decided to ask his heir for help. He tried to create a suitable space to place the food that everyone craved. He announced that he would cook for free, just for this occasion. This left the hungry teenagers astonished. They were thrilled because Lee Han Wardener mentioned he would prepare delicious food. He called for journey. Everyone seemed to have been starving for a long time, and this would help build his follower base. On the chef's table, there were many succulent vegetables. He used the pan with mastery. The teenagers present salivated as they watched, as they were extremely hungry. The soup looked delicious. It was more specifically a tomato stew with all the ingredients. The kids already had their bowls ready, prepared to eat and satisfy their hunger. They finally began to enjoy a delicious tomato stew. Everyone looked like they hadn't eaten in years. Out loud, Lee Han Wardener commented on the sad situation of these people who were just starting out. It was the right decision, even though those ingredients were valuable, and doing this could help the boy in an uncertain future. Soon he would work with the others to gather materials, and he needed to build his relationship with the students from the Black Turtle Tower who feared him. He would benefit more if he managed to change his opinion about him. After a while, Lee Han Wardener was filled with items given to him in gratitude. Now they were very kind because all that equipment came from the turtles. Still, Lee Han Wardener got more than he expected. Those stealth boots reduced the sound of footsteps. That smoke chalk created a blackout when broken. A gnat detection bracelet alerted the user if they were being watched, as the embedded stone turned red, indicating danger. Our protagonist, Lee Han Wardener, now had all these impressive artifacts, but he hesitated because they were made by high-level students. So, why did they decide to create those things? The effects focused on hiding or being stealthy. It wasn't that they prohibited going out. Why were they making these objects? Suddenly, the three friends noticed a strange movement. Something seemed to be moving inside the bag. Suddenly, a terrifying skeletal claw appeared. Liam Warden opened his eyes with a tense expression. The boys panicked at the mysterious thing coming out of the bag. Raft was furious because those idiots might have paid for all the good deeds to harm them. Meanwhile, those bones seemed to attack Leon Warnes's body. His friends were in a panic, but our protagonist tried to stay calm. He paused for a moment to take a breath, as everything was under control. The two separated archers joined at that moment, forming a complete arm in seconds. Then the limbs began to slowly emerge from our protagonist's coat and soon revealed themselves to everyone, filling them with fear. Inair was stunned by the extra arm that Lee Han Wardener had. He explained that it was something from Professor Mortez. Still, something strange was happening. Suddenly, the magical arm jumped and lunged at Lee Han Wardener. Its hand, with a sharp claw, pinched the boy's finger, drawing out red liquid. He seemed to enter a trance as this happened with his hand. His eyes opened, confused by everything that was happening, while Javier and Radford were in a panic because the creature attacked their beloved friend, who appeared strangely calm. The red liquid from the boy dripped from his pinky finger, and a shadow. The magical arm transformed into a feline. They both touched in a peculiar gesture. Lee J. Wardener felt something akin to submission. He began to give orders with a magical arm that obeyed without hesitation, while Gubonner and Radford looked completely stunned by what they saw. They believed that joining bones was a feared dark magic. However, Lee Han Wardener was having fun with the sticky thing that the professor had given him. Jinri called his name, catching his attention. He suggested throwing that cool gift in the trash, but quickly retracted upon seeing the actions of that amputated member. Rufford approached Liam Wardener, explaining that in the world of wizards, they were taught to avoid dark magic. He looked at the skeleton with wide-open eyes from fear, trembling, because that thing was very terrifying compared to what he knew. That thing seemed to genuinely like Lee Han Wardener as its loyal master. The boy thanked his friends, saying that after hearing their advice, he would think more carefully. It was strange, but he felt there was something more behind it. The mystery was why Professor Mordo gave such a gift in separate parts. Raffer tried to resolve this immediately, saying that Liam Warden should look for the other parts and join them, but Johnner said that was ridiculous. This idea caught our main character's attention because while it seemed absurd to Yuna, it actually had some logic to it. The professor's mindset was different from ordinary people. If a normal person would think one way, Professor Mort would likely arrive at the same conclusion through a completely bizarre line of reasoning. Lee Han Warden felt a shiver run down his spine as he thought about his friend's reasoning. He decided to put the bones aside for now, as it didn't seem like they would affect their journey. Shortly after these thoughts, the professor revealed the topic of the next lesson. All the students were anxious about the subject. Wide eyes and tense expressions could be seen throughout the group. Some students looked like prey. Lee Han Wardener thought about how all the towers were gathered here, and since the mountain held unknown dangers for the students, it would be better to travel with the professor nearby. The teacher wanted the students from the same towers to gather to recognize faces and count how many were present. This was because the students' attendance would be checked regularly due to the great danger of the mountains. Some students were so scared they decided not to separate. With everyone on high alert, the professor decided it was time to move forward towards the end of their difficult mission. The students were to follow him carefully, but as they walked with caution, something seemed to be watching them from the sky. A green skeletal magic bird was flying overhead. A short time later, the group had already traveled quite a distance, venturing deeper into the dangerous mountain. That spot should suffice, according to the professor. The professor ordered all the necessary materials for the class to be placed there. 2 students were a bit far from the area, chatting behind a green bush. The boys seemed excited by the dangerous place and were exploring it carefully under the professor's watch. He was happy because everything was going well so far, and they just needed to keep it up until they left the mountain and returned home. Suddenly, something strange caught his attention. 2 green, jagged magical hands appeared, trying to grab him. For no apparent reason, they captured the professor with absurd ease, and only the twig he was holding was left in his place. It was on the ground. Meanwhile, the students had not yet noticed their teacher's disappearance. A green-haired girl turned around, telling the professor she had a question that needed an answer. She soon noticed that her teacher wasn't there. Confused, she widened her eyes, searching for any clue about his disappearance. There weren't even any footprints there. Seeing this, she became completely desperate. Breaking out in a cold sweat, without thinking, she shouted to the others to inform them of the professor's disappearance. She anxiously announced that he had vanished without a trace. Lee Han Wardener, our overpowered main character, was very confused by this sudden revelation. As time passed, night fell on the dangerous mountains where the helpless students were stranded. They tried relentlessly to find any trace of the mysteriously vanished professor. The leader of the guards was worried because he knew this could happen. His companions were shocked, not knowing what to do and fearing for their lives. He asked everyone to calm down. He said there was no need for such a commotion, considering the professor might have just gone somewhere else for a while. That statement from our protagonist wasn't entirely true, but as we see in this manhwa review, it would help keep them calm for a while. In a situation where they were not lost and no monster had appeared, there was no reason for them to panic. They just had to go back for now, or so Lee Han Wardener thought. But to thwart his plans, a huge storm began in the mountains. Lee Han Wardener was furious, getting soaked by the downpour. Then, our overpowered main character and Anir were drinking a delicious green beverage. Meanwhile, the rain continued to pour down heavily in the area. Lee Han Wardener was glad that the girl had brought supplies for unexpected situations like the disappearance of Professor Amadel. Suddenly, someone arrived and called out to the protagonist. They thanked Lee Han Wardener for his help, but the protagonist simply dismissed their gratitude. The person then asked if it was true that he had made a legendary stew in the Tortboss Tower, leaving him confused. It seemed the rumor about the tomato soup had been greatly exaggerated, turning into an absurd and fabricated tale. After he left without explaining, the boy went to gossip about the girl. He suddenly returned, reporting that the princess also wanted to help. Lee Han Wardener celebrated the news, but he was skeptical about that communication method. He wanted the girl to help start a campfire. His subordinate jotted down this information. To pass it on, she quickly went to the princess to deliver his request. Without a second thought, the princess rose from where she had been sitting for a long time and began to use her abilities to help the lost students. Within seconds, several logs appeared on the ground and soon ignited in the bitter cold. The fire grew stronger with time. That girl was truly skilled with her magic. Lee Han Wardener watched in amazement because those were clearly spirits. The other students were also stunned, since the incredible girl had probably learned to summon them all on her own, without any guidance from a master. Lee Han Wardener wondered how the students would have reacted if bones had been summoned, just like Professor Mortem used to do. But in the end, it was great that it was warm now. The students gathered around the fire, trying to get warm. Suddenly, a mysterious and huge light appeared, making a loud noise in the dangerous surroundings. Jaimare noticed it immediately, feeling confused because her soup was shaking from the strange tremors. The source of the sound was a complete mystery, and no one knew why those loud thumps could be heard so easily. Lee Han Wardener quickly noticed the sound was getting closer to the convoy. Something enormous and terrifying was slowly revealing itself. Through the darkness, a glowing yellow sphere was visible. Lee Han Wardener and Anir watched with worried expressions. The students from the Phoenix and Tiger classes were nearby in the same area. That ominous darkness made everything even more terrifying. All the teenagers were in the same predicament. Finally, the terrifying, stone-like monster revealed itself. A student urged her friends not to make any sudden moves. She explained that the golems only move according to specific rules. As long as they followed them without breaking them, they would not be attacked. These creatures were monsters created by mages, formed by molding specific materials and infusing them with magic. This is a key moment in this action manhwa recap. The problem arose if the magic core was damaged, destroyed, or mixed with other elements. The core of this golem was a bright yellow sphere that glowed in the dark. If its core were to be broken, it could become a disobedient creature. Lee Han Wardener thought that luckily, this was a rule-bound golem, which is why it followed the rules. There was a problem. He was deep in thought, with a concentrated expression, because one rule could be to give the new students a beating. Amidst this tense situation, rain fell relentlessly on the dangerous mountains. The monster seemed to be getting closer to the helpless students. It drew a straight line on the ground with its large stone hand. That line marked an area the students were not supposed to cross. Lee Han Wardener was very curious to know what would happen if someone crossed the boundary, even though it was very dangerous, so he decided to investigate and draw his own conclusions. When they stopped him, he explained that he was not suggesting to do it himself. He then took out the magical bone hand. The students were shocked by the terrifying object, but Lee Han Wardener explained that it was just a summoned monster. He had obtained it by chance, without much thought. He ordered the bone hand to cross the golem's boundary. It obeyed instantly, and as soon as its fingertips touched the other side, it was mercilessly crushed by the terrifying golem. Only fragments of the beloved skeletal hand remained. This meant that if the students crossed the line, the golem would attack them, leaving them trapped. What they would do next was a mystery. While the students argued anxiously, the skeletal hand began to magically regenerate. In seconds, thanks to its strong mana, it was fully restored and appeared unharmed. Lee Han Wardener, as if boasting, called his faithful companion back to his side. A black-haired boy watched attentively, with a thoughtful expression. He was thinking about how quickly the summoned monster regenerated. He had seen it with his own eyes. Reviving a monster's soul required a lot of time and mana. According to his knowledge, as he was lost in thought, the students grew more agitated, arguing fiercely. Without hesitation, he tried to calm the situation, urging them to relax because it was no time to fight. But he was quickly interrupted because he was not from the tower, so the commotion and disputes continued to escalate uncontrollably. The white-haired girl asked Lee Han Wardener for help to stop the fight among the stressed students, but he did not seem to hear anything around him. Then she shouted, asking what he was so focused on. He apologized for his unexpected distraction and announced that he had found a possible solution to their dire situation. Hearing this, the other students praised him again for discovering something important, while Lee Han Wardener continued to analyze the situation intensely. It seemed like a trap set by the professors. The flattery left the students speechless. Meanwhile, near the group, Professor Engel was immobilized. He was furious, demanding that the magic release him at once. The other professors tried to calm Angel down, even after they had dared to restrain a colleague. The principal had solid reasons for these events. With a strong and reliable swordsman like him by their side, the students would likely miss opportunities to grow and evolve. Hearing this from the principal, the professor became even more enraged, but he accepted it because, according to the principal, he would understand the decision one day. Engutel asked what to do if something unexpected happened to the students. The other two professors, hearing his question, seemed confused and replied that the students would have to figure out how to overcome it on their own. Hearing this, Ingudald took a deep breath, since that was the mindset of mages. He would intervene if the situation with the students became too serious. The principal allowed the professor to decide. He was reprimanded, but insisted that Ingudald would soon understand the joy of watching these teenagers grow and evolve. The professor inquired about what they had placed in the forest, and they replied that it was of no great importance. There was only a bowl enhanced with magic potions. It was supposed to run a little wilder than usual, but it wouldn't be a big problem for the prodigious students. Everything would probably be fine, since the bulls were nothing compared to the fearsome golems. They didn't know that a golem was with the helpless students at that very moment. The students were discussing whether Professor Engli and Professor Uruguay were in on this trap together. Disappearing like that was very cruel and out of line, according to the kids. As the discussion continued, the girl and Lee Han Wardeners were talking about what to do next. They needed to find a way to get rid of the golem, but the group was disheartened. Lee Han Wardeners encouraged everyone, reminding them that since it was a planned trap, there had to be an easy way to solve it. Hearing this, the students agreed. Since the professors wouldn't put them in an unplanned situation, Lee Han Wardeners was still thinking about certain things. He also wanted to test something on his mission. After a few minutes of deliberation, the students gathered under the heavy rain. They were looking for a weakness, or at least something to distract the damn golem. The white-haired girl called out to Lee Han Wardeners to ask for his opinion, but when she looked around, she didn't see him. She panicked and shouted that the impressive Lee Han Wardeners had also mysteriously disappeared. Hearing this, the students fell into despair. One girl crossed the golem's boundary to look for him while her friend feared that the remarkable Lee Han Wardeners had been kidnapped. Suddenly, Johnny Air told everyone to calm down. Lee Han Wardener was right there, near the dangerous golem. That guy was crazy for being so close to the enemy. His friend wanted him to escape, since it was very dangerous to stay near the construct. Lee Han Wardener didn't react. His friend asked him how he got there and what happened. He then revealed that he was using invisibility magic. The students were confused. He had conducted a simple experiment to test the golem's reaction to invisibility. Fortunately, the enemy didn't detect Lee Han Wardener, and he crossed the border successfully, discovering another important detail. Once he crossed the marked area, the golem stopped paying attention to him. The students were astonished by Lee Han Wardener's ability to become invisible. Although it was because of an artifact, he didn't know how to create such effects. They were only given to him upon completing an order. Knowing this, his friends became wary and distanced themselves from him, as he was involved with such a mysterious place. Ymir intervened, saying it didn't matter, as it would be difficult even for them to use artifacts from the prizing order. That meant everyone had to keep looking for other ways to escape. According to the white-haired girl, the long-haired boy then suggested that Lee Morden ask another professor for help, but that probably wouldn't work, since this was a planned trap. Still, our overpowered main character had another trick. He would solve the problem in a different way. If this was a test, it had to be something a first-year student could solve without major risks. Then, Lee Morden asked everyone to attack the golem's core, the organ that controlled it. He should be able to defeat it. Lee Morden then launched a steel sphere at the golem with force. He hit the target with precision, causing a strong impact. The students cheered happily at the hit, but Yamaru noticed something unusual. Her expression turned worried. Without hesitation, she called out to our protagonist, Lee Morden. For his part, his eyes were wide open with a concerned expression. Something was wrong because when his steel ball hit the golem, he lost his connection to it, so he couldn't use the steel ball as a fatal attack. Golems were monsters that moved with the mana from their cores. It was natural for them to have defenses to protect such a vital organ. Since the attack with the iron ball didn't work well, Lee Morden opted to try something different using his powerful magic. What does this mean? Meanwhile, the professors were a little further away, enjoying a moment of complete calm. Only Goodall was wondering if the students were safe and what they would do if they were seriously injured during the mission. The headmaster tried to calm him down, since in his day, things were worse. His time was from an ancient era. According to him, there were now many interesting new students who could overcome most of the challenges they faced, and the fact that Lee Morden was with them calmed the professors down. There was a special reason why Imidul shouldn't worry. It was because that boy had even learned magic from him. Upon hearing this, Remor got very angry. The headmaster quickly explained that he didn't do it alone. Professor Vegrig also taught the boy. That dwarf did the same, only teaching first-year students, but that argument was invalid, as Professor Vegrig had passed that stage long ago. According to what the headmaster saw, he was truly teaching three-circle magic. The number of circles determined the difficulty of a spell, and the processes needed to cast it were fixed. 1 circle was for elemental magic, 2 for maintaining form. 3 circles controlled the complete spell. 3-circle magic involved doing everything at once, but if someone could do it separately, they weren't far from being a true 3-circle mage. The mage, Lee Morden, noticed that a water ball had less power than an iron one, but it was harder to maintain its shape. At that moment, he had to think carefully. Even those crazy professors wouldn't be completely irrational. According to his reasoning, Enmir questioned his actions. Why? He was sure, but there was a way to do it. Lee Morden looked at his friend and asked him again why he was spinning that water ball. He said he had spun it without thinking because he had done it many times before. That statement immediately sparked an unusual idea in his mind. At that moment, he was thinking of a nearly perfect plan. He figured that if he made the water ball spin incredibly fast, it would have far more piercing power than just launching it. This idea was crystal clear to the prodigy. The rapidly spinning water would be like a lethal bullet. This marks chapter 65 of this action manhwa recap. The spinning water sphere was now perfected. Lee Han Wardener celebrated this achievement, as he finally succeeded after several failed attempts, and Mir rushed over, calling out his name. He didn't know what kind of magic it was, but he had his doubts. The water sphere looked massive. The other students were getting anxious, fearing the danger and the possibility of failure, which could send the massive spell crashing right into them. The boy reassured them, asking the students to trust in Lee Han Wardener. He insisted the magic was simple and not difficult to master, and that he had more than enough power to control it. The white-haired girl and the boy were certain their friend would succeed in his mission. Lee Han Wardener just watched, thinking about the pressure he was under. Young mages always had something to say. Since ancient times, magic was a complete formula in its own world. If someone meddled with it carelessly, they could attract its wrath. The magic that this overpowered main character, Lee Han Wardener, created was an advanced technique that students usually learned in their later years, not in their first year. But he had so much mana that he could simply ignore the common formulas. By infusing mana to maintain its rotation, the water sphere couldn't handle that much magic and lost its shape. So Lee Han Wardener started to enlarge the water sphere. As its size grew, the rotation slowed, allowing him to infuse even more mana. Finally, the impressive result was what they had just witnessed. Lee Han Wardener let everyone know that he could handle the water sphere, but not for long, as it was putting immense pressure on his mind. That was the situation, and he needed to end this quickly. After considering this, he decided it was time to begin. He then directed the magic at the fearsome and dangerous golem. The spell instantly obeyed the mage's command, but Lee Han Wardener quickly noticed the water ball was heading for the damn golem's shoulder, and it would be incredibly difficult to recreate that spell again. Suddenly, a massive and abrupt explosion erupted in the area. Lee Han Wardener had destroyed the stone golem with a single attack, leaving it shattered into pieces. The students in the class were left speechless by such an incredible feat. There were golden chunks everywhere. It had crumbled into fragments, even though the water had only grazed it. The students quickly realized how impressive this was and began to idolize the incredible main character for his remarkable achievement in this manhwa review. The white-haired girl took the opportunity to brag, since she had predicted this outcome. Lee Han Wardener himself was very impressed by the magical power. Even though the spell barely grazed the golem, it was completely destroyed with overwhelming force. However, one thing was clear. Professor Velati's lessons had been a great help to him, even though the professor had never taught him anything like this before. Suddenly, our protagonist's eyes shot open strangely. He collapsed to his knees, worrying his friends. Everyone present was stunned and didn't know what to do, causing a brief commotion. Within seconds, Lee Han Wardener tried to get up. He pressed his hand firmly against the ground. In a matter of moments, Lee Han Wardener was back on his feet, noticing that Professor Envidal still hadn't returned. Suddenly he was startled. It was that magical skeletal claw emerging out of nowhere from his old coat. Lee Han Wardener was very confused by the skeletal hand's actions. Suddenly, something strange caught his attention. A loud and terrifying sound echoed through the area. The cursed golem had risen again and was now chasing the students, intending to end their lives. The ones fleeing were the weakest and most useless. The white-haired girl didn't want to waste any time, so she immediately ordered everyone to split up to distract the cursed golem. The students followed the order without hesitation. In the chaos, the long-haired boy called out to Lee Han. He left the protagonist confused by asking if he could use Yumo Digist's aquatic ballet magic again. That guy was a famous mage from the Empire, known for his water magic, and had probably left his mark on the mana. After thinking for a moment, Lee Han replied that the technique would take too long to prepare and suggested an immediate retreat. Suddenly, the boy shouted that he would hide in the darkness of the night. He didn't want to use that ability, but he was forced to. He decided to throw all his artifacts at the cursed golem, which was struck hard all over its body, causing it only minor pain. Meanwhile, Lee Han was preparing another strong and precise strike. He ran towards the golem, wielding a sharp sword. His plan was to blind the golem and attack its wounds, which were its weak points. In seconds, Lee Han had already put his plan into action. The golem, unable to react, was struck in several weak points on its body. Every precise attack from our overpowered main character Lee Han was executed successfully. According to our protagonist, it would be difficult for the golem to maintain its balance with so many parts under attack. Suddenly, the monster managed to hit someone nearby. Lee Han could only watch as that person was launched through the air like a bird. After a few moments, the boy came crashing down, landing right on top of our protagonist. The shy boy looked at Lee Han, who didn't understand what was happening. At that moment, they were both tangled up, with the red-haired boy in the protagonist's arms. Lee Han asked how long the boy planned on lying there like a baby, leaving him confused. Since he couldn't see anything and could only hear a voice, our protagonist decided to drop the boy on the ground. The red-haired boy shouted his name, looking for him. Hearing this, Lee Han became very confused, since he was supposed to be completely invisible. Then, the redhead quickly explained that only someone like him could pull off such a heroic feat. Then he slowly backed away, thanking him for saving him from crashing like a rotten apple. But the golem was not yet defeated. It tried to strike the boy again, but Lee Han saved him again. The golem's failed attempt left a huge crater in the ground. After missing the attack, it was disoriented. After saving the redhead, Lee Han asked how he even got there, since it should have been difficult to get past the cursed golem. The boy said he used the mud-dissolving potion made by Shianis a while back. Our protagonist didn't even know such a thing existed, and thought he could defeat the enemy again using that technique. He was soon informed that the potion was all used up. That foolish redhead was completely useless from beginning to end. He was just a hindrance in the frantic battle. Then Lee Han Wardener notices that the cursed golem has stopped attacking. Coincidentally, it was moving in the opposite direction of the prodigy students. While our protagonist wonders about the reason for this strange event, someone screams frantically for help. The cursed golem was going after an injured and cowardly student. Our protagonist faced a great dilemma. He was running out of time to act, but he had to stop the enemy at all costs. He was sure he would find a practical way to complete the mission with total success. Liam Warden remembers a conversation with Professor Kim Garcia. She told him that he had a massive amount of mana and that he shouldn't use it, since flame magic was incredibly destructive. After remembering this, the boy doesn't hesitate to use that magic. Lee Han Warden would make his enemy burn. In seconds he was attacking the cursed golem with intense fire. His fearless expression showed a deep hatred for his enemy. Hell itself erupted from our hero's weapon. The defenseless student used the cover of the attack to hide from the golem behind a rock. She felt incredibly tense watching what was happening. Something was happening to the golem's magic core. It was cracking little by little under Lee Han Warden's powerful attack. Suddenly, the cursed golem explodes into countless pieces of stone. The astonished redhead watches as the incredible Lee Han Warden destroyed the fearsome enemy in this amazing action manhwa scene. Some people think that heating mud hardens it, but if the mud isn't well compacted, it disintegrates easily. That was the prodigy's logic, according to the redhead. Now she understood why others feared Lee Han Warden. Meanwhile, Lee Han Warden was just taking a deep breath after defeating the cursed golem. He was very impressed by his own strength. Now Lee Han Warden understood what Professor Kim Garcia meant. At that moment, it seemed like everything had been resolved, but suddenly a commotion was heard. The students were questioning our protagonist about why he was there. They made absurd assumptions about Liam Warden, as if he were trying to deceive everyone with an evil plan. But finally, someone arrived to put an end to the madness. The red-haired boy explained that Lee Han Warden had saved him and another student from death. Suddenly, a friend of Patrick's arrives and asks if he's okay, and he replies that he just twisted his ankle. Liam Warden asks the boy to help him clean up the mess from the battle. All the students of the academy worked together to clean up the area. No one was missing. That information was already verified. Meanwhile, Lee Han Warden thought about the problems he had both solved and created. Someone arrived calling his name. It was the impressive girl who made magic potions. She had heard that he fought against the mud golems, and as a reward she gave him healing potions. After that, Lee Han Warden was confused by how quickly everything was happening. The girl begged the protagonist to accept these gifts that she made herself. He thought it could be a great opportunity. Dury arrived saying that he knew them. Lee Han Warden opened the health potion and drank it in big gulps without hesitation. The potion bottle was empty in seconds, leaving Dury completely impressed, because according to him that was the best potion he had ever tasted in his entire life. Hearing that, Yer was completely confused and lost. Lee Han Warden began to praise the skill that the girl, Ian, had acquired and perfected since her postgraduate days. She seemed pleased with those forced compliments. Her expression showed pride. She humbly thanked her brother and gave him all the potions she had. That should be enough. If he needed more, he just had to ask. After that strange flattery, conversations could be heard nearby. Liam Warden told his friend that the day was exhausting, but there was a major problem. The potion girl told the students that he had an admirable upbringing, showing that he came from a renowned family. All his effort had paid off. He probably won the affection of Siona and the other Phoenix members. Inara placed her hand on his shoulder. She asked him if he owed Siona anything, leaving him confused. He changed the subject, ordering everyone to move out. Before long, the academy students were already gathered and walking. Suddenly, a boy saw something that gave him hope. It was two professors, including the one who had disappeared, Professor Engudel. He was worried about his prodigy students. That group of teenagers just stared at him blankly. Their expressions changed for an instant. They had plans for revenge on the professors once they became overpowered official swordsmen. Professor Uragam, taking her by the hand, commented that with the pressure those students had faced, they had probably learned what was necessary. This was confirmed by the students, who discovered what alchemy was really all about. Professor Uragam warned them to always be on alert, as danger could be lurking at any moment. Those two guys wanted to make life difficult for that vengeful dwarf. However, Professor Engudel apologized to the students. He explained that he wanted to stay with them, but the headmaster forced him to leave. That weak excuse was not well received by the students. They wouldn't trust anyone else. Although the professor insisted on his word, Professor Engudel was devastated by the exclusion he was suffering. He had lost his beloved students. Wick connected with him spiritually through swordsmanship, while the boy suffered greatly. Liam Warden believed it was just part of the growing up process, but seeing the poor professor's reaction, Professor Engudel was probably telling the truth. It was hard to believe he had been kidnapped by the headmaster. It made no sense, but that skeleton could have done it. Even Professor Uragam seemed worried about Professor Engudel. After thinking, Liam Warden approached his dear professor and told him that he trusted him, giving him kind and encouraging compliments. Liam Warden's words were like a light at the end of the tunnel for the professor. From a distance, Professor Uragam just judged the cunning boy. Soon, he decided to ask the other students how they solved the HIF problem, specifically about that whole trial. The green-haired boy said that everything went great. Liam Warden used a jet of water to eliminate the mud golem and also set the other monster on fire. Hearing this, Professor Uragum was stunned and confused. He was completely bewildered. Very agitated, he immediately asked about those dangerous creatures. He said he only prepared the bull. But the teenagers didn't believe his words, as they were not naive children in this action manhwa. They were even sarcastic, speculating about a hypothetical situation where the golems were just a coincidence. While Professor Uragam insisted he was telling the truth, Inwadel, from a distance, heard these shocking revelations. Seeing his friends become enraged, Professor Uragam quickly tried to change his story, saying he had created both monsters and that probably one had escaped. He even called Lee Wardener for his opinion, but the little one had already disappeared without a trace. All the students were already running far from the area, preparing themselves. Professor Ingadon kept her hand exerting psychological pressure on the helpless dwarf. Seconds later, desperate screams could be heard in the distance. Now the story takes us to the same day. In the afternoon, several books were scattered across the beautiful wooden table. All the students were studying hard, struggling to understand the material. That boy threw a huge tantrum because he considered himself very smart, but he wasn't understanding anything at all. The girl, on the other hand, didn't worry about the cost of creating a magic seal, because she would simply use all her family's money. It was frustrating for the teenagers who just wanted something sweet and rich to enjoy at times like this. That little shop was key to satisfying hungry students. The sweet taste of apple, apricot jelly cookies, and sweetened Earl Grey tea cost only 1 silver coin. The teenagers treated themselves, and the best part was that the prices of the treats were cheap. Lee Han Warden's unattended shop was doing better than expected, even though he didn't have much time to attend to it. The boy asked his friend if the homework was also complicated for him, and he immediately replied that it was like a dessert. After that alchemy assignment, discussions about the events with the cursed Balam could be easily heard in the library. That boy harshly criticized the others. The girl asked to be left alone. Lee Han Wardener, for his part, observed and listened to everything from a little further away. Those people think they would never go through something similar. Suddenly, while our protagonist was thinking about this, Ymir arrived, asking for his concentration. That liquid seemed hot. Bubbles of water were forming. It was the dreaded cauldron from the alchemy class. That boy asked the girl to add orc bell and umbrella mushrooms to the potion's ingredients, which were very foul-smelling. After that step, the black solution turned into an unpleasant green color. Suddenly, several screams were heard in the room. Due to extreme failures, many students were failing their mission, but something was off. According to Lee Han Wardener, alchemy was precise, so a small mistake could lead to a big failure. But all the students were failing, which was strange, as if the instructions had been wrong from the start. Suddenly, Lee Han Wardener reacted unusually. While thinking about this, Janir jumped and asked why that strange behavior. He then explained that he realized Professor Urigo had probably given them incorrect instructions. May suggested that the students figure things out on their own, without help. This thought from our protagonist caused total silence in the library for a moment. Soon the other students lost interest in the topic. However, a small group that had adapted well to the school through previous challenges completely agreed with the protagonist's assumption. This is a classic development in this kind of action manhwa. Whispers continued to echo through the vast library. Liam Wardens decided it was not the right time to get angry, as they had to finish the assignment even though they wanted to confront the professor. He quickly asked Emir for her thoughts, and she said there was something wrong with the list of ingredients. Everything seemed like a trap, and he had to consider all possible scenarios. The problem at that moment was something else entirely. They did not have enough ingredients to test every combination and get it right. It would take time, so Ymir proposed checking the books, but the boy reprimanded her for her lack of objectivity. Liam Wardens had to use his past experiences to leave the school the next day. Suddenly, he did something unexpected. He climbed onto a chair and asked the students to gather around him. The students were confused by his actions. He declared that the professor had tricked them again, and that they needed to unite. He would gather everyone's ingredients to find the correct recipe that had been sabotaged before the assignment. This manhwa recap is getting intense. Liam Wardens would also go to the other towers and wanted everyone to cooperate with his top-tier plan. That long-haired boy pointed out that everyone had different amounts of ingredients left, so pooling everything would be perfect. Johnner also agreed, saying it would be helpful if students from the other towers cooperated by sharing the knowledge they had gained. After hearing these comments, Liam Wardens left informing them he would be back soon. He had to succeed no matter what. It was all for his precious break outside of this school, where he could do whatever he wanted alone without supervision. After all this, our overpowered main character moved quickly. Everyone brainstormed, and most importantly, they did it together like a family. They made calculation after calculation without stopping. The papers no longer had any space for more notes. All of this was the result of intense effort and total cooperation. Finally, they found a solution on that paper filled with notes and scribbles. Everything was ready in that instant, and the students celebrated the achievement with genuine happiness on their faces. They were proud because they worked together and spent little time and achieved success. Liam Wardens praised the group while Shiana said that Naomi just had to follow the recipe. Those two students also talked about being together again after another mess caused by Professor Uragome, and everything turned out fine thanks to the protagonist. Suddenly, a dad commented that Liam Wardens had to solve this because of his plans for the next day, which sparked curiosity. Since those people were in another tower, they probably did not know. The boy soon revealed that our protagonist would be leaving the school the next day using a pass that allowed it. This is a huge plot point for this manhwa review. All the students fell silent upon hearing this, shocked for a moment. Soon excitement spread and they processed such an incredible revelation. This was just what was expected of him, and how he obtained that pass remained a mystery to them. The students from the other towers probably did not know he had the executive pass. This was going to cause a huge stir. This is a great cliffhanger for this action manhwa recap. A boy quickly arrived and asked what Lee Han Wardener had brought from outside the academy. Another girl suggested he bring a lot of varied food. The girl with white hair who raised her hand wanted durable clothing. Dokard wanted books and stationery materials like pens. That wish was questioned by students who pointed out that he couldn't eat or drink ink, but he also wanted delicious food. DCN had visited the Academy's library, which used to be a place with piles of organized books, ideal for reading. But there was a big problem with this. The Reincarnated library was not like that. The boy couldn't even read there due to the extreme mess. That's why Dokard wanted to have the necessary books beforehand, since finding them in that chaos was a huge challenge. Kananda, on the other hand, thought of magazines and novels to pass the time along with letters and chessboards. The opinion of the blonde boy sparked intrigue, although it was important for him, not just for others. He quickly asked for his friend Lee Han Wardener's honest opinion, but he had already gone to sleep. Lee Han Wardener had left quickly without a trace. The boy was already comfortable in his cozy bed, ready for a restorative sleep. He took a deep breath from the great fatigue he felt. Tomorrow would be a key day for him because he would leave that Gambaran school freely. He needed to do everything possible while he was in his best shape. But there was a problem. His eyes were wide open, showing a tense expression. Liam Wen couldn't sleep due to nerves. He was sure there would be traps on his way out, like limits on the number of items he could carry or restrictions on weight and size. The distance to the village was uncertain, but the journey wouldn't take more than a day. It was possible since he was dealing with the principal, but he knew he had to learn a spell to move as quickly as possible. Suddenly, a book on the shelf in his room emitted a bright green glow. It jumped off the shelf, capturing all of Lee Han Wardener's attention. He immediately thought of the book the principal had given him and why it was moving like that. The pages of that object began to turn on their own, as if something was manipulating them. Seeing the magic coming from the book, Lee Han Wardener was startled and desperate. He didn't want something like that to happen again. All that magic chained him, preventing him from moving freely. Suddenly, a massive flash of light was seen. Lee Han Wardener was now inside that strange magic book. The place was incredibly beautiful, the stunning landscape. Everything was an illusion from the book, just like before. That artifact emerged quickly, floating in the sky of the area. Its pages opened to the content of the proud steps of Danny Altus. It was a spell that Lee Han Wardener had only studied theoretically, and perhaps it was time to master it completely. The boy thought about how clever the book was, as it suggested this content after noticing how thoughtful he had been before, unable to sleep. But he didn't have time for this now. He needed to leave the next day, so he ordered an immediate return to the artifact. The book seemed to rebel against Lee Han Wardener's sudden request. Noticing this, the boy felt it had the same personality as the skeleton principal, retracting from being clever. But Lee Han Wardener had no choice. He had to act now. He would learn that spell quickly to leave as soon as he could. Now the story takes us to the real world. Outside the fiction that the book created, the principal called out to criminal 24601 in a terrifying voice, but that strange guy said he wasn't an outlaw. The principal quickly apologized to his friend, saying he was getting old and confused things easily. Now, Lee Han Wardener, looking exhausted, had already escaped the illusion of the magic book. He was learning magic in his dreams, and there were several possible training methods in the world. The principal arrived quickly, enthusiastically congratulating the boy for getting out. It was a reward for his valuable contributions to the school community. And Lee Han Wardener should be proud. The rules for his departure were simple. He had to return through the main gate before the sun was at its highest point on the second day. If he failed, the principal would send a bloodthirsty pursuit squad to find him quickly. But Lee Han Wardener was already expecting that. He could bring back as many items as he could carry, except for carriages, horses, or anything rideable. After establishing the rules and information, the boy was free to do his best beyond the academy. Suddenly, a grand teleportation process began, taking him outside the academy. He thought the rules weren't very strict, as there was no weight limit on the items he could bring. But in the end, something else was more important. His eyes shone brightly with an adventurous and proud expression. Finally, Lee Han Wardener was free, and most importantly, he was out of that boring academy. Now it was time for him to get moving and explore the outside world. The closest town to the academy was Fayoni, and the boy was already talking to the locals. All the noble families in that region had moved their mansions at the academy's request. According to one man, the nearest mansion would take days to reach, even on horseback. He quickly confirmed this unfortunate information for the prodigy. Now he understood why the rules were so flexible and easy to follow. The principal had blocked all ways of obtaining money from the very beginning. The powerful nobles of the empire didn't need to borrow money because they had many merchants pushing wealth their way. Someone who grew up in such an environment probably wouldn't even know the concept of taking out a loan. There was Lee Han Wardener, standing in front of a man who looked rich, asking for a loan with the most innocent face. Arian, the manager of the Kako commercial branch, was shocked to see someone from the Wardener family asking for money. Fayoni was prosperous for its size. There were many wealthy merchant families thanks to the Great Magic Academy. Not only was there a lot of natural mana in the area, but the academy also required various ingredients for its experiments, and for the assignments of the students who studied there full-time without getting exhausted. The academy gave good rewards for hiring people to obtain artifacts, and the mages could run tests by repeating the hiring cycle, a key point in this manhwa recap. The financial officer would be enraged upon seeing the bills at the end of the month, except for a few. Everyone was in a cycle. Happiness and harmony reigned. This also meant that Lee Han Wardener was lucky, as this overpowered main character could get anything he wanted if he had enough money. So, the boy asked the rich man for a reasonable monetary loan in this action manhwa. The man stood only to gain by lending him money and never thought he would get the chance to connect with the prestigious Wargamia family so unexpectedly. But Arian was worried about the sum the boy might ask for and whether he could handle it. Then, at that moment, Arian grew desperate from the silence. He thought the sum was so large that the boy was struggling to say it. Regardless, emptying his funds would be worth the benefit of connecting with such an influential family. Lee Han Wardens broke the silence by asking for only 20 silver coins, shattering Arian's expectations. The rich man was confused, though the boy's demeanor was convincing, and if he couldn't lend him that much, even 15 silver coins would be enough, as Lee Han Wardens probably only needed money for cheap supplies. As the conversation went on, the boy kept lowering the amount, making Arian lose his patience and agree to lend him the money. Lee Han Wardens mentioned that he needed to buy several things. He accepted the invitation to see the city. Finally, that strange and awkward chat came to an end. Arian noticed that all the appetizers in the area had disappeared, which was strange, because he hadn't seen Lee Han Wardens eat anything during their talk. As he watched the boy leave, he noticed something odd in the pocket of his old coat. The bulges there seemed larger than normal. The boy watched the man leave with a thoughtful expression. Arian had his own plans for the young noble, and didn't think he would stoop to stealing simple, cheap appetizers. Even though he was a student at the Magic Academy, he was just a novice. Now that he had the chance to shop, he would probably spend a lot. Whenever Lee Han Wardens needed to buy something, Arian planned to be a gracious and law-abiding host. It was a good plan to impress a young noble from a wealthy family, but there was a problem with this. At that moment, Lee Han Wardens was already buying items that were easy to store, like canned food, without taking up much space. He wasn't getting clothes and just wanted to check out thick, strong fabrics. He asked the lady to wrap everything in cheap paper that wouldn't tear easily, while asking about illusion magic books. After all this shopping, the sun was already setting, giving way to night. His shopping list was finally complete, and his friends were carrying the heavy items on their backs. Arian's perfect plan failed, and in the end, he was just a glorified servant for the rich young noble in this amazing manhwa recap. Lee Han Wardens was truly remarkable. Despite his noble lineage, his negotiation skills were exceptional. After announcing that he had bought almost everything he needed, Lee Han Wardens quickly asked where the town's stable was. Arian was a bit confused by the boy's question, since students couldn't keep animals near the academy, but according to Lee Han Wardens, there was no need to worry, as his reason was something else. After several minutes of walking, the group arrived at their destination. There were many animals, including exotic horses. Just what our overpowered main character wanted. The place was just another stable in that small, prosperous town. In reality, it was the largest horse breeding ground in the village, or so Lee Han Wardens thought. Without hesitation, he entered with his friends and was soon greeted by a man. The owner of the largest stable asked what a student from the Magic Academy was doing in his humble place. There were several transport auctions there, as expected from the largest stable in the area. Lee Han Wardens, the blonde man, owned everything, and he asked if there were people leaving for the Magic Academy. That question enraged the man. His face filled with anger. Billy Ham Wardens was right. The May workers were hired by the academy, and even the royal messenger used that place every time something happened. The boy's question made the stable owner stop to think. He remained silent for a moment, lost in thought. Then he began to propose, now including money in the equation. He wanted the man to plan something on a specific date to help him escape. Upon hearing such a proposal, the stable owner was left speechless, his expression completely perplexed. Lee Han Wardener was only there for one reason, to prepare for his next escape. He seemed very bold in his plans, and few people were as daring as he was, according to the stable owner. That inspired him greatly to help the boy with whatever he wanted. But there was a big problem. It would be very difficult to execute the mission without being discovered, and that information captured our protagonist's full attention.